Chapter 1178. What kind of flame was the flame used for the phoenix's nirvana? Wasn't it one of the best flames in the world? Wisps of flame appeared out of nowhere from every inch of the phoenix's flesh, incinerating every inch of the phoenix's flesh. At the same time, the flame appeared from all directions in the void, burning towards the phoenix that was about to undergo nirvana. Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary person. How could she resist this innate flame? Zhang Xiaohua's body was instantly incinerated into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the flame. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not an ordinary person. Although this flame was rare in the world, there were some things in Zhang Xiaohua's body that this flame could not incinerate. Zhang Xiaohua floated silently in midair. Her complete skeleton from head to toe glowed in the crimson flame. Her skeleton was not an ordinary grayish-white color. Instead, it was sparkling and translucent like jade. On the jade-like skeleton, close to 50% of it was covered with thin, blood-red threads. As the crimson flame burned, not only did the skeleton not melt, the thin, blood-red threads on it extended even further. Only when they covered 60% of it did they gradually slow down. Looking at the surroundings of the skeleton, there was no longer any blood on the blood vessels that were flowing with blood. Only faint golden threads continued to circulate along the previous path, gathering at the location of the heart. At the location of the heart, there was a large ball of golden threads slowly rotating. The place where the internal organs used to be was no longer the same as before. There were only strands of golden threads that followed the circulation of the blood vessels, forming a ball of golden threads. One could still vaguely see the original outline. When he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, his original meridians had been completely incinerated. Only the dragon meridians that had been sucked into his meridians and stuck to the inner walls of his meridians were still intact. They were even growing stronger in the flames. Zhang Xiaohua's vital energy was still circulating slowly because it was in the dragon vein. The starlight that had formed a cocoon used to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's body. Now, it was wrapping around Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. Following the circulation of the vital energy, it slowly seeped into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. What was even more convenient was that under the burning flames, the starlight was also refined into pure qi of heaven and earth, which was directly absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's head, the Naiwan Palace was also a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the golden essence of elixir was even more dazzling. With the slight rotation of the innate divine seal, the blood jade elixir refining technique was triggered again. The flames in the sea of fire were directly refined into an essence of elixir by the innate divine seal. In the center of the innate divine seal, the essence of elixir that had not changed for a long time began to expand slowly. Although it was very slow, it was still an improvement. Somewhere behind her head, there was a small, invisible place that looked a little strange in the flames. When the flames burned this place, it was immediately absorbed by this place. Hence, a black spot in the sea of fire was formed. Most of the flames in the surroundings were absorbed by this small black spot. However, in this sea of fire, Zhang Xiaohua was already like an ant. That small black spot was even more insignificant. The delusion breaker Dharma eye on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was also opened. The silver eye was still emotionless. Whenever the blood-red flames burned through the delusion breaker Dharma eye, it was absorbed by the Dharma eye. There were already two things in the delusion breaker Dharma eye. One was the thunder pearl, and the other was a human-shaped stone statue. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the stone statue, constantly refining it. At this moment, the flames were also sucked in, surrounding the entire stone statue and burning it continuously. The fire used by the phoenix's nirvana had the ability to shape. At this moment, the human-shaped stone statue's facial features and limbs gradually began to appear. The only thing that didn't change was the bracelet on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It was still black and still warm. It didn't heat up at all because it was in the sea of fire. Above Zhang Xiaohua's arm, at an unknown distance, the gigantic phoenix was surrounded by blood-red flames. Its entire body was gradually turning into nothingness. only 13,200 bright spots were left to form the outline of the phoenix. Immediately after, these 13,200 bright spots were annihilated at the same time, turning into 13,200 nothingness. Then, a powerful suction force was generated, sucking in all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. These 13,200 bright spots appeared out of thin air again. However, they weren't as bright as before. They were abnormally dim. Once these 13,200 bright spots appeared, they immediately became 13,200 origin points that absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. However, when these 13,200 bright spots appeared, they had already sucked in all the yuan qi in the surroundings. Where would the yuan qi come from now? Instantly, these 13,200 bright spots dimmed a little. With a ga sound, an indistinct and weak cry sounded. The suction force of the bright spots suddenly increased several times. Countless cracks appeared from these 13,200 bright spots, splitting the entire space apart. The surrounding scenery was like a reflection in a bronze mirror. Along with the bronze mirror, the cracks expanded infinitely, extending from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to an extremely far place. The scene was chaotic. The entire wasteland, the space where the wasteland was located, was shattered into pieces, turning into pure yuan qi, which was absorbed by the 132 million bright spots. These bright spots had absorbed so much yuan qi of heaven and earth, and gradually grew in size, turning into 132 million pieces of phoenix flesh. The original space of the wasteland had turned into nothingness, leaving only the bowl-shaped basin under Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. At the edge of the basin, there was a cylindrical light shield that shot upwards. The phoenix that was born from nirvana was within this light shield. Looking up, above the phoenix, at the end of the light shield, there were 8 different shaped Dharma artifacts that formed a profound array that enveloped the phoenix. These 8 Dharma artifacts were bell, sword, axe, pagoda, guqin, cauldron, seal, and a stone. These 8 Dharma artifacts formed a light array that emitted a faint white light that protected the entire space. This white light was the light that sprinkled down from the 9 heavens when Zhang Xiaohua's meridians moved. At this time, the entire space returned to its original state. It was a piece of nothingness, and only the 8 Dharma artifacts and the basin below remained. However, within this space, there was very little yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only the 13,200 points of phoenix flesh that flickered with blood-red flames had stopped growing. After a moment, the phoenix's silhouette let out a mournful cry. This cry was filled with panic and grief, as if it was a kind of doomsday, a kind of reincarnation. The 13,200 points of phoenix flesh increased the suction force once again. The entire space no longer had a trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was just outside the space. Inside the immortal mansion, outside the immortal mansion, and at the peak of Ya Mountain, not a trace of yuan qi was sucked in. In the middle of the 132 million pieces of flesh, an almost illusory soul essence with the outline of a phoenix gradually appeared. The soul essence had a sharp beak and long phoenix eyes. Those phoenix eyes were incomparably arrogant, but now, they were filled with despair. The phoenix's eyes turned slightly, and an unparalleled aura swept across the entire space. Although it was incomparably weak, it was abnormally arrogant. Then, the phoenix's eyes noticed the cocoon of light that was enveloped by starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. In this space, only the faint amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth in this cocoon of light was being refined and absorbed by the dragon vein. The phoenix's soul essence let out a long cry. It was extremely unwilling and disdainful. With a flap of its invisible wings, the phoenix's soul essence descended from the heavens. In an instant, it was above Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. The 13,200 points of phoenix flesh also fell and landed on Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. The phoenix's flesh and blood landed on the skeleton and coincidentally covered the entire skeleton. There was no longer a trace of emptiness. The cocoon-like starlight gradually merged into the dragon vein and was absorbed by the phoenix's flesh and blood that landed on the skeleton. The phoenix's flesh and blood expanded little by little. After an unknown period of time, the flesh and blood became extremely plump and gradually, a body was formed. However, because the flesh was attached to Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton, it formed a human body. Not only the flesh on the skeleton, even the internal organs and blood in the blood vessels were all Zhang Xiaohua's original appearance. Ga. 9 consecutive cries sounded. The flesh on Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton wriggled, as if it was about to change into another shape. The phoenix's soul essence was also a little anxious inside Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. However, the flesh wriggled a few times, but in the end, it did not succeed. The skeleton that was attached to it did not move at all. The blood that was attached to the golden threads boiled a few times, but the golden threads remained the same as before. When the phoenix's soul essence saw this, it knew that its wishful thinking had gone wrong. It spread its wings again, wanting to take flight again. Unfortunately, no matter how the soul essence struggled, the 13,200 phoenix flesh that had already fused with the skeleton and golden threads could no longer move with the phoenix's soul essence. Furthermore, as the starlight increased, the flesh became even more plump and could no longer be separated from the golden threads and skeleton. The phoenix's soul essence wailed for the last time, as if it had fallen into a desperate situation. At this moment, at the black spot behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, a desolate dragon's roar sounded, echoing the phoenix's wail. The phoenix's soul essence was surprised and hesitant, but, when it looked around, it was empty space without any heaven and earth yuan qi. The phoenix's flesh was also gradually growing from the fire. It was actually that person's body. With no other choice, it spread its wings and flew towards the black spot behind her head. When it got close, the black spot suddenly produced a strange attractive force, and the phoenix's soul essence was instantly sucked into it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1179. When the phoenix's soul was absorbed by the black spot behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, the 13,200 pieces of flesh of the phoenix were controlled by Zhang Xiaohua's bones and golden threads. They gradually swelled and became plump. Another Zhang Xiaohua was slowly born. There was no sense of time in the chaos. Similarly, there was no sense of time in the void. After an unknown period of time, the cocoon-like starlight slowly faded away. A brand new Zhang Xiaohua was reborn once again. Looking at the skin all over her body, a faint fiery red was faintly discernible. When Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes, 2 unusually bright flames flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This. Zhang Xiaohua woke up and seemed to recall what happened last night. She stretched out her hands and looked at her intact hands. Then, she lowered her head and looked. Ouch, she exclaimed. Needless to say, her body was exposed. There was nothing on her body. Carefully covering her vital parts, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and looked around. Where is this? Last night. Didn't I reach a depression in the wilderness? Why? This seems to be the void that Senior Huan mentioned. There's nothing here. I can't see anything. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and looked up, down, left, and right again. Under my feet. It seems to be the same as before. It's like a basin. Could it be? I'm still in the depression. Zhang Xiaohua recalled the feeling before she fainted last night. She thought to herself, but what about the wilderness? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her back almost broke out in cold sweat. Could it be, the entire wilderness is an illusory formation? Yesterday, I encountered flying snakes, cows, and hedgehogs. Were they all things in the illusory formation? Looking up, the 8 magic weapons of different shapes had fallen a lot. She could see their shapes clearly. These 8 magic weapons. What are they for? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, ouch, the phoenix. Yes, these 8 magic weapons are used to suppress the phoenix. But where did the phoenix go? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Of course, even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to scratch her head, she couldn't free her hands. Forget it, forget it. Don't worry about anything else. Let's put on the robe first. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she felt fortunate that she had placed Venerable Fiery Dragon's robe outside the light shield. Oh my baby. Zhang Xiaohua was just rejoicing that she had placed all her treasures in the light shield and had not been destroyed by the blood-red flames. Immediately, she thought of the void outside the light shield. The wilderness that used to be an illusion array had long disappeared. Would her treasures still be there? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately soared up and was about to fly over the light barrier. However, the moment he touched the light barrier immediately flashed with white light and blocked him inside. What? Don't let me go out? Wasn't it easy to get in just now? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He tried to get out again, but he was still trapped inside. I can't get out. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. She didn't know if the dream-chasing sword was still outside the light shield. Even though her left arm was flowing with energy, she didn't know if she could break the light shield. Zhang Xiaohua regretted her decision and punched the light shield. With a loud bang, the light shield shook slightly. Another ray of milky white light shone down from the array formed by the 8 magic weapons in the sky. That milky white light enveloped Zhang Xiaohua tightly. It paused for a moment, then swept 8 times in a row. It seemed uncertain. After the last sweep, the milky white light suddenly dispersed into specks of fluorescent light. Then, above her head, there was a thunderous sound, shaking Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the basin, left and right. Then, there was another earthquake. The basin under Zhang Xiaohua's feet began to shake violently. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly jumped up. When she looked down, the basin slowly shrank into the shape of a teapot lid, floating under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. The demon refining pot? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Wasn't this teapot the same as the lid of the demon refining pot in Bai Yanqiu's hands? The lid of the demon refining pot rotated under Zhang Xiaohua's feet and immediately flew up again. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw that the 8 different types of immortal treasures that he had seen earlier were all floating in the air. They were no longer in the same tight formation as before. When the lid of the demon refining gourd flew forward, the 9 immortal treasures began to spin. Then, in a flash, they flew in all directions and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the light shield around Zhang Xiaohua, there was no trace of it. The array, was broken just like that? I didn't seem to have done anything. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her chin, looking quite innocent. Suddenly, she thought, oh, I should have caught a few magic weapons. If they are of the same level as Bai Yanqiu's demon refining pot, how can they be bad? Maybe the demon refining pot in Bai Yanqiu's hands is a fake, and the one in here is the real one. However, at this time, the 9 magic weapons were all gone. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to find them, it would be very difficult. A belt? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua had yet to release his divine sense when he saw a belt and a money pouch floating in the air not far from him. With a wave of her hand, the money bag and the belt appeared in her hand. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did was to take out a long robe from the belt and put it on. This feeling of nakedness was really awkward. Just when she put away the money bag and the belt, there was another rumbling sound under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. Before Zhang Xiaohua looked down, she saw that in the place where the demon refining pot was, from the void, there was a crystal-clear stone tablet. Around the stone tablet were 7 circular grooves. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She made a hand seal and flew to the stone tablet. Just as she was about to get close, she was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. Why is it this kind of restriction that is invisible to the naked eye and divine sense again? Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. She looked up and down with her divine sense and naked eye, but did not see the same array as the 9 magic weapons just now. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and raised her hand to scratch her head. Oh, where is Ai's hair? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was not a single strand of hair on her head. She was like a monk in the Dalan temple. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua touched her head and took out the Hao Tian mirror from the money bag. She looked at her head and was surprised. Not only was there no hair on her head, but her flat nose was also much taller and her small eyes were much longer than before. Of course, she did not have any eyebrows or eyelashes. Oh my! What happened? I don't think I used any transfiguration technique. How did I become so charming? Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and did not know what to do. At this time, the Hao Tian mirror in her hands suddenly trembled. Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to grab the Hao Tian mirror with her left hand and put it into the money bag, the Hao Tian mirror disappeared with a flash of silver light. When it appeared again, it was 10 feet high in the sky and disappeared with a flash of silver light. Zhang Xiaohua immediately used the first level of the Hao Tian mirror to refine the Hao Tian mirror. However, she could feel that the Hao Tian mirror was in the void, but she could not retract it. Annoyed, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the top of the stone tablet and kicked the invisible barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier didn't budge. Instead, Zhang Xiaohua's foot was shaken to the point of pain. This is the Big Dipper? Zhang Xiaohua was beside the stone tablet and above the 7 grooves. She could see the positions of the 7 grooves clearly. They were exactly the same as the Big Dipper in the alchemy room of the Misty School. Could it be? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became excited, as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. These 7 cauldrons, yes, there were 49 cauldrons in total, from the Fragrant Cult, the Godly Knife Sect, and the Misty Sect. Zhang Xiaohua was just greedy, so he collected them one by one. As for what they were used for, he didn't even know. At this moment, seeing the 7 cauldrons in the shape of the Big Dipper, he couldn't help but understand. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She took out the 7-8 trigrams purple gold furnaces and placed them in the grooves one by one according to what she saw in the alchemy room of the Misty School. When the last alchemy furnace was placed in the groove, a loud roar sounded from the 7 alchemy furnaces. Then, 7 rays of rainbow light rose from the alchemy furnaces and surged into the air. They formed a rainbow ball of light in the air. The ball of light spun a few times and became a bright dot. The light dot was extremely bright. Then, the 7 alchemy furnaces in the grooves flew into the air like bullets. There was another thunderous sound, and the bright dot disappeared. What appeared in the air was a huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. This 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was different from the previous 7 alchemy furnaces. An ancient and distant aura came from this furnace. It was even stronger than what Zhang Xiaohua felt when she was in the wasteland. Although Zhang Xiaohua had refined the 7 alchemy furnaces by dripping her blood on them, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that these alchemy furnaces seemed to have an extremely weak connection with her mind. It was not as clear as before. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She used the spell to control the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The alchemy furnace whined and rumbled, but it did not fly down. At this moment, a small black dot flew over from the horizon. In a moment, it flew above the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was the lid of the devil refining gourd that had flown away just now. That lid, then, slowly fell. With a soft clang, it covered the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Suddenly, the connection Zhang Xiaohua had with the alchemy furnaces disappeared without a trace. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please collect me. Chapter 1180. Don't tell me, this is the devil refining gourd? Zhang Xiaohua could not be sure. After all, he had only seen the small teapot in Bai Yanxiu's hands and the enlarged lid, as well as the devil refining gourd that Wan Wuxin had mentioned. However, the devil refining gourd in front of him seemed to be different from Bai Yanxiu's teapot. As Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual connection with the cauldron disappeared, the cauldron let out a cheerful cry and turned into a black dot in an instant. It flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. What a loss! Zhang Xiaohua watched as the cauldron flew away. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He was extremely regretful. He lowered his head and looked at the surroundings of the stone tablet. The 7 grooves had disappeared and it was now very flat. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew towards the stone tablet again. As expected, the stone tablet was no longer protected by an invisible barrier. Zhang Xiaohua easily approached the stone tablet. He placed his hand on the stone tablet. A warm feeling came from his fingers. Following that, a heartbeat came from the stone tablet. Is this stone tablet alive? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. However, when he scanned it with his spiritual awareness, he found that the stone tablet was different from the one at Lingxiang Peak. There were no talismans on it. There were no strange patterns on it. All he could feel was an ancient aura. Refine it. Zhang Xiaohua only had one thought. To deal with this stone tablet, Zhang Xiaohua could only refine it. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and placed his hand on top of the stone tablet. He silently circulated his true qi and used the method that Huan Wuxin had taught him to refine the stone tablet. He slowly transferred his true qi to the stone tablet. Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped out of the air when he silently circulated his vital energy. This happened again? Could it be that when I was unconscious, there were countless lightning bolts in this wasteland? Did I attract lightning when I was unconscious? Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. She thought to herself, but, even if I guided the lightning into my body and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, it's still impossible, all of a sudden. Qi refining. Late stage of the 16th level. This jump is really too big. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to refine the stone tablet anymore. She sat down cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. She practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra from the first level all the way to the later stages of the 16th level. The true qi flowed smoothly in her meridians, and there wasn't a trace of obscurity. Obviously, she had successfully mastered the 16th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Furthermore, there weren't any hidden dangers, nor were there any after effects. Zhang Xiaohua once again scratched his bald head. He was both surprised and frightened. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could jump several levels in a row. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After a short moment, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, could it be that this is some sort of immortal fate as well? Second brother only had to kowtow a few times, and he could set foot on the path of immortality. Did I run into some bullshit luck too? But I didn't kowtow much. I finally understand why the immortal seniors from the Dalan Temple, the School of Fragrance, and Between the Clouds and the Water all want to come to this immortal mansion, even if they have to risk their lives to be the first. This place, there really is an opportunity. If Nanjing Yi was here and encountered an opportunity like mine, wouldn't she be able to reach the legendary Foundation establishment stage in a short time? She would be able to catch up with Fire Dragon Immortal. I'm only at the late stage of the Qi refining stage because of my low level of cultivation. Compared to the others, I'm nothing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down when he thought of the people in the Immortal Mansion. It would be strange if there weren't any fortuitous encounters in the Immortal Mansion. The Dalan Temple's Master Tiangang, the School of Fragrance's Nun Shu Qing, and the School of Between the Clouds and the Water's Taoist Master Haoyun wouldn't have to come out of seclusion and fight with the others for the Immortal Mansion. Suppressing the surprise of his cultivation advancement, Zhang Xiaohua sat down again. He placed his hand on the stone tablet and began to refine it. After a long time, an extremely thin layer of gold appeared on top of the tablet. Zhang Xiaohua's face paled. It seemed that the consumption of true qi was too great. At this time, a powerful consciousness came out of the tablet and directly attacked Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. The consciousness was hidden so deeply and the attack was so fast that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to react. The consciousness attacked Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace and directly hit the essence of herbalism. Bang! The vibration in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace made Zhang Xiaohua's face pale. The essence of herbalism wrapped in the golden essence of herbalism was shaken by the consciousness. It shook slightly and then stabilized. What is this? An old and weak voice faintly sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's essence of herbalism slightly paused. With a flash of golden light, the dragon, tiger, and phoenix talismans formed a mysterious connection and slightly rotated. The rooster talisman, the three-legged golden crow talisman, and the rabbit talisman also emitted golden light and slightly moved. What is this? When the consciousness realized that it couldn't control Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace, it wanted to escape. However, the rabbit talisman, which appeared first, immediately dispersed and 360 small talismans surrounded the consciousness. The consciousness panicked and tried to escape, but it couldn't. A weak voice came from Zhang Xiaohua's heart again, "Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. I was just like you. I wanted to come to this immortal mansion, to seek the immortal fate. Unexpectedly, my body was destroyed by the phoenix suppressed here." Before the consciousness could finish its words, the three-legged golden crow spat out a faint flame, which hit the consciousness. The consciousness screamed and then went silent. The rooster talisman opened its mouth and absorbed the unowned consciousness scattered in the Naiwen palace into the essence of herbalism. With every rotation of the golden divine restriction, a trace of the consciousness was refined and absorbed by the essence of herbalism. The essence of herbalism also grew little by little. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses and snorted coldly, "Are you trying to control me? You want I to be your puppet? What a good plan. Even if I can control this innate divine restriction, I will still refine you. Those who kill will be killed by others. If you didn't have evil thoughts about how could I kill you? But, this place suppresses a phoenix? Who suppresses it? A phoenix? The phoenix I saw just now seemed to be in nirvana. Rising from the ashes? Yes, it should be. I accidentally touched it. I was lucky enough to escape. The phoenix must have succeeded in nirvana and is hiding somewhere. Unfortunately, this is not anyone's person. It was burned by the three-legged golden crow too quickly. I only heard one sentence. If only I could ask more. Then, Zhang Xiaohua became more careful when she was refining the tablet. But, she didn't touch the consciousness hidden in the tablet again. But, even if she didn't encounter any accidents, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refine the tablet smoothly. She didn't know if it was because Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was too low or because the tablet was too difficult to refine. Zhang Xiaohua used up all her true qi and only refined the tablet as much as a finger. She took out a vitality stone and absorbed the qi of heaven and earth while refining the tablet. But she only refined about 10% of the tablet. She couldn't refine more. After trying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and put away the vitality stone. Then she spat a mouthful of essence blood on the tablet. She slapped her hand and shouted, "Quick!" The tablet flashed with a golden light and immediately shrank until it was the size of a palm. It flew into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. My cultivation is limited. If I could refine it completely, it could become a small dot or be absorbed into my body. But now, it can only be this big and can't be absorbed into my body. I still have to put it in my purse. What a pity, what a pity. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the tablet in her hand and said thoughtfully, "So this tablet is the spiritual tablet of the immortal mansion. If I want to control this immortal mansion, I have to refine it. Once I refine the entire immortal mansion, which is as large as the entire immortal mansion on Mount Yao, I'll be able to control it completely. I'll be able to make it as big as I want it to be, and even shrink it down to the size of a speck. Even if it fuses into my body, it's normal. If I want to move it away, I can put it somewhere else, even in the void or in midair. Good heavens, this is really a godlike method. I never dreamed of this. But my cultivation is limited and I can only refine 10%. Although I can't completely refine the tablet, 10% is enough to control part of the immortal mansion. Although I can't change it endlessly, it's enough to carve a large Zhang character on the immortal mansion. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh loudly. With a point of his finger, a ray of light flashed from the mansion guarding spirit steel. 10 thin strands flew into the air. Not long after, each strand was attached to an immortal artifact. Those immortal artifacts were all humming slightly. Unfortunately, in this immortal abode, they could only bow their heads and listen to orders. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the 10 Dharma treasures disappeared in the blink of an eye. She put them all into her money bag. Even though the immortal mansion belonged to Zhang Xiaohua now, and the 10 Dharma artifacts would not run away even if they were placed in the palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt that he could only be at ease if he kept them in his money pouch and in his arms. Okay, I've put away the Dharma treasures. Now, it's time to chase away those robbers who came to my house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he held the mansion guarding spirit steel in his hand. He pointed at it, and a rainbow appeared under his feet and flew into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to do anything, but his figure flew along the rainbow into the distance. At the foot of Yao Mountain, in the immortal mansion, Master Changxing of the Dalan Temple, Nun Jingyi of the incense cult, and Bai Yanxiu of Between the Clouds and the Water were all shocked when they saw that the immortal seniors of the various sects had been killed together and reached another agreement. They ordered their disciples to guard the steps of the immortal mansion while they relied on their own abilities. Whoever climbed the steps first would enter the immortal mansion first. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1181. When it comes to rushing up the stairs, the older the wiser. As soon as Peacock counted down to 3, Master Changsheng, Nun Jingyi, and Bai Yanxiu took off at the same time. Each of them performed the levitation technique and floated towards the stairs. They were no longer stingy with the little amount of genuine qi in their meridians. Just by using the levitation technique at the start, the difference in cultivation between the 3 of them was immediately obvious. Needless to say, Bai Yanxiu had only taken a few steps when she fell behind Master Changsheng and Nun Jingyi. At first, Master Changsheng and Nun Jingyi were running neck and neck with each other. They were about the same distance from the steps. However, when she was about 20 feet away from the stairs, Abbess Jingyi took a deep breath and silently used the incense sect's secret technique. Her figure suddenly sped up and she stepped onto the stairs before Grandmaster Changsheng. Just as Nun Jingyi's foot landed on the stairs, a loud rumbling sound came from the stairs. Nun Jingyi's heart sank. She looked up and immediately realized what was going on. On Yao Mountain, the previously tightly shut palace gate was now making a loud noise and slowly opening. Rays of light shot out from the immortal residence. Good, this is the style of an immortal residence. Nun Jingyi thought to herself. Her feet didn't stop at all and she was about to fly up the stairs. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped on the stairs, although she could still use Xinqi, she couldn't use levitation techniques anymore. Restriction, Nun Jingyi was stunned, but then she was overjoyed. Her incense sect's other techniques might be on par with the Dalan temples, but this light technique was a woman's specialty. She couldn't use levitation techniques here and could only use lightness techniques to climb up. How could she not leave Master Longevity behind? Without thinking, Nun Jingyi used her top-notch lightness technique. Like an old swallow, she flew up the stairs and towards the open palace gate. Seeing Nun Jingyi suddenly abandon levitation techniques, Master Longevity behind her was stunned. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he immediately understood. He used the Dalan Temple's secret technique, crossing the river on a reed, and followed closely behind Nun Jing-yi. Just as Nun Jing-yi expected, Master Longevity was inferior to her in terms of lightness techniques. It didn't take long for him to be left behind. Behind Master Longevity was, of course, Bai Yanxiu. At this moment, Bai Yanxiu was extremely depressed. Her levitation techniques were much slower than the two of them, but when she climbed up the stairs, her lightness techniques were slightly better than Master Longevity's. By the time she climbed halfway up the stairs, she was already behind Master Longevity. Seeing that Nun Jing-yi, who was at the front, was already 80% of the way up and was gradually approaching the palace gate, she became anxious. She exerted strength in her feet and floated over Master Longevity's head. Bai Yanxiu chased after him. With Master Longevity's cultivation, how could he not know? Just as Bai Yanxiu's figure leaped up, Master Longevity's sleeves flung back. A huge force surged from his sleeves and attacked Bai Yanxiu. You. When Bai Yanxiu saw this, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. In a panic, she clapped her hands together to meet the huge force from the sleeves. With a bang, the two forces collided. Bai Yanxiu felt like her hands were clapping on cotton. The cotton had infinite strength, but it was all internal and couldn't be stimulated. Suddenly, just as Bai Yanxiu's strength was exhausted, another force came from Master Longevity's sleeves and collided with Bai Yanxiu's palm. Bai Yanxiu staggered and fell down the stairs. Ouch! Bai Yanxiu's face was ashen. But at this moment, with a Amitba chant, Master Longevity rolled up his sleeves and grabbed one of Bai Yanxiu's hands. Bai Yanxiu borrowed the force and floated up, landing lightly on the stairs again. Master Longevity didn't even look at Bai Yanxiu, who was secretly rejoicing in his heart. In a low voice, he said, "Bai Zhongmen, as a person, you must know your place. Don't overstep your boundaries." "I understand." Bai Yanxiu had no choice but to answer like this. Although he was secretly cursing in his heart, why didn't they just say that they would fight for the immortal mansion based on their own abilities? Why did they stop him now that they were here? With Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu's delay, Nun Jing-yi had almost reached the palace gate. Behind them, Great Master Cheng Gung and Master Cheng Xing were also much closer. Bai Yanxiu felt a little regretful. He was weak to begin with. For no reason, why did he fight with the Dalan Temple, who was now the strongest force? Fortunately, Master Longevity was merciful and didn't beat him down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, went up the stairs. Then, the disciples of the Dalan Temple carried Master Tiangang, Master Yuandao, and Master Yuanming and followed. They were all very strong. These three old monks were as thin as firewood. They almost didn't feel much. Behind them were the disciples of the incense cult. Peacock carried Nun Shuqing in her arms. Chen Chen, Yuyan, Nun Shuezhen, and the others followed behind them. Behind them, Liang Zhangshu and the other disciples between the clouds and the water also carried Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters, and followed closely behind them. Of course, the Righteous Alliance, which didn't inherit the immortal path, was at the back again. Deputy Leader Chai and the others, with ashen faces, followed behind the dozens of young people, and went up the stairs. They had just stepped onto the stairs when they heard a series of sharp screeches from within the divine abode. In mid-air, the colorful brilliance was replaced by a blood-red brilliance. This time, the brilliance was somewhat different from before. It was like a faint burning flame. The snowflakes floating in the sky suddenly turned into raindrops, dripping down bit by bit. Raindrops were supposed to sober people up, but when the raindrops fell on their faces, it actually made them crazy. Looking at the ground, there was already blood seeping into the ground. And, as more blood seeped in, the originally ordinary soil gradually emitted wisps of black gas. The black gas was very thin and couldn't be seen clearly. Now that it was night time, no one could sense it. This black gas was also very strange. It only extended a few inches out of the soil and didn't spread or condense. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the disciples of the three immortal sects and the righteous alliance who were qualified to go up the stairs had all gone up. The disciples guarding the bottom of the stairs slackened and prepared to retreat a little. According to the orders of the sect leaders, they retreated to the stairs. At this moment, a knife light flashed from the disciple between the clouds and the water. The target of the knife was the Dalan Temple disciple. You. The Dalan Temple disciple was caught off guard and a deep cut was made under his armpit. Blood dripped down, dripping into the black gas at his feet. The black gas absorbed the blood and suddenly expanded, seeping into the disciple's blood vessels. Instantly, the Dalan Temple disciple's face froze. Without another word, he raised the cudgel in his hand and struck the disciple between the clouds and the water. Of course, the disciple between the clouds and the water was prepared and met the attack with his padao. After a few rounds, the disciple between the clouds and the water was no match for the Dalan Temple disciple. With a poochie sound, the disciple's head was smashed by the Dalan Temple's cudgel. His body fell to the ground, surrounded by a formless black gas. Not long after, all his blood was sucked dry. Monkey Na! How dare you beat my junior brother to death? The other disciples between the clouds and the water could not take it anymore. With weapons in hand, they attacked the Dalan Temple monk. The Dalan Temple monk did not say a word. With a wave of his cudgel, he struck another disciple between the clouds and the water. Thus, the disciples between the clouds and the water and the Dalan Temple disciples fought each other. Not long after, the disciples of the incense cult and the alliance of the righteous Tao joined in. In an instant, the scene at the bottom of the steps was chaotic. Everyone was crazily killing each other, regardless of whether they were from the three immortal sects or other sects of the pugilistic world. Of course, in the midst of the chaos, there were also many strong disciples who took the time to step onto the steps and head straight for the immortal mansion on Yao Mountain. Jing Yi was the first to finish the steps. She turned back to look at Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu, who had only reached 70% of the steps. Her lips curled into a cold smile. Then, she raised her head and quickly glanced at the incomparably huge palace gate. When she looked inside again, there was only emptiness. She could not see anything. Behind the palace gate, there shouldn't be anything powerful. Jing Yi hesitated for a moment, then regretted it. She had already come this far and had finally reached the palace gate. How could she still hesitate? Even if the palace gate was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, could she not go in? Immediately, Jing Yi drew a soft sword from her waist. Her figure leapt, and she rushed into the empty palace gate. Needless to say, after entering the palace gate, Jing Yi was just like Zhang Xiaohua. She was shocked by the incomparably huge palace in the distance. Jing Yi Shirtai was the leader of the incense sect's immortal Tao inheritance. She wasn't someone that a country bumpkin like Zhang Xiaohua could compare to. She was shocked and thought about the origin of the immortal abode. She wondered if there was anything in the immortal abode that could be of great use to the incense sect's immortal abode. When she came back to her senses, she immediately leapt up and stepped on the purple jade stone passage. A huge force suddenly appeared, and Jing Yi's figure was thrown back into the air. What kind of restriction is this? Nun Jing Yi was slightly taken aback. She looked left and right, then quickly moved to the left. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, Nun Jing Yi looked at the stagnant water with slight ripples. How could she not know the danger? She didn't dare to cross it carelessly and hurriedly ran to the blue jade stone passage. Who would have thought that? The force here was also extremely strong. Abbess Jing Yi suddenly understood and didn't stop. She didn't look at the few colors in the middle and directly ran to the outermost black and white jade stone passage. It had to be said that in this aspect, Zhang Xiaohua was far inferior to Jing Yi. When Jing Yi ran to the black and white passage, Master Changsheng and Bai Yanxiu also went up the stairs. However, they did not have to worry about the restriction of the palace gate. They rushed in directly. At the same time, the two of them were also shocked by the palace in the distance. This. Bai Yinxiu groaned and turned to look at Master Changsheng. Master Changsheng also seemed to be on guard. He turned to look at Bai Yinxiu. When their gazes met, they both looked away. Together, they looked at the purple jade stone passage. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Chapter 1182. At that moment, Nun Jingyi had already run to the side of the black and white jade passage. She had long disappeared. Master Changsheng came to his senses and immediately floated up. He also jumped onto the purple jade passage. Bai Yinxiu didn't dare to move ahead, but he definitely wouldn't fall behind. He followed closely behind Master Changsheng. The result was needless to say, the two of them were sent flying by the purple jade passage. Oh! Master Changsheng was slightly stunned. He looked at the purple jade passage in disbelief, as well as Nun Jingyi, who had long disappeared. Then, he looked left and right, as if he had seen something. Without saying a word, he flung his sleeves and floated up. He ran straight to the right side of the purple passage. Master. Bai Yinxiu had just opened his mouth when he realized something was wrong. He didn't say anything else. Yes, this was an immortal abode. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities to see their own opportunities. Whatever Master Changsheng knew, he definitely wouldn't tell her. If she asked, she would be lowering her status for no reason. When Bai Yinxiu's gaze fell on the place where Master Changsheng had flung his sleeves, his eyes lit up. Of course, on the right side of the purple jade passage, there was a small picture of a Buddhist staff imprinted on the ground. The top of the staff was pointing to the place where Master Changsheng had left. Sigh. Bai Yinxiu sighed softly. He looked to the left and jumped up almost without thinking. He was right behind Master Changsheng. When Bai Yinxiu got up, he also didn't know what to do. A small picture of a teapot also appeared on the ground. After that, other than Alliance Master Zhang San, who still tried to step onto the purple jade passage, the others all looked for the sect leader's picture and went to the black and white passages on the left and right. Alliance Master Zhang San also looked at the picture. After thinking for a while, he naturally followed the fragrance cult's footsteps. When Master Changsheng saw the secret mark left behind by Nun Jingyi, she had already stepped onto the black and white jade passage. Nun Jingyi's experience was incomparable to Zhang Xiaohua's. When she stepped onto the black and white jade passage and didn't see any rebound, she knew that she had made the right choice. She was delighted. Then, she held her breath and steadily walked forward step by step. More haste, less speed. In the decades that Nun Jingyi had been in charge of the fragrance cult, she had encountered many situations like this. Of course, such a strange jade passage could only be safely passed through by remaining still. Since Nun Jingyi's heart had already calmed down, and since Zhang Xiaohua could pass through the following jade passages, Nun Jingyi wouldn't have any problems either. Although the force that came at them at the end was extremely strong, the person who set up the restriction probably didn't know about the so-called martial arts after the immortal puppet, much less the existence of internal force. Although the force wasn't terrifying, Nun Jingyi knew how to use her Jinqi to imitate internal force. Once she realized that she couldn't use her Jinqi, and that she couldn't use her levitation technique but her lightness technique, how could she not quickly imitate her internal force to resist the force of over 10,000 jin? When Nun Jingyi passed through the jade passageway, she also saw a black screen of light. The black screen of light made Nun Jingyi feel very uncomfortable, but Nun Jingyi already knew that red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black and white made up the 7 colors. Since the black and white jade passageway was located at the outermost area, it was the lowest level. And since the screen of light was black, it should be the lowest level as well. Most likely, it was also the one she could enter. Furthermore, Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect had already entered before, but his corpse wasn't here. If he hadn't fallen into the water beside the jade passage, then he must have entered this black screen of light. Since Ren Xiaoyao was fine, how could Nun Jingyi have a problem? Therefore, the software in Nun Jingyi's hand trembled slightly, and she still stepped into the palace. First, she was attracted by the incomparably shocking scene of heaven and earth. Then, she fervently looked at the high and mighty throne in the middle of the palace. There's no need to ask. This throne must be the center of Immortal Mansion. If I can sit on it, I'll definitely know the secrets of Immortal Mansion like the back of my hand. As for the throne, how do I get to it? Nun Jingyi urged the black cloud under her feet to the place closest to the throne. She looked at the faint red cloud next to her and hesitated. She was in the air below her feet. If she couldn't stay on the faint red cloud, she might fall off the cloud. If she really fell from such a high place, there would be nothing left of her. Of course, Jingyi was no longer able to determine whether or not there was an illusory array in the hall. She also knew that even if there was an illusory array, Yao Mountain was right beneath the hall. However, the immortal Tao had countless methods to move a person from the illusory array to the air outside of Yao Mountain. Although she had casually jumped off Yao Mountain, it was very likely that she would fall outside of Yao Mountain. After thinking for a moment, Nun Jingyi put away her soft sword and took out a small sword with a thin transparent thread. She casually waved it, and the small sword flew toward the red cloud next to her. However, the red cloud seemed to be transparent, and Nun Jingyi's small sword didn't exert any force. It simply sliced through the air and flew back into Nun Jingyi's hand. Nun Jingyi's brows furrowed even tighter. She looked at the huge throne in the distance, which seemed to be the closest to her. She estimated the thin thread in her hand and flicked her wrist. The small sword flew over with a whoosh, but the high and lofty throne in the center was like the moon in the mirror or a flower in the water. The small sword sliced through the air above the throne and still fell. Nun Jingyi wasn't surprised by this. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly turned her head. She seemed to have sensed the footsteps of Master Longevity and the others outside the palace. Then, she clenched her teeth and leaped up, about to leap onto the faint red cloud. However, as soon as she moved, the faint black cloud rose with her. Just as Nun Jingyi's figure was about to approach the faint red cloud, a weak but unparalleled force appeared and blocked her to the side. That faint black cloud didn't leave the bottom of her feet for even a moment. This. Nun Jingyi was stunned. Just now, she had already prepared for the worst, but she had forgotten the simplest thing. This color was different, but it was completely different. She didn't have the slightest chance to practice it. Nun Jingyi was about to make another move when she saw some brilliance flickering in the distance. Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu each stepped on a faint white cloud and slowly flew over. Alas! Seeing this, Nun Jingyi sighed in her heart. She knew her advantage of being the first to enter Immortal Mansion had disappeared, and she hadn't discovered anything. What about Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect? Nun Jingyi looked at the faint black light screen in the distance and couldn't help but hesitate. She wanted to go in and take a look, but she was afraid that Master Longevity and Bai Yanxiu would do something and discover the secret of the throne in the center. If she could stay here, she might have a chance. If she left, then she definitely wouldn't be able to get anything. Amitba, Nun Jingyi, is this the center of Immortal Mansion? Obviously, Master Longevity was also attracted by the throne. Looking at the strange scenery under his feet and sighing about the wonders of the immortal Tao, he immediately urged the white cloud under his feet to come to the closest place to the throne. At this time, although the three of them were far away, Nun Jingyi could hear Master Longevity's words clearly. Yes, Master, this should be the center of Immortal Mansion. If we can get this throne, I'm afraid Immortal Mansion will be in our pockets. Nun Jingyi said calmly, by the way, may I ask Master, on the way here, did you see Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect? Master Longevity shook his head and replied, no, there was no trace of young benefactor Ren along the way. Nun Jingyi, could it be that there's some kind of restriction here that we can't pass? Bai Yanxiu followed behind Master Longevity and asked in shock. Hee, if it wasn't for some kind of restriction, would I wait here for you? Nun Jingyi's anger flared up in an instant. Hearing Nun Jingyi's unfriendly tone, the corners of Bai Yanxiu's eyes twitched. He turned his head to look at the central throne facing him, and ignored Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi, if there's anything strange here, please tell me. Since we've come here together, before we find a way to break the restriction, it's better for us to work together, Master Longevity said in a deep voice. Don't you think so, Bai Zhangmen? Yes, I've been following behind Master all this time. Master, I'm already very satisfied that you've tolerated me. If I discover anything, I'll definitely tell you. Bai Yanxiu said with a smile. Sigh. Nun Jingyi let out a long sigh. She looked at the throne and said with a bitter smile, I've only just arrived here. Before I could do anything, Master and Bai Zhangmen arrived. I was even a little ahead of time, but I didn't even have the slightest advantage. Master Longevity put his palms together and stood quietly. He didn't look at the throne, but at the many little ants around Ya Mountain. It wasn't clear whether he was thinking about Nun Jingyi's words or looking for a way to get close to the throne. Bai Yanxiu couldn't help but whisper, Master, if you don't do anything, I would like to try. Master Longevity seemed to have woken up from a dream. He looked up at Bai Yanxiu and said kindly, if Bai Zhangmen wants to do it, you can. I don't have any tricks up my sleeve, otherwise I'd also give it a try. Then I'll be rude. Bai Yanxiu stepped forward, and the white cloud under her feet floated forward for a while. She passed by Master Longevity and raised her hand. In her palm was the treasure of her Shindao sect, the demon refining gourd. Oh, this is bad. I forgot, you can't use magic tools outside the palace, but that doesn't mean you can't use them inside the palace. Nun Jingyi was secretly regretting. When she entered the palace, she still followed her previous idea. As long as it was immortal methods, this immortal mansion would be restricted. Only martial arts methods could be used. Now that she saw Bai Yanxiu take out the demon refining gourd, she couldn't help but realize. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1183. Bai Yanxiu wasn't a fool. She took out the demon refining gourd and secretly glanced at Nun Jingyi. The slight remorse on Nun Jingyi's face calmed her down. Nun Jingyi silently circulated her true qi and made a hand seal. The demon refining gourd rose into the air and flew past many barriers, gradually approaching the central throne. Seeing this, Nun Jingyi's eyes flashed fiercely, and her left hand unconsciously reached into her clothes. Master Longevity did the same, and the prayer beads in his hand also spun very quickly. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Before Bai Yanxiu could make a hand seal to open the lid of the demon refining gourd and suck the central throne into the gourd, the horizontal board hanging above the throne exploded, and an extremely thin purple lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, hitting the demon refining gourd in midair. With a sizzling sound, the demon refining gourd, which was regarded as the most precious treasure of the Shindao sect, didn't even last a second under the purple lightning bolt before it turned into nothingness. Ah! Bai Yanxiu, who was controlling the demon refining gourd in the distance, didn't even have time to feel a trace of joy before she let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She clutched her chest and collapsed in the depths of the white clouds. Seeing this, Nun Jingyi and Master Changxing both let out a long sigh of relief. They felt extremely lucky in their hearts. Looking at Bai Yanxiu's appearance, not only was the sect's most precious treasure, the devil refining gourd, destroyed, even her heart and lungs had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. It was likely that she could no longer do anything in this immortal mansion. Thank goodness. Nun Jingyi was even more afraid. If she had used the immortal Dao's remarkable power as soon as she entered, wouldn't she be the one lying on the ground now? But, the demon refining gourd is an ancient divine artifact. How could it be so easily destroyed by lightning? Could it be that, this central throne, is more important than an ancient divine artifact? This immortal mansion, has an even more unknown secret? Nun Jingyi thought to herself. At this moment, several rays of light flashed at the entrance of the immortal mansion in the distance. The other disciples of the three immortal Dao sects and Alliance Master Zhang San of the righteous Dao quickly followed into the main hall. Everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight before their eyes, and they stood dumbstruck at the entrance. Abbot. After Great Master Cheng Gung and Great Master Cheng Xing came to their senses, they immediately lifted their feet. The white cloud automatically sent them to Great Master Cheng Sheng. Junior brothers, let's take a look first. We can't use Dharma treasures or immortal Dao divine abilities here. Do you have any way to obtain the central throne? Grand Master Longevity looked at the two huge ancient characters above the throne and asked in a low voice. Hierarch. Peacock, Qinshin, Yuyan, and Nun Shuezhen were all there. Nun Shuezhen was holding Nun Shuqing, who had woken up and had taken the secret elixir of the fragrance cult. Come over here. Abbess Jingyi's eyes lit up when she saw Peacock and the others. When Peacock came closer, Nun Jingyi said in a low voice, "You don't have to stay here. Look for an opportunity later and pass through the black light screen behind the throne. Go to the back and see what's there. This is the center of all the sects and I've already tried. I'm afraid there are many twists and turns. Even if you succeed, you'll have to pay a lot. Why don't we take advantage of him first?" "Yes, Hierarch." Peacock nodded. "Hierarch. Have you seen that damn Ren Xiaoyao?" Chen Chen looked around and asked in a low voice. Nun Jingyi's face was filled with hatred. Who knows where that bastard went? Maybe he's already inside? He doesn't know the importance of this throne or he's afraid of bumping into us. He's probably inside to try his luck. Chen Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San had also walked to the front of the throne. His eyes were filled with eagerness. He looked around and leaped toward the throne, while everyone was looking at Alliance Master Zhang San. Peacock and the other two stealthily flew towards the back of the throne. Just as Nun Jingyi and the elders had expected, Alliance Master Zhang San was also blocked by the restriction between the black and red clouds. He fell to the ground in a very bored manner. At this time, there were a few more balls of light. More disciples from various sects and the vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance rushed in. "Cheng Sheng, have you found anything?" Master Tiangang, who had already awakened, had also taken the elixir made by the Dalan Temple. He could already walk on his own. "Master, I haven't." Master Cheng Sheng looked ashamed. "Master, how's your injury?" "It's fine." Although Master Tiangang's words sounded fine, his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Nun Shuqing in the distance. However, when Master Tiangang looked at Nun Shuqing, he noticed that Peacock and the other two had already left. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to Kong Chan and the others beside him and said a few words. Master Cheng Sheng saw this and also noticed that something was wrong. He looked at Nun Jingyi meaningfully. Nun Jingyi seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. She stood beside Alliance Master Zhang San and listened to the Righteous Alliance's affairs with great interest. What? Vice Alliance Master Chai fell into the water? Alliance Master Zhang San's face darkened again. Yes, Vice Alliance Master Chai only had one arm. When he was passing through the Jade Stone Avenue, he was suppressed by the huge force. He couldn't control his body properly and fell into the water. Vice Alliance Master Yen said with lingering fear. That water was really strange. When Vice Alliance Master Chai fell, it was as if he melted and disappeared without a trace. Alliance Master Zhang San, I hope Alliance Master Zhang San will punish me. I didn't take good care of Vice Alliance Master Chai. Sigh, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. I was almost defeated at that time as well. How can I blame you? Alliance Master Zhang San waved his hand and asked in a low voice, what about the other sects? Vice Alliance Master Yen stole a glance at Nanjing Yi. Other than the Righteous Alliance, Incense Cult was walking on the left. Alliance Master Zhang San was asking about Incense Cult's casualties. Reporting to Alliance Master Zhang San. Many of our disciples, because their skills are limited, they couldn't pass through the Jade Stone Avenue. Especially Vice Alliance Master Me. He went up the stairs with me, but when he passed through the Jade Stone Avenue, he also encountered difficulties. He was guarding outside and couldn't enter. Vice Alliance Master Yen said in a low voice, however, the other sects aren't much stronger than us. At the beginning, many of their disciples passed through, but later, they were all blocked outside the Jade Stone Avenue. In fact, many of their disciples fell into the water. After hearing this, Alliance Master Zhang San's face relaxed a bit. He raised his head and looked at the central throne. He said in a low voice, just wait and see. How can we get the central throne? Or, if we can pass, that would be good too. Yes, I will give the order now, Vice Alliance Master Yen nodded with a smile. Compared to the Righteous Alliance, between the clouds and the water, the situation wasn't much better. Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters also woke up. Each of them was supported by a disciple between the clouds and the water. In the end, just as they entered the main hall, they saw Bai Yanxiu lying on the ground with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Liang Zhangxiu and the others helped Bai Yanxiu up and fed him a secret pill. Only then did Bai Yanxiu's face gradually become rosy. Seeing that 4 of his sect's people were seriously injured, Bai Yanxiu couldn't help but feel sad. He also saw that there were many people in the Dalan temple. They were gesticulating and discussing, wanting to get the central throne. Knowing that the possibility of him between the clouds and the water obtaining this throne was very small, he turned his gaze to other places. When she saw that Kong Chan and the others were about to disappear, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She immediately gave a look to Liang Zhangxiu and the others and used her mouth to point to the back of the throne. Liang Zhangxiu and the others also turned their heads and finally saw Kong Chan and the others' backs. They nodded slightly to Bai Yanxiu, lifted their feet, and quietly flew to the back of the throne. The leaders and elders of the 3 immortal sects all stayed in the main hall. The outstanding disciples of the sects all quietly left. Only the Righteous Alliance, relying on their advantage in martial arts, stayed in the main hall. They didn't notice that someone had secretly left. Peacock, Qinshin and Swift held hands as they snuck out of the main hall. They passed through the black light curtain and came to a corridor. The corridor was extremely short, only about 10 feet long. At the end of the corridor was a light curtain that glowed milky white. On the floor of the corridor, there were 6 different colored passageways that led to the light curtain. Let's go, Peacock glanced and said, it seems that the levels in Divine Mansion are separated by color. Our cultivation is low, so we can only go through the black and white passages. With that, he took the lead. Chen, who followed behind, was a little disapproving. He secretly stretched out his foot and kicked the space between the 2 passages. There was a bang, as if he had hit an iron plate. Ouch! Chen cried out in pain and jumped up holding his foot. Who told you to mess with the prohibition of Divine Mansion for no reason? Didn't you see that Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water was injured by the prohibition of Divine Mansion? Peacock stared at her angrily. Let me try. Chen had no choice but to stare fiercely at the prohibition that she couldn't see. After walking through the short corridor and passing through the milky white light curtain, the 3 of them raised their heads and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. They were standing on top of a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was surrounded by endless celestial clouds. Within the celestial clouds, they could faintly see a few palaces and towers. Some of them were exposed on the roof, while some were exposed on the side. The shape of each palace was different, and each palace was magnificent and magnificent. In front of them, there were dozens of different colored praying mats, floating in the sea of clouds. Senior sister. Should we go back and inform the sect leader? Yuyan woke up from the shock and asked Peacock first. Peacock pondered for a moment and shook her head. Many disciples in the hall are attracted by the central throne. Our leader sent us here to search for the treasures of the celestial path. If we turn back now, we will definitely disturb the others. If we attract their attention, won't we lose our chance? Yes, we will listen to Senior Sister Peacock. Yuyan nodded. Let's go, I want to see the remnants of the Tenryu sect. In which pavilion? Chin Chin shouted and stepped onto a black and white praying mat. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1184. Just as Chin Chin stepped onto the black and white cattail hassock, there were a few shrill cries from far away. The cries were filled with despair, and it blew away the clouds in the sea of clouds, revealing the faces of all the palaces in the sea of clouds. There were as many as 9 of them. Each palace had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. The cattail hassock under Chin Chen's feet was also affected by the cries. After a few swings, Chin Chen almost fell off. Fortunately, Peacock was quick enough to pull Chin Chen off the cattail hassock. When Chin Chen's feet touched the ground, his vest was already soaked. After that, Chin Chen and the others did not dare to act rashly. After waiting for a moment and hearing no more movements, Peacock smiled and said, "Let's go. If we don't go now, there will be people behind us." After that, she stepped onto the cattail hassock that Chin Chen was standing on just now. The black and white cattail hassock immediately glided into the sea of clouds. Chin Chen and Swift did not dare to delay. They each chose a black and white cattail hassock and followed Peacock. The cattail hassock glided very quickly and very steadily. There seemed to be some kind of restriction. The 3 of them didn't feel any breeze on their faces. After only half a cup of tea's time, the 3 of them arrived in front of a white palace. How is this a palace? Chin Chin jumped down from the cattail hassock and looked at his feet and then at the open palace door. He could not help but groan, this floor. The palace door and the entire palace. It's all piled up with white jade, there's no gap at all. Is this what flawless refers to? Peacock was also very surprised. There were many palaces on the incense cult's Lingxiang Peak, but compared to this palace, it paled in comparison. Let's go in and have a look. Peacock nodded slightly, holding the soft sword in her hand. She raised her head and entered the palace. The palace was huge and there were no illusions. It was not much different from a normal palace except that there was something similar to a Buddhist shrine at the head of the palace. There were curtains, incense burners, and a jade table. The only thing missing was the head of the table, the object that was supposed to be enshrined under the curtains. Look, Sister Peacock. Over there. Is that a jade scroll? Swift's eyes were sharp. When Chin Chin saw the table, she had already noticed several shelves placed casually at the foot of the hall on the left. Chin Chin was also attracted by Swift's words. When he turned to look, he clapped his hands and smiled. Great, we've finally gained something. That's not all. Look over there. Peacock was as calm as ever. She pointed at the other end of the hall opposite the jade scroll. There were no shelves there, only long and narrow supports. On each of the supports, one could vaguely see a strange-looking weapon. Artifact? Swift blurted out. Probably. Peacock nodded. She looked to her left and right and ordered, "My 2 junior sisters, it's only right that we take the lead. We must act now, do not return empty-handed." "Yes, I will listen to Senior Sister's arrangements." "Then let's start from this jade scroll and see if we can get anything good," Peacock said as she walked to the front of the shelf. The shelf looked like an ordinary shelf, but it was milky white in color. There were many jade scrolls on the shelf. However, when Peacock reached out to pick up a jade scroll, her hand was pushed to the side by a soft barrier. She could not touch it at all. This. Peacock frowned and raised the soft sword in her right hand without hesitation. She channeled her true energy and a 3-feet-long sword light appeared. Peacock squinted her eyes and raised the sword. Swoosh. It was aimed at the jade scroll. With a crisp clang, the restriction on the jade slip emitted a milky white brilliance and blocked the sword light. Peacock and the other two did not have any divine sense, so they could not tell if there were any flaws in the barrier. When they saw that the sword light did not work, they looked at each other. My 2 junior sisters, I will go first. When I run out of true energy, you can continue. Peacock gritted her teeth and said. Don't, senior sister. The true energy in our bodies is not easy to come by, let's try it first, don't exhaust it. Aren't there other things nearby? If we exhaust our true energy here, the other things will be lost. Chen Chen did not agree with Peacock's suggestion. Alright, let's do as Chen Chen says. Peacock said and slashed a few more times. The barrier on the jade scroll did not budge at all. Peacock then retreated. Chen Chen and Swift went up to give it a try, but they could not break it. Let's go over there and take a look. Maybe the barrier there is weaker? Chen Chen suggested. Peacock thought for a moment and nodded. She then walked over to the area where the strange instruments were placed. She picked up a long and thin wooden instrument and slashed at it with the soft sword again. It was to no avail. Forget it, forget it. Chen Chen was impatient. He kept the soft sword and said, Senior sister, I will go to the main hall. It's better to call for the Grand Leader or the Grand Elder. How can we break a barrier like this? Please don't. Peacock grabbed Chen Chen and scolded, if we can't break it, even the monks from the Dalan Temple may not be able to break it. The other martial artists will not be able to break it either. But if you go to the Grand Leader, you will attract the attention of Master Tiangang and the others. Let's not talk about their unscrupulous methods, who knows if they will take these jade scrolls. Even if we attract their attention and they come here, won't we lose the initiative? Then, what should we do? Chen Chen frowned. Let's go. The 3 of us will split up and search through everything in this hall. Let's see if there's anything we can get our hands on. After Peacock gave her orders, she took the lead and left. Chen Chen and Swift also went in different directions. However, when the 3 of them met at the other end of the main hall, they were all empty-handed. They did not get anything. There's nothing. Peacock frowned. That. Senior sister, there are a few cattail hassocks in the corner, they look nothing special. Chen Chen heard this and said hesitantly. Go get them quickly. Peacock shouted. Everything that can be taken from here, we must take it. Who knows, there might be something good. We don't have divine sense, we can't tell. Getting them is the most important thing. Chen Chen responded and quickly turned around. Not long after, he came back with 4 emerald green cattail hassocks in his hands. Let's go and take a look at the back of the main hall. Peacock looked at the door not far away. Although the door was wide open, they could not see what was outside. The 3 of them walked quickly out of the main hall. When they looked up, they were stunned. Chen Chen said hesitantly, Senior sister. Did we go the wrong way? This. Behind the main hall. Why is there such a huge lake? What the 3 of them saw was an enormous lake. At this moment, there were no ripples on the surface of the lake. A gentle breeze blew past, and the surface of the lake rippled. However, there was no sunlight or moonlight. There were no folds of light. There were also no mountains to be seen. There were no reflections of the mountains. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful lake. However, not far from the main hall, by the lakeside, there were a few small pavilions hidden in the greenery. Let's go, maybe in those pavilions, we'll find something. Chen Chen shouted. Peacock thought for a moment and turned to Yuyan. Sister Yuyan, I'll have to trouble you. Please wait at the front. If there's anyone who's not skilled enough to barge in, just stab him to death with your sword. If you can't stop them. Before she could finish, she shook her head. Forget it, forget it. If it's just a normal person, the leader might not care. If it's the great master Chang'eng and the others, the leader will definitely see them. You're useless here. Then, she pointed at the small boats on the lake and smiled. I thought that the divine mansion was filled with immortals. I didn't think that even immortals have the mood to enjoy their leisure time. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed as if they had forgotten that they were in the divine mansion. They used their qinggong to jump down from the main hall and rushed to the small boat by the lake. Who knew? When they got on the boat, the three of them realized that the boat did not have any paddles. It was just a wooden plank. How are we going to steer the boat? Peacock and the others looked at each other. When they were in the main hall, there were black clouds under their feet. As long as they lifted their feet, the clouds would fly by themselves. Could it be that this boat was the same? But when they walked back and forth a few steps, the boat did not move at all. Essential energy, Peacock seemed to understand and whispered. Maybe, it's like internal energy. Let's try using essential energy. Sure enough, when the three of them sent essential energy into the boat, it swayed slightly and really moved. The direction was not anywhere else but the pavilion by the lake. Hee hee, alright. Other than the three sects, don't even think about the Righteous Alliance and the other martial arts sects. Chen Chen did not forget to gloat. That's right. If we didn't get the inheritance at Lingxiang Peak and have some essential energy in our meridians, I'm afraid that even if we got on the boat, we wouldn't be able to come here. Yuyan nodded. I don't think so. If there were paddles or something like that, maybe we could steer the boat. Peacock looked at the lake and smiled. Who would come to Immortal Abode for paddles? Chen Chen snorted. It's better to bring more weapons. That's right, the other two laughed. While the three of them were talking, the boat quickly approached the shore. There were many large trees planted on the shore. The leaves were lush and green, but Peacock and the rest had never seen these trees before. They could smell a strange fragrance, but they could not see where it came from. After walking for 100 feet, they saw a rather large pond in a spacious area. There were some things that looked like lotus leaves in the pond. There were about a dozen budding lotus flowers standing upright. Beside the pond, there were about a dozen pavilions of different styles. They were clearly separated on both sides of the pond. Peacock and the rest glanced at the things in the pond and focused on the pavilion at the front. This was a small 3-story building. Its style was similar to the pavilions at Lingxiang Peak, but the decorations were very ancient. Many of them were things that Peacock and the rest had never seen before. Please vote, please keep, please tip. Chapter 1185. The door to the house was left ajar. From the outside, they could not see what was inside and did not know if there was anyone inside. Although Peacock knew that it was unlikely that there would be anyone inside, she still cautiously called out a few times before pushing the door open. Oh right, Senior. Chen Chen suddenly spoke. Ah. Peacock was caught off guard and jumped in fright. She quickly retracted her hand and asked, "What's the matter?" "Oh, Senior. I want to ask. How long have we been in Immortal Abode? What time is it now?" Chen Chen saw that he had startled Peacock and asked apologetically. "You." Peacock let out a long sigh and said impatiently, "We came in after midnight. It's almost Cho hour now, why? Why are you suddenly asking about the time?" "Oh, I just remembered. When we entered Immortal Abode, it was pitch black outside. When we arrived at Immortal Abode, it was bright. I really don't know where this light comes from. There's no sun in the sky. Chen Chen still had the leisure to think about this at this time. This was interesting. Peacock and Swift heard this and came to a realization. They looked up at the gray sky. Although there was no sun, it was still bright and they could not see where the light came from. If we live in a mortal abode, there's no difference between day and night. How are we going to sleep? Chen Chen said with groundless worry. Senior. You're thinking too much. Swift smiled and said, we usually meditate at night. If it's daytime, won't we be cultivating for a long time? We can't wait to rejoice. Why would we worry about sleeping? Ah, Junior. You don't sleep. Chen Chen was stunned. Why? Senior. You have to sleep at night? Swift was even more stunned. Peacock heard this and said impatiently, Chen Chen sleeps for 4 hours every day. You're brilliant, Senior. Swift smiled and gave her a thumbs up. It was not sure if they were talking about sleeping at the entrance of the house. When the three of them entered the house, they realized. In this house, all the furnishings, things, showed that this was just a place to stay. Peacock led the way and looked at the entire 3rd floor of the house. She rolled her eyes at Chen Chen more than once. Chen Chen was also innocent. He only curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. As for what was said, only Chen Chen himself could understand it. The three of them searched the entire building like robbers, but they didn't find anything useful. The three of them didn't dare to delay. They immediately went downstairs and went straight to the small building next to them. Although the style of the small building next to them was different, the furnishings inside were also ordinary. Chen Chen, Yuyan, let's split up. We'll each look for a different place. Peacock said anxiously as she peered through the window of the small building and looked at the tall palace in the distance. Yes, senior sister. Chen Chen and the other two replied and were about to leave. By the way, anything that can be taken, other than the tables and chairs, take them all. Peacock did not forget to remind him, especially the jade hairpins, cinnabar hairpins. Don't worry, we have the purple phoenix hairpin in the fragrance cult. If I don't even know this, how can I survive in the fragrance cult? Chen Chen patted his chest and promised. When Peacock heard the word survive, she was speechless. She waved her hand and said, go on, who knows? The disciples of the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water might be here soon. The three of them split up. After nearly 2 hours, the three of them had searched all the small buildings. The disciples of the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water did not come. The three of them gathered by the pond. Peacock smiled and said, how was it? Did you find anything? Hee hee, senior sister, watch me. Chen Chen smiled as well. He held a large brocade handkerchief in his hand, wrapped in a bunch of bulging items, showing them off in front of Peacock as if he was presenting a treasure. Peacock said exasperatedly, open it and see. Sure enough, Chen Chen's haul was bountiful. In the brocade handkerchief on the ground, there was a jade scroll, 2 jade hairpins, 3 beaded flowers, and several other accessories. Peacock herself could not tell what they were used for. What are these? Peacock pointed at a few of the items and asked, puzzled. A rattle drum, a tobacco pipe, and this. I think it's a small jade bottle. Chen Chen pointed out excitedly. What are you holding a tobacco pipe for? Peacock could tell at a glance that this tobacco pipe, although it was different from the ones used in the secular world, but it was obviously an ordinary item. Senior sister, didn't you say? I had to take everything I could. I had to find this big brocade handkerchief to take all these items. Chen Chen said, feeling wronged. All right, that's good, that's good. Peacock smiled and said, whether they're good or not, we'll know when we bring them back and let the leader and the Grand Elder have a look. After that, Swift also took out the items. Swift did not have much, just 2 jade scrolls, a few golden hairpins, a jade rui, and 7 or 8 small beads. After looking through Swift's items, Chin Chin asked anxiously, "Senior sister, what about you? Did you find anything good?" "Hee, look." Peacock also took out the items she had put away. There were also a few jade scrolls, a plate-like item, a jade flute, a string of beads, and 2 small mirrors. Nothing much. Chin Chin said curiously, "Look at senior sister. You seem to have found some treasure, these. They look ordinary too." These are all things we don't know the use of." Peacock smiled and said, "I found this on a table in a small building." "Which one? Where?" Chin Chin widened his eyes and looked at Peacock. Peacock smiled and kept the items. She reached out with her right hand and pulled out a soft sword from her waist. "Soft sword?" Swift was also stunned. There was jealousy in her eyes and said, "Senior sister. You're really lucky to have found such a good item." It was a coincidence. Peacock did not hide her pride and smiled. "There was a straight rope on the table. I thought it was strange. I only knew it was a sheathed soft sword when I picked it up. If I was careless, wouldn't I have missed it?" "Oh, senior sister." Chin Chin heard and ran away. He shouted as he ran, "Wait a minute, I saw a rope too. There really is one." Peacock and Swift were stunned. Not long after, they saw Chin Chin waving a soft sword in his hand and running over with a smile on his face. There must be a mistake. There really is one." This time, Peacock and Swift were completely petrified. This soft sword was casually thrown on the dressing table. I thought it was a rope," Chin Chin said embarrassedly. Peacock and Swift looked at each other and said in unison, "There's no one here, let's search again." Chin Chin was of course willing, so the 3 of them searched together again. Sure enough, after half an hour, when the 3 of them met by the pond, they had more than 10 items in their hands. "Oh, someone's coming." Chin Chin's eyes were sharp and saw several figures leaping down from the top of the palace. He could not see their faces clearly from afar, but they did not look like monks from the Dalan temple. "And over there's a small boat coming. They look like monks from the Dalan temple." Peacock pointed. Not far away, on the other side of the lake, there were also 2 small boats coming to the shore. "Let's go," Peacock urged. "There are many monks in the Dalan temple. I'm afraid we're no match for them. If they have evil intentions, it'll be troublesome." Chin Chin waved the soft sword in his hand and said, "I'll let them have a taste of my power." Peacock had already taken 2 steps forward. She turned back and scolded, "Let's go. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back." However, when she turned around, she saw the lotus leaves in the pond from the corner of her eyes. The edges of the lotus leaves were inlaid with faint golden threads, and the edges of the budding lotus flowers were also faintly flashing with golden threads. She sniffed carefully. That fragrance. Wasn't it emitting from the lotus flowers in the pond? Peacock immediately came to her senses and turned to look at the small boat that was getting closer and closer. She also saw the figure that had just reached the side of the small boat. She clenched her teeth and pulled out her flexible sword. She whispered, "My 2 juniors, we have all misjudged. Quick, pluck all the lotus flowers in the pond." Ah! When Chin Chin and Swift heard this, they too turned back and did not dare to dawdle. They immediately used their qigong and leaped to the surface of the pond. There was indeed something strange about the lotus flowers. When Peacock and the other 2 tried to pluck them together, the soft sword in Swift's hand could not cut off the stem of the lotus. Only the soft sword that Peacock and Chin Chin obtained from the small building could pluck the lotus flowers. Swift tried a few times and returned to the shore, looking at the 2 with envy. There were more than 10 lotus flowers in the pond. Peacock and Swift spent a lot of effort to pluck them all. Chin Chin did not forget to pluck a few large lotus leaves to hold the lotus flowers. When Peacock got to the shore, she looked up and saw that the monks of the Dalan temple and the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water had already arrived at the shore. There were also many disciples gathered around the palace. They could not see clearly from afar, but there were many dressed in palace attire. They must be the disciples of the Dalan temple. Let's go. Peacock did not hesitate, she dashed into the depths of the forest. Chen Chen and the others also knew the importance of this and did not say anything. They followed Peacock and disappeared into the forest after a few ups and downs. Peacock and the other two were dressed in palace attire. They had already been spotted by Kong Chan of the Dalan temple and Liang Tsangshu of Between the Clouds and the Water. They urged the small boat under their feet, wanting to get to the shore quickly to see what kind of opportunity there was. When they got to the shore, Peacock and the other two were nowhere to be seen. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the dozens of small buildings. The two groups had a tacit understanding. One group walked side by side and searched the small buildings one by one. When they entered the small buildings, Peacock and the other two quickly used their qinggong to reach the shore and hurriedly boarded a small boat. The little vital energy in their meridians was stimulated and the small boat was like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the palace. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1186. At this time, there were many people gathered below the palace, wanting to cross the lake by boat. However, none of them had the vital energy of immortality and could not move the boat. Just as Peacock had said, no one had brought a paddle with them, so they could only look at the lake and sigh. Just as the crowd was envious of the monks from the Dalan temple and the disciples from Between the Clouds and the Water, they saw another boat coming back. They were all shocked. When the boat came closer, several disciples dressed in palace attire cheered as if they were welcoming the victorious return of the victors. These female disciples held weapons and stood guard by the shore. One of them quickly ran back to the palace. When Peacock and the other two reached the shore, more than 10 female disciples came to receive them. As soon as Peacock and the others left the shore, the disciples from the Dalan temple and Between the Clouds and the Water who were searching the building noticed them. However, the boat had already entered the lake and they could not catch up. Although they knew that Peacock and the others had been here before, they still suppressed their thoughts and searched for them slowly. Peacock and the others on the boat kept looking back, fearing that the monks from the Dalan temple would really come after them. When the boat reached the shore, they finally felt relieved. Senior Sister Peacock. A few of the Aroma cult's inner disciples called out to her affectionately as they cleared some space on the shore. Where's the leader? Are you here as well? Peacock asked anxiously when she heard this. No, the leader is still in the front hall. Master Longevity and I of Between the Clouds and the Water are all here too. A disciple replied. Another disciple whispered, after Senior Peacock left, the monks from the Dalan temple also left. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't know at first, but later on, they also left quietly. Only the Righteous Alliance didn't know about it. Later on, when more and more people came to the front hall, people noticed the light curtain at the back. However, everyone knew that the center of divine abode was the throne in the middle, so very few people came here. Later on, the leader asked the Grand Elder to bring us to the back hall. The restriction of the back hall has been broken? Chen Chen was shocked. It's not that easy. A disciple smiled bitterly and said, the Grand Elder has tried everything, but she still can't break it. Her meridians are also lacking true qi. There are many spells that she can't use. Maybe it's not about the magic formula. Just now, the great master Chang Gung of the Dalan temple, Between the Clouds and the Water, also came. It seems that the great master Chang Gung didn't participate in the battle just now. He also can't break it. A disciple continued. Come, let's go up first. Peacock eyes glanced at the small package in Chen Chen's hand and whispered. Yes. All the disciples had already seen the small package. They surrounded the 3 senior sisters and used their qinggong to rush towards the palace. At this time, the palace was crowded with people. Not to mention the Xiongism and the Righteous Alliance, even the disciples of the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water had come. There were even disciples from other sections. They must have fought their way up from the bottom of Yaoshan Mountain. The Xiongism's palace attire was very conspicuous. In a corner of the palace, a few female disciples with long swords surrounded a shelf. When they saw Peacock and the others approaching, they opened up a gap for Peacock, Chen Shen and Swift to enter. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Peacock bowed respectfully. Peacock, wait a moment. At this moment, Senior Nun Shu Qing was frowning. She released her divine sense and carefully studied a restriction on the shelf. After a while, Senior Nun Shu Qing seemed to have gained something. She took out the plain cloud white flag and waved it at the restriction. 4 to 5 small lotus flowers floated over. However, when the lotus flowers touched the restriction, they flashed a few times and then disappeared. Cough, cough. Senior Nun Shu Qing wanted to wave the flag again, but another strand of blood flowed out of her mouth. Sigh. Nun Shu Qing let out a long sigh and put away the plain cloud white flag. She turned to look at Peacock and whispered, Peacock. I heard that the three of you went to the other side. What did you find? Grand Elder, look. Chen Shen picked up the small package in his hand and was about to open it. Don't open it yet. Shu Qing Nun used her divine sense to scan it and her face lit up with joy. She said, this handkerchief is a good treasure. It can block out divine sense. Just this handkerchief alone is worth it. Ah. Chen Shen was stunned and mumbled, this. I picked it up from the ground. Hee, little Chen Chen's luck is not bad. Shu Qing Nun said lovingly, take this package first. We'll talk about it after the owner of the Immortal Mansion is settled. Yes, Grand Elder. Seeing that he had obtained something good, Chen Shen was overjoyed and replied with great pleasure. Reporting to Grand Elder, I and Junior Chen Chen each got a soft sword. Peacock smiled and presented the soft sword. Shu Qing Nun took it and looked at it for a while. She nodded and said, this is an immortal weapon, not an ordinary weapon. I don't know how to use it. We'll study it in detail when we get here. Shu Qing Nun sniffed and closed her eyes. In a moment, her face lit up with joy and she whispered, where did this fragrance come from? Is it the lotus leaf in your hand? Yes, Grand Elder is wise. There are several lotus flowers in the lotus leaf. Swift nodded and said. Shu Qing Nun carefully opened the lotus leaf and looked at the lotus flowers inside. She was shocked and mumbled, this. Could it be the 9 Heavens Black Lotus? 9 Heavens Black Lotus? What's that? Peacock and the others were stunned and asked curiously. Lower your voice, Shu Qing Nun was seriously injured and had to be careful. She whispered, Chen Shen, open your handkerchief and put these lotus leaves and lotus flowers inside. This. Will it work? Looking at the lotus leaves that were much bigger than the handkerchief, Chen Shen was confused. Try it. Shu Qing Nun smiled. Chen Shen said as he unfolded the handkerchief. Peacock was also puzzled as she placed the lotus leaf that was wrapped in the handkerchief into the corner of the handkerchief. An incredible scene unfolded. The lotus leaf that was much larger than the handkerchief was instantly placed inside the handkerchief. Ah! Everyone who saw this was shocked. Put it in quickly, Shu Qing Nun urged. Hao Feng and Chang Gung are already looking over here. Chen Shen and Swift quickly put the rest of the lotus leaves in. Hao Fengzhenren also walked over. Shu Qing Nun, may I ask? What is this fragrance? Why does it smell so comfortable, as if it has some benefits for eyes injuries? When Shu Qing Nun heard this, she also raised her head and sniffed a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, I don't smell any fragrance. You should go to the Dalan Temple and ask. Hao Fengzhenren still did not believe her. He looked again and again before leaving. After Hao Fengzhenren left, Chen Shen could not help but ask in a low voice, Grand Elder. This handkerchief. What is it? How can it store so many things? I don't know what it is exactly. I only know that in the ancient records of the sect, there was a record of something called a storage bag. A very small bag has a space the size of this hall, and it can store a lot of things. When I was young, I even went out to search for it according to the records in the ancient records. Did you find it? Chin Chin could not help but ask. How could it be that easy? The ancient records only recorded that a certain immortal in that place had this item. Whether it is there or where it is unknown. I didn't even find that place, let alone such a miraculous treasure. Shu Qing Nun smiled bitterly. Some of the handkerchiefs refined by the immortal Tao have the auxiliary effect of storing things, so I let you try it. Auxiliary? When Chin Chin heard this, his eyes lit up again. He almost said loudly, then. What else can it do? Haha. Seeing Chin Chen's inquiry, Shu Qing Nun laughed. Maybe it can be used for defense, maybe it can be used for attack, and so on. It all depends on your own fate. Then, she looked around and said, you all guard this shelf and don't let anyone get close. Also, find a place to encircle the magic weapons over there. In a while, the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water will do the same. The 3 sects of the immortal Tao will each occupy a shelf and leave the rest to others. It's not too overbearing. Yes, we understand. A few disciples of the incense cult quickly went over and found a shelf without the Dalan Temple and the disciples of between the clouds and the water. They chased away the disciples of the various sects who were surrounding it and trying various methods. The disciples looked indignant but did not dare to say anything. They could only go to other shelves. Dalan Temple, Shueyun Club, and even the Alliance of the Righteous Tao saw this and immediately came to their senses. They quickly organized their disciples, and each sect took over 1 disciple. Fortunately, there were many shelves in the hall, and there were quite a few left for others. More importantly, no one was able to break through the restrictions, so the others did not have much of an opinion. Peacock and the others followed Shu Qing Nun back to the front hall. At this time, there were already many people in the hall. However, although there were many people, the hall did not seem crowded at all. It was as if no matter how many people were in the hall, even if all the people from the Jianghu at the foot of Yao Mountain came up, the hall would still be able to accommodate them. Jingyi Nun was already some distance away from the throne in the middle. She did not get very close. With a cold face and squinted eyes, she looked at the many people in front of her. Each of them had their own methods and went up one by one to try. However, it had been more than 4 hours and the throne in the middle was still as transparent as ever. It was impossible to touch. Sigh. The methods of martial arts did not work and the methods of immortality cannot be used. How can I sit on the throne? Jingyi Nun scratched her head. Leader. Shu Qing Nun came to Jingyi Nun's side and smiled. Still no progress? Jingyi Nun shook her head. No. However, looking at Grand Supreme's happy face, what did you gain from it? How could I have such an immortal fate? It's your disciples who gained a lot of benefits. Is that so? Jingyi Nun's furrowed brows relaxed a little. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1187. Chen Chen was the most restless. He held the small package in his hand and showed it off in front of Nun Jing-yi as if he was presenting a treasure. She knew that this was a mortal mansion and everyone was looking for a way to control it, so she was not overjoyed and only spoke in a low voice. After Chen Chen finished speaking, Nun Jing-yi was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she lifted the handkerchief and smiled. If it really is the 9 heavens black lotus, there's no need to refine it into an elixir. The Grand Supreme's injuries will be healed if he takes it directly. Not to mention that you've also obtained 2 soft swords, and many miscellaneous things. The three of you have contributed the most to this trip to Immortal Mansion. Chen Chen smiled sweetly, but then Nun Jingyi sighed. It's a pity, our cultivation is too low. We've only touched the threshold of immortality, or even seen the threshold. There are many treasures hidden in Immortal Mansion. If we can't take the central throne and control the entire Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid we'll return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures. Seeing that Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled, Nun Jingyi looked at the throne that was still in full swing in front of her and explained to Chen Chen, don't think that you've already obtained a lot of good things. Even this brocade handkerchief is rarely seen in the world, but the place you're going is only the place where the lowliest disciples in Immortal Mansion, or the place where the lowliest handymen can go. The pavilion you're going to, I'm afraid, is just the place where those handymen live. Not only Chen Chen, but Peacock and Swift were also stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Sect leader. It's impossible. In that pavilion, there are many jade slips and magic tools. Even the Grand Supreme and the Great Master Chang'Gung can't break them. Do the servants of Immortal Mansion have such cultivation? When Chen Chen heard that the treasures he had obtained were from the servants of Immortal Mansion, he was very anxious. Alas, the ancient path of immortality. How can we speculate? Nun Jingyi sighed again. She pointed at the 7-colored cloud under her feet and said, look at the 7 colors in the hall. The black and white colors are at the edge, the furthest from the throne in the center. Even if you have something to say, if you don't say it loudly, the person on the throne might not be able to hear it. Look again, outside the door, there's a 7-colored jade passageway. The black and white passageways are at the side, and the entrance to the hall is also at the side. If they're not servants, they're also the lowest ranked people. Peacock and the others felt dejected. Also, according to what you said earlier, there is a lake, a lotus pond, and a dozen or so small pavilions in the White Pavilion. If they aren't servants, how could they live so close to each other? Furthermore, one side is for men and the other side is for women. Isn't this where the servants live? But Chen Chen was a little speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, if he is a handyman, why are there jade slips and magic tools in the main hall of the White Pavilion? Handymen in Immortal Mansion also need to have cultivation. Can ordinary people be handymen in Immortal Mansion? Nun Jingyi smiled. Peacock nodded slightly. That was right. The black and white jade passageway could even be used by martial arts masters. If it wasn't for the handymen, who could it be? Chen Chen pouted and was a little unhappy. He tried to find a topic and said, then, Sir Hierarch at the Dalan Temple, did you find a place for the handymen to live? No. How could they be as lucky as you? Nun Jingyi smiled and said, when the monks of the Dalan Temple left the temple, they found a large hall. However, there was nothing inside, so they had to go out and find another place. In the end, they found a room that looked like a Buddhist shrine. It blocked the middle of the passageway and they couldn't go in. Their so-called guardian disciples went in one by one, but they were all driven back by the endless pressure inside. Then, she looked at Master Changxing in the distance and said in a low voice, later, our sect also sent the inner disciples out of this hall. They went back to the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out from the Dalan Temple. They also wanted to go through that room, but they were blocked by the monks of the Dalan Temple. But, according to what you said, the monks of the Dalan Temple also went to the White Pavilion. I think they also have a passageway there. At this point, Nun Jingyi looked at the top of the hall and said, I'm afraid it's going to be dawn soon. This Immortal Mansion, the central control is still not under control. Maybe, the 3 sects of Immortal Tao have to think of other ways. Then, she looked at the many people in the hall and frowned. I don't know if the fighting at the foot of Yaoshan has stopped. Looking at the situation, even if we let the people at the foot of the mountain up, there won't be many who can enter the hall. Sir Leader. A disciple said in a low voice, I just passed by the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out to take a look. At the foot of Yaoshan, there were heavy casualties and many of our outer disciples were injured. The key point is, the disciples of the four sects were in a mess. When I looked out, the disciples of the four sects were killing each other. Huh? Why is that? Nanjing-yi was surprised. Sir Leader. Since the monks of the Dalan Temple can go to the White Pavilion, want to go to the Buddhist shrine. If I can go there, maybe there's a cave behind it. Peacock said in a low voice. You go and wait. Maybe there's an opportunity. Nanjing-yi nodded. Chen, give the brocade handkerchief to us. After this is over, we'll reward you according to your merits. Yes, I understand. Chen gave the item wrapped in the brocade handkerchief to Nanjing-yi. The three of them were about to leave. At this time, outside of Yaoshan, the sky was bright. The killing of the inner disciples of the incense cult had stopped and the faint black gas on the ground had disappeared. There were only countless bleeding corpses lying there quietly. On the stairs, there were still many disciples climbing up to Immortal Mansion. Occasionally, there were a few who came down. The disciples of the three immortal Dao sects and the righteous Dao alliance who were in charge of defense were all exhausted at this time. They casually held their weapons and stopped to rest. However, when they thought of how they had lost their minds and killed each other, they all felt a lingering fear and distanced themselves from each other. At this time, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Above Immortal Mansion, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The seven-colored brilliance gradually gathered and in a flash, it formed a huge figure. This person was bald and wore a long robe. His nose was straight and his eyes were thin and long. He looked very young, about 15 or 16 years old. A monk from the Dalan Temple? The disciples of the incense cult, between the clouds and the water, and the righteous alliance were all stunned. At this time, the person spoke and his voice was like thunder in the sky. In the main hall of Immortal Mansion, everyone saw a different scene. Just as Peacock, Chen, and Swift were about to go out, in the main hall, a leader of an unknown sect threw out a rope-like object. He wanted to wrap it around the throne in the middle. However, just as the rope was about to wrap around the throne suddenly bloomed with a strong seven-colored light. Ah? The leader was overjoyed and laughed. This throne is mine. Before he could finish rejoicing, a human figure similar to the one outside of Yaoshan appeared on the throne. Ren Xiaoyao? Nanjing-yi was the first to recognize him. Her voice was full of hatred. Master Changsheng, Master Tiangang, and Bai Yanxiu and Bai Zhangmen who were guarding the main hall all cried out in unison. Ah! Peacock and Chen were also attracted by the strange scene on the throne. They almost groaned. Ren Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao? However, Chen suddenly realized. No, when did this guy's nose become tall and straight? His eyes became slender too. This can't be Ren Xiaoyao. But Peacock and Chen were so familiar with Ren Xiaoyao that they were very familiar with him. Therefore, they were very sure that this person was Ren Xiaoyao. Although this Ren Xiaoyao did not have any hair or eyebrows. In the main hall, on the throne in the middle, Zhang Xiaohua slowly sat down. He looked down at everyone and smiled. Hello everyone, good morning. At the same time, his voice was also above Immortal Mansion. It was like a thunderclap, speaking to the people below Yaoshan. You. Who are you? The leader who thought he had the throne asked angrily. Who am I? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. It's this guy. There's no doubt about it. Chen gritted his teeth and groaned. This nose. Did he touch it with his hand? I am Ren Xiaoyao from Beidou School. I think. Everyone has already seen that I am sitting on the throne in Lingxiao Palace. What does this mean? There's no need for I to teach everyone. This Immortal Mansion. It's now Beidou Schools. You're talking nonsense. What right do you have to say that this is Lingxiao Palace? What right do you have to say that this immortal mansion belongs to Beta School? Immortal mansion is a gift from the heavens. Only the virtuous can occupy it. You. What right do you have? How dare you live here? The leaders seemed to be reminiscing about the brilliance of the throne. Only Nun Jing-yi from the cult of incense, Master Changsheng from the Dalan Temple, Bai Yanxiu from between the clouds and the water, and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, remained silent with gloomy faces. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and pointed up. Take a look, what are the two words on the throne? You don't even know the name of Immortal Mansion. I really don't know who taught you. If you can't, I know a gentleman who knows how to enlighten you. The fee is reasonable. I can introduce him to you. You. The leader was so angry that he almost jumped up. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua stopped smiling and said coldly, Immortal Mansion is naturally a gift from the heavens. My Beta School follows the heavens and wants to use Yaoshan Immortal Mansion to establish a school. Of course, I am the most virtuous person. According to what you said, I have no virtue. Are you virtuous? Should I hand over the Yaoshan Immortal Abode to you? You sitting on it is the most natural thing in the world. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of talking to people like you? You can go now. Don't appear near my Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Otherwise, I won't be stingy with my methods. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua waved her sleeve. A ray of light flashed and carried the leader out of the main hall. It directly sent him out of Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Chapter 1188. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Although they had seen Zhang Xiaohua appear on the throne, they still had some expectations in their hearts. They wanted to use the power of the entire Jianghu to confront Zhang Xiaohua. The three sects of the Immortal Path had several seniors with profound cultivation. They had seen with their own eyes that they might be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua. In addition, there were tens of thousands of martial artists. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to stop them. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's godlike methods, their hearts sank. Seeing that everyone was trembling, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. Everyone, don't be afraid. I have always been reasonable. This guy really made me angry, so I treated him like this. I have appeared here and announced something to the martial arts world. How can I act rashly? Everyone calmed down, but they didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua was going to say. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I have a strange background. I don't belong to any of the sects in the Jianghu. I used to be a guardian disciple in the incense cult, but I didn't learn any of their moves. During the incense cult martial arts convention, I was expelled from the incense cult by Nun Jing-yi herself. It's him, Ren Xiaoyao. He defeated the disciple between the clouds and the water with a copper rod during the martial arts convention. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say it herself, the people who had a vague impression of him came to a realization. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Many people even looked at Nun Jing-yi, whose face was a little pale. I also wanted to learn from the incense cult and hold a martial arts convention. But since we have this Immortal's mansion and the entire Jianghu is at Yaoshan, I ask everyone to be witnesses. From today onwards, Beta School is officially established in Yaoshan. In the future, Beta School's disciples will roam the Jianghu, please take care of them. At this moment, all the people present at the ceremony would clap their hands to express their congratulations. However, at this moment, everyone had not yet recovered from the role of snatching the immortal abode. How could they clap their hands? The entire hall was completely silent. Looks like no one wishes for my sect to be established. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, then I can only celebrate by myself. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves again. Above the great hall, Yao Shan's seat shone with a seven-colored brilliance, like fireworks during a festival. It was abnormally bright. Amitabha, young benefactor Ren. Seeing that everyone was silent, Master Longevity stepped out of the crowd and pressed his palms together. Young Benefactor Ren, are you a cultivator of the Immortal Tao? Grand Master Longevity, if I wasn't a person of the Immortal Tao, how could I have obtained the Immortal Mansion? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Young Benefactor Ren, you have kept us in the dark. Master Longevity smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Master Tiangang and said, Young Benefactor, you said that you were establishing the Beidou school and not the Tenryus sect? Young Benefactor. I know about your relationship with Monk Gu of the Incense cult and the Tenryus sect. Zhang Xiaohua knew what Master Longevity was worried about. She nodded and said, the sect I established is indeed the Beidou school. It has nothing to do with the Tenryus sect. As for the relationship between I and the Tenryus sect, that is I's private matter. I don't need to explain it to you clearly. Indeed, there is no need. Master Longevity muttered and nodded slightly. Bai Yinxiu looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He gritted his teeth and covered his chest with his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Xiaohua frown and say in a low voice, Everyone, please wait a moment. Then, her figure disappeared from the throne. Wow! When the crowd saw that Zhang Xiaohua had left, they immediately became noisy and whispered to each other. Peacock and the others did not go out. They returned to Nanjing Yi's side. Leader, this Ren Xiaoyao. What's going on? Nun Shuqing asked in a low voice. Her face was full of shock. Sigh, this is a long story. Let's talk about it later. If you want to know, you can ask Chen Chen. She knows best. Nanjing Yi sighed and said. Not to mention the other sects, even the inner disciples of the incense cult lowered their heads and discussed. Zhang Xiaohua broke into the incense cult with a sword. It was one of the interesting stories of the incense cult for many years. Only then did the incense cult undergo a great change, followed by the martial arts convention and then Yaoshan. Many people did not know about the whereabouts of Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. Now that they saw that the affectionate young man had obtained Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and was going to establish a sect, who could hold back their excitement? Leader. Peacock whispered very sensitively, Great Elder Jing Gang. Nun Jing-yi nodded slightly, then shook her head slightly. The two different actions seemed contradictory, but Peacock understood Nun Jing-yi's difficulties. She sighed and nodded slightly. 3 people stood in the corner of the hall. One of them was Valley Master Nya of the Rejuvenation Valley. The other 2 were Si Yakong of the Weapon Forging Sect and Jun Xian of the Weapon Refining Sect. All 3 of them were injured. The other 3 people of the Jade Foundation Alliance were not present. The Jade Foundation Alliance was a very famous alliance in the martial arts world. However, they were not known for their martial arts. The 6 sects of the Jade Foundation Alliance should not have come to the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, they had seen Zhang Xiaohua slay the people of the Longting Villa and knew the power of immortality. Since Yao Shan had the opportunity to set foot on the path of immortality, how could they resist? The leaders of the 6 sects had come and brought many disciples with them. They wanted to get their hands on the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion was truly tragic. Before they could set foot on the steps of the Holy Realm Dwellers, Zhua Xiqing of the Viburnum Horse Farm, Ma Fuhu of the Subdue Tiger Horse Farm and Ing Zhizhu of the Garrison Horse Farm died under a flurry of swords. As for Valley Master Nya, if not for the Crimson Flame pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua which increased his cultivation by several years, he would have died on the spot. Even so, the 3 of them supported each other. Although they were severely injured, they found a gap among the Righteous Alliance disciples and stepped onto the steps. However, by the time they reached the top of the hall, there were already many people inside. They knew that their martial arts were not good enough, so they did not dare to step forward. They hid in a corner, hoping to take advantage of the situation. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the 3 of them had an interesting expression on their faces. Valley Master Nya was pleasantly surprised, relieved, regretful, and disappointed. Si Yakong was filled with pure regret. He almost wanted to slap his own face. Jin Xian's eyes were filled with surprise. He was even more surprised than everyone else. After all, he knew this Ren Xiaoyao. Moreover, they had drunk together before. Second brother, we're rich, we're rich. Jin Xian could not suppress his joy. He nudged Valley Master Nia with his elbow and said in a low voice, this Ren Xiaoyao has a history with your Rejuvenation Valley. You, Sai, fourth brother, you don't know, when Rejuvenation Valley was attacked, didn't Ren Xiaoyao come? At that time. I thought it was Ren Xiaoyao who brought the disaster. I was extremely disrespectful to Ren Xiaoyao and offended him. Valley Master Nia said with extreme regret. Bah, how is that called offending? I was the one who had eyes but could not see. Si Yakong gritted his teeth and said, I took back the things I gave him. I completely offended him. Hee, Jin Xian said in a low voice, big brother, second brother, it's not that serious, is it? How can someone from the Immortal Dao lower himself to our level? Moreover, second brother, didn't our niece reject the Immortal Dao expert and join this beta school? Oh. Isn't that right? Valley Master Nia's eyes were filled with joy. I forgot. Little Yu is an in-name disciple of Beidou school. He established a sect in this immortal abode and set up the Beidou school in this immortal abode. Doesn't that mean Little Yu is a disciple of this immortal abode? Congratulations, second brother. Jin Xian smiled. From now on, our Jade Foundation alliance will depend on Little Yu. Sai, isn't that so? If we had known this would happen, why would we have gotten involved in this mess? Third brother, fifth brother, and sixth brother wouldn't have had to. Si Yakong felt a wave of sorrow. Speaking of the three brothers who had lost their lives, Valley Master Nia and Jin Xian were also very sad. They could not help but sigh together. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. That was exactly how it was. Just then, an unusually tall figure fell from mid-air in the Great Hall, landing right in front of Master Tiangang. Kongju? Master Chongqing was stunned. Abbot? Kongju was also surprised to see Master Chongqing. He stood up, rubbing his head. He looked left and right in confusion, then said loudly, Why am I back? Naturally, I dragged you back. A voice came from the throne again. Ren Xiaoyao? You. Why are you sitting there? Kongju clearly did not know what had happened in the Great Hall. He asked in surprise. Kongju, this Yaoshan immortal abode now belongs to my Beidou school. It's fine if you want to look for things inside, but you don't have to tear down my Beidou school building. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of this monk and said with a smile. Kongju rubbed his bald head and said embarrassedly, There's nothing in your building. I thought I'd find something good if I tore it down. It was only then that Kongju came to his senses. He said in disbelief, What? This immortal abode is already yours? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua ignored Kongju and turned to the crowd. The Yaoshan immortal abode's restriction is an ancient one. It's not something you can break. You should send your disciples to call back those who are searching for treasures inside. Then, she looked at Nanjingyi, Peacock, and Chen Chen. She said, Before I came here, you've already found things. That's your own fate. I won't pursue it. If anyone tries to take things from Beidou School's immortal abode again, don't blame me. I won't hold back. Leader. Peacock said in a low voice. Without waiting for her to finish, Nanjingyi waved her hand and ordered, Send 2 groups of disciples in 2 different directions. Call back all the disciples of the Fragrance Order. Peacock nodded and turned to instruct a few disciples. A dozen of them hurried off. Also, send someone out and ask them to stop. Nanjingyi thought of something. Seeing the actions of the Fragrance Order, the Dalan Temple also sent out enough people to leave the main hall. Only the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water and the Righteous Alliance were hesitant. After a while, several disciples left. Young benefactor Ren. Master Tiangang of the Dalan Temple took a step forward and said in a low voice, "When I saw young benefactor Ren, I was the first to be led to Yaoshan Immortal Abode. But, all the places that we can go to, the disciples of the three sects have already gone to. I wonder, where is young benefactor Ren? How did he gain control of the central throne?" Master, by right, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your guidance. I should answer your question. However, this involves the secrets of the Beidou school. I hope you can understand. Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid. How could she tell anyone about this? Amitba. It's fine if you don't say it. I'm just curious. Master Tiangang laughed. Everyone, the reason why Beidou school is established here and has invited all of you heroes to be our witnesses is to establish good relations with all the sects in Jianghu. My Beidou school does not intend to be enemies with any sect, especially the Fragrance Order and the Dalan Temple. I have some connections with them. I hope that in the future, everyone will treat my Beidou school's disciples well. If my Beidou school is able to do so, we will also cooperate and develop together. Hearing this, Nanjingyi took 2 steps forward and smiled. If that's the case, I, Fragrance Order, congratulate Beidou school on its establishment today. I hope that Headmaster Ren's Beidou school will last for thousands of years. Thank you, Nanjingyi. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and cupped her hands. My Dalan Temple also congratulates Beidou school on its establishment. I hope that Beidou school and my Dalan Temple will work together in the future and develop together. Thank you, Elder Nun. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands again. Although Bai Yanxiu wasn't very happy, he still cupped his hands and congratulated Beidou school on its establishment. After that, the Righteous Alliance and all the other sects in Jianghu cupped their hands and congratulated them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even bother cupping her hands for some of the sects that came later. She only smiled and nodded. Jade Foundation Alliance congratulates Headmaster Ren on his establishment of Big Dipper. Valley Master Nia and the other 2 said in unison and bowed. Jade Foundation Alliance? Zhang Xiaohua saw Valley Master Nia and nodded slightly. She cupped her hands and thanked him. Thank you, Valley Master Nia. Wow. Many people came to a realization. Wasn't Rejuvenation Valley's 3rd miss from the legendary Beidou school? Everyone looked at Valley Master Nia with fervent and jealous gazes. After everyone finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Everyone, my Beidou school has always been about winning people over with virtue. We don't bully others. However, if some people don't listen to I and challenge I's bottom line, then I will have nothing to say." As she spoke, she flung her sleeves and stood up. She said loudly, "Disciples of all sects, this immortal abode is already the private property of my Beidou school. Immediately stop all actions of breaking the restrictions. You have the same amount of time as an incense stick to burn and return to the main hall in front. If you don't listen, you'll have to bear the consequences." Although Zhang Xiaohua was speaking in the main hall, her huge figure had already appeared above the lake of the White Pavilion, inside the White Pavilion's palace, in the corridor, and in front of the small Buddhist shrine. Seeing some hesitation on Bai Yanxiu's face, Taoist Master Hao Yun stepped forward and said a few words in a low voice. Bai Yanxiu had no choice but to wave his hand. Several disciples immediately flew out, as if to pass on the order. Only Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and turned his head to give the order. Several disciples also quickly left. However, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 disciples from the Aroma sect and Dalan Temple returned. More than 10 disciples from Between the Clouds and the Water returned. As for the Alliance of Righteous Tao, only a few disciples returned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1189. Seeing that the time limit was about to be up, Alliance Master Zhang San stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect Leader Ren, the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are not from the Celestial Sect. Many of them went and they were scattered all over the place. Also, we can't inform them in such a short time. Please be lenient, Sect Leader Ren. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Alliance Master Zhang San coldly and nodded slightly. Alliance Master Zhang San is right. Since Alliance Master Zhang San asked and today is the auspicious day of the Beidou School's opening, we should be lenient. Alright, I will give the Righteous Alliance another 15 minutes. With that, she waved her hand and a burning 15 minutes appeared in the main hall. Seeing this, Chen Shen was extremely surprised and asked in a low voice, Grand Elder. This Ren Xiaoyao. Is he really an immortal? How did the incense appear just like that? And it was lit? Shu Qingnan smiled bitterly. Silly child, this. How would I know? However, based on my guess, perhaps. Ren Xiaoyao borrowed the power of the Immortal Mansion to leave the main hall. I'm afraid that he might not succeed. Oh, I see. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder. This guy's martial arts are a mess, but now he's so good. It turns out that he obtained the power of the Immortal Mansion. 15 minutes passed quickly, but only a few people from the Righteous Alliance had returned. Zhang Xiaohua's slender eyes narrowed even more. Just as she was about to speak, Alliance Master Zhang San smiled apologetically and said, Sect Leader Ren. Please, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. No need to say more. Do you still need some time to be lenient? I don't dare. It's just that there are hundreds of disciples in the Righteous Alliance, including Deputy Alliance Master Yen. I have no intention of challenging Sect Leader Ren's bottom line, but... You have to ask I to raise my hand. Zhang Xiaohua continued. That's right. Please forgive me, Sect Leader Ren. Alliance Master Zhang San said in embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua coldly stared at him. With a wave of her hand, a circular light screen that was as tall as a person appeared in the hall. The light screen flickered a few times before it became clear. Inside the light screen was a place beside the shrine where two people were talking. Both of them were disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance. One of them was the one who went out to send the message earlier. The person who sent the message lowered his voice and said to the other disciple, Su Kun, go and inform the other disciples. Tell them to ignore any strange scenes. Those are all fake. Someone is hiding somewhere in the Immortal Mansion, pretending to be mysterious. But, that person called himself Ren Xiaoyao. He said that this Immortal Mansion already belonged to their Beidou school. Disciple. Su Kun hesitated. Nonsense. Ren Xiaoyao said that this Immortal Mansion belongs to Beidou school. Does it really belong to Beidou school? Alliance Master Zhang asked me to tell you that he has been in the front hall all this time. He didn't see anyone get the central throne. Ren Xiaoyao's sudden appearance must be because he secretly did something somewhere in the Immortal Mansion. Alliance Master Zhang has seen Ren Xiaoyao before. He's just a martial artist, and his martial arts aren't very high. Since he can get control of the Immortal Mansion, you can naturally do the same. As long as you catch this guy and kill him, this Immortal Mansion. Wouldn't it belong to our Righteous Tao Alliance? Besides, the old immortals of the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and between the clouds and the water didn't have the ability to get this Immortal Mansion. How can Ren Xiaoyao get it? Can't you tell such a small thing apart? Also, Alliance Master Zhang will buy time for you in the main hall. Try to catch Ren Xiaoyao within this period of time. Otherwise, when we leave the Immortal Mansion, how will we get the chance? Today, he's the founder of some Beidou school. Killing someone is unlucky. Don't worry, Alliance Master Zhang will definitely guarantee your safety. Su Kun seemed to be persuaded by that person. He nodded slightly and left with his lightness skill. The person who sent the message was in the main hall. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his face turned ashen. Hee, how was it? Alliance Master Zhang. Did you enjoy watching this? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the light screen disappeared. She raised her head and asked with a smile. Hee, sect leader Ren, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. We're in the Immortal Mansion of Beidou School. What can I say? Alliance Master Zhang San said without changing his expression. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and laughed. At this moment, the incense stick had burned to its end. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the incense stick disappeared. Since that's the case, then, all of you can stay here. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Killing people as a sacrifice to the flag is also a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, and a few rays of light flew out from her hands and disappeared in an instant. These are hundreds of lives. How can you be so cruel and merciless? Alliance Master Zhang San said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Just now, you solemnly vowed to get along with the various sections. Now, you're so cruel. How can you win the trust of the various sects in the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang San as if she was looking at an idiot. Then, she turned and walked away. She sneered and said, in order to win the trust of all of you, I have to give up my principles. You're so naive. Do you think that you can use the so-called trust of all the sects in the Jianghu to force I to submit? I already knew about your plan. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense and a half, I checked all the hundreds of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Which one of them didn't have the blood of innocent people on their hands? Even all of you who came to Yaoshan killed many people in the nearby villages. How can I be afraid of dirtying my hands by killing these people? And you? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. You actually ordered your subordinates to destroy the piece of Beidou School in front of I. If I don't kill you, how can I, sect leader Ren? A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the elder Chang Xing of the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy and asked, Master, what do you want to say? Cough cough, sect leader Ren. I want to plead for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang. Master Chang Sheng was a little embarrassed, but it seemed that he had to plead for leniency, so he had no choice but to appear. Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. She asked curiously, as far as I know, the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, Amitba. Sect leader Ren, this has nothing to do with the relationship between the two sections. Master Changxing smiled. Today is the opening day of your sect. There was blood just now, so it's really not good to kill again. Moreover, Alliance leader Zhang has been in this hall all this time and didn't leave the hall. Naturally, he didn't violate sect leader Ren's kill order, so, sect leader Ren, after hearing this, I also want to ask sect leader Ren for a favor. Nanjing Yi also took a step forward and said with a smile, for the sake of Mount Yao Immortal Mansion, who knows how many Jianghu disciples have died at the foot of Mount Yao. Now, the Jianghu's vitality has been greatly damaged, and the Righteous Alliance is one of the 4 great sections. If Alliance leader Zhang loses his life, the Righteous Alliance will be like a plate of loose sand, and in the Jianghu, won't there be more waves? Sect leader Ren, since you've already obtained the Immortal Mansion, why don't you show mercy? For the sake of the entire Jianghu, the Jianghu can no longer afford to be harmed. Moreover, for the sake of the Beidou School's disciples when they travel the Jianghu in the future. Sect leader Ren, please reconsider. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't understand why Master Changsheng and Nanjing Yi were pleading for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang San. If other people were pleading for leniency, she wouldn't necessarily care. However, these two sects were related to her. Although she wasn't afraid, the disciples of the Beidou school would travel the Jianghu in the future. Nanjing Yi's words weren't unreasonable. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to herself, when Alliance leader Zhang San saw Master Changsheng and Nun Jingyi come forward to plead for leniency, his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth, cupped his hands, and said, "Sect leader Ren, was not strict with my subordinates and caused you trouble. I hereby apologize to sect leader Ren." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, he flipped his right hand and slapped the head of the person next to him. That person's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Then, a few streaks of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth and eyes. His body collapsed into the black clouds. In the main hall, everyone cried out in surprise. However, they immediately gave Alliance leader Zhang San a thumbs up in their hearts. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was able to find a way out for himself in time. He used the life of a disciple of the righteous Tao Alliance to find a way out for himself. He even killed the person who sent the message. Even if the Beta school wanted to bring up old scores, they had no excuse. Alliance leader Zhang San was indeed a famous person in the Jianghu. Sect leader Ren, this disciple actually misinterpreted my intentions and gave orders on my behalf. He offended the Beta school and I have personally punished him. I hope sect leader Ren can forgive the righteous Tao Alliance's offense. After killing the disciple who sent the message, Alliance leader Zhang San lost his courage and cupped his hands. What a good Alliance leader Zhang San. As expected of the Alliance leader of the number 1 martial arts sect. This method is really beautiful. Second brother, you still have to learn more. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned in her heart. Her face was still cold, but she said, "Yes, no problem, no problem." Since the incense cult and the Dalan temple are pleading for leniency, and it really wasn't Alliance leader Zhang San's doing, what else can I say? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand again. Several rays of light flashed, and the corpse next to Alliance leader Zhang San also disappeared in a flash. While Alliance leader Zhang San was shocked, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, "I have already sent the corpses of the others to the bottom of Yao Mountain." What is this? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. She stood up with a look of surprise. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua received the spiritual tablet of Immortal Mansion and sent the corpses of hundreds of righteous Tao Alliance disciples to the bottom of Yao Mountain, the faint black gas that was invisible to the naked eye emerged from the ground and wrapped around the corpses, sucking the blood from the corpses into the ground. When Zhang Xiaohua noticed this strange phenomenon, she immediately released her divine sense. On top of Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's godlike image seemed to be angry. Her divine sense covered the sky and covered the earth. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the faint black gas, the black gas immediately became alert and suddenly retreated into the ground. Before Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could extend underground, the entire ground trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A black gas flashed from the ground and quickly retreated into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was not enough. She could only shrink her eyes slightly and slowly sit back on the central throne. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 1190. That faint black aura. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't know about it, but Zhang Xiaohua just happened to know. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up and sit down again in just a moment, everyone was puzzled. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought, Master Changsheng glanced at Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi understood and said with a smile, "Sect Master Ren. I wonder, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nun Jingyi and nodded slightly. She said, "Nun Jingyi, you and the others have been fighting for a long time under Yao Shan, right?" Nun Jingyi was a bit embarrassed, but she still nodded. Yes, Yao Shan Immortal Abode is so annoying that even Sect Master Ren wants to take action. How can we be exempt? There are many people in Jianghu. I'm afraid the blood has been flowing since last night. Amitba, Master Changsheng sighed with emotion again. He put his palms together and said, "My Dalan temple was originally a pure land, but I had no choice but to do this." Good, good. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. He first looked at Master Changsheng, then turned to ask Abbess Jing Yi, "At the foot of Yao Mountain, there were many casualties. I'm afraid there were more than 10,000 people. Have you checked the corpses of the dead?" "Checked?" Nun Jing Yi was stunned. She shook her head slightly and said, "The situation under Yaoshan is quite chaotic. How can we be in the mood to check other people's corpses? Sect Master Ren, if there's anything wrong, please tell us directly. Hee, you'll know when you go down." "I don't need to say more." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. After thinking for a while, she asked, "Master Tiangang, I have something to ask. Please tell me the truth." Master Tiangang put his palms together and chanted, "Amitba, monks don't lie." Sect Master Ren, please ask. "I wonder, does your temple have a magic weapon like a black flag?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked. "Black flag?" Master Tiangang was stunned. Without even thinking, he smiled and said, "My Dalan temple's artifacts are mainly made of Buddha's light. Black is the bane of Buddha's light. First of all, this color is wrong. Moreover, my Dalan temple's artifacts are made of beads and sticks. I've never heard of a flag before." "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "In your opinion, this black flag, Tenryu's sect?" Grandmaster Tiangang said resolutely. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned again. He stared straight at Master Tiangang, as if he was trying to guess the truth of Master Tiangang's words. Just now, when his spiritual awareness came into contact with the faint black gas, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't it the black flag that suppressed the lotus throne under the Dalan temple's Buddha space? However, the flag escaped quickly and Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness didn't see it, so he couldn't confirm it in his heart. Previously, he thought that the Dalan temple had done something under Yaoshan Mountain, but, looking at the expressions of Master Tiangang, Master Changsheng, and the rest, it didn't seem to be fake. However, if the Tenryu sect had done something, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat believed it. After all, until now, there weren't many disciples of the Tenryu sect. Could it be that they weren't interested in Yaoshan Immortal Abode? However, when he thought of the black flag that he had seen at the Dalan temple, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little far-fetched. How could something from the Tenryu sect appear at the Dalan temple? Yes, I guess it's something similar to that flag. After all, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen the black thing with his own eyes. He could only rely on his spiritual awareness to feel the black gas for a moment. He couldn't take it seriously. Sect leader Ren, after saying so much, what exactly happened? Nun Jing Yi asked again. Didn't I say it already? When you go down the mountain, you'll naturally know. I just want to remind everyone that the mantis catches the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Perhaps, the Tenryu sect has already set a trap under Yaoshan Mountain. Tenryu sect? Set a trap? Nun Jing Yi was shocked. The three sects had set a trap to kill Sakura, but they didn't expect to fall into Sakura's trap and lose two seniors from the Dalan temple and the incense cult. Fortunately, Master Tiangang appeared at the end and killed several heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect and seriously injured Sakura. They thought that they had gained the upper hand, but now, after listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, the Tenryu sect actually had a trap. This was really what's there to be proud of. Chen Chen stood in the distance and muttered in a low voice, "Will it kill you to say it directly?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face, which was slightly different from before, Chen Chen could not describe his feelings. Even Peacock was slightly stunned as she listened, as if what was happening in front of her was just a show. "All right, everyone, the dust has settled in Yaoshan Immortal Abode and my Beidou school has been opened under your witness. Now that everything here is done, please return along the way you came." Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile and cupped her hands. "I will see you off. We don't dare to trouble you, sect leader Ren." Everyone returned the gesture. Also, Yao Mountain is now the territory of the Big Dipper sect. If there's nothing else, I ask that the sects of the pugilistic world not stay here for a while, lest you cause a misunderstanding with my disciples. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, also, the corpses at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. I'll have to trouble all the sect leaders to take them away. If there are corpses like these within 100 miles of Yaoshan Mountain, don't blame me. Hee hee. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had appeared on the throne alone and did not see anyone else, many of the sects still had evil intentions and wanted to wait at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain for a new opportunity. When they heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, it was just a shock in their hearts. As for whether they would stay or leave, only God knew. Alliance leader Zhang San of the Righteous Tao Alliance cupped his hands and left first. Master Chang Sheng of the Dalan Temple and Nanjing Yi of the Incense Cult looked at each other, nodded slightly, and left at the same time. After Between the Clouds and the Water left, the other sects began to salute Zhang Xiaohua and gradually left. Valley Master Nia and the other two were in the corner. When they saw that most of the people had left, they also saluted and were about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua's voice rang in Valley Master Nia's ears. Valley Master Nia, little Yu is now at the Misty School. If you're not in a hurry, go to the Misty School and meet her. It's also a good thing to contact the Misty School in the name of Rejuvenation Valley. Oh. Valley Master Nia was stunned. He really could not think of why his daughter would go to the Misty School. However, since it was Zhang Xiaohua who said it, of course it was true. He immediately nodded and said, yes, I understand. I'll go there now. Second brother, what are you doing? Si Yakong was stunned and elbowed Valley Master Nia a few times. Are you having hysteria? Sect Master Ren didn't say anything. What did you agree to? Didn't say anything? Valley Master Nia was stunned and raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua only nodded slightly. Valley Master Nia rolled his eyes and did not say anything. He pulled Si Yakong out and walked to the black and white jade passageway before asking in a low voice, Big brother, are you sure? Sect Master Ren didn't say anything just now. Of course, you can ask fourth brother if you don't believe me. Si Yakong glared at him. Indeed, when the sect masters left, Sect Master Ren didn't say anything. He was standing there the whole time. Zhen Xian nodded and said, but I heard Sect Master Ren ask me to go to the Misty School. He said little Yu was there. Valley Master Nia looked around carefully and said in a low voice. Huh. Si Yakong and Zhen Xian were first shocked and then pleasantly surprised. They said, this is the method of the Immortal Tao. Let's not talk about anything else. Since Sect Master Ren asked us to go, we have to go. Si Yakong thought even further. Sect Master Ren asked you to go in the name of Rejuvenation Valley and let you establish contact with the Misty School. We'll go in the name of the Jade Foundation Alliance to support the Misty School. No matter what, the Misty School is a large sect. If our Jade Foundation Alliance can establish contact with the Misty School, we'll be able to benefit from it too. But, what about the incense cult? Valley Master Nia was a little hesitant. Second brother, what are you hesitating for? The Misty School is also supported by the incense cult. If you go to the Misty School, won't you be supporting the incense cult? Although the incense cult has said that they won't care about Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, if you go to the Misty School, won't you be letting the entire pugilistic world know that Rejuvenation Valley is still connected to the incense cult? Zhen Xian said anxiously. The three from the Jade Foundation Alliance didn't know the inside story of the Misty School and the incense cult. Although there were some rumors, it had nothing to do with them. Who would think too much about it? After hearing Zhen Xian's words, Valley Master Nia nodded subconsciously. Let's go, second brother. Who told you to have such a good daughter? I'm so envious of you. Si Yakong repeated Elder Zhang's words as well. After everyone in the main hall left, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked at the empty main hall and the colorful clouds. She smiled and said, the feeling of being a sect master is really not bad. Then, she stretched out her hand and the small mansion guarding spirit steel appeared in her hand. Looking at the golden steel, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, it's a pity. I can only refine 10% of it. I can't control many of the restrictions in this immortal abode. Even these colorful clouds can't be disturbed. There's really nothing I can do. Sigh, not to mention those purple and blue pavilions at the back of the hall. It's a pity that as the owner of this immortal abode, I can only go in and out of the white pavilions where the servants live. But this is good too. As my cultivation increases, I'll obtain different things. Progressing step by step is the right way. Zhang Xiaohua could only comfort herself like this. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua held the mansion guarding spirit steel in her hand and spread out her divine sense. She looked at all the places she could control and nodded slightly. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is really useful. If not for the righteous alliance not knowing what's good for them and forcing them to stay inside, giving I an excuse to kill them, it wouldn't have been so easy to get these disciples out of the immortal abode. Hee, everyone has left. Then I will also close the door and decline all guests. With that, Zhang Xiaohua threw the mansion guarding spirit steel into the air and hit it with a seal. Several rainbow-colored lights flashed out and went to different places. Afterward, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and put the mansion guarding spirit steel into his pocket. He took out a magic treasure and threw it down the hall. The magic treasure immediately turned into a meteor and disappeared in the air. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the mansion guarding spirit steel. The immortal abode is really an immortal abode. The way the owner enters and exits is actually different from others. How strange. Zhang Xiaohua said. She made a spell and her figure disappeared from the throne. Chapter 1191. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared again, she was already in a remote place at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Yaoshan Mountain in the distance with a smile on her lips. She made another gesture and her figure suddenly floated away, gradually disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Nun Jingyi of the incense cult and Master Longevity of the Dalan Temple exited the Lingshao Palace. They looked at each other, sighed, and walked along the stairs to the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Go, pick one of the corpses in front and have a look. Nun Jingyi ordered and looked at Nun Shuqing. Nun Shuqing also looked unhappy. She looked back at the shining Holy Realm Dweller's mansion on Yaoshan Mountain and whispered, Immortal fate, this Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. It fell into the hands of a kid who's still wet behind the ears. It's a pity that my junior sister Xu Jie's life was so. She died in vain. By the way, Chen, tell me the ins and outs of this Ren Xiaoyao in detail. Yes, Your Highness. Chen seemed to have not recovered from the surprise of seeing Zhang Xiaohua in Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and was obviously a little absent-minded. Let me tell you. Seeing this, Peacock bowed and said, Ren Xiaoyao was the first time I saw him in Rejuvenation Valley. At this time, there was another burst of thunder on Yaoshan Mountain. Everyone looked up and saw that the stairs extending from Holy Realm Dweller's mansion on Yaoshan Mountain gradually disappeared step by step. When the stairs had completely disappeared, the huge palace gate on Yaoshan Mountain slowly closed. Then, the endless light on Holy Realm Dweller's mansion gradually disappeared and the entire Holy Realm Dweller's mansion gradually turned into an ordinary palace. Sigh, it's really an abnormal momentum, it's really an immortal method, it's really under Ren Xiaoyao's control. Nun Shuqing said, as expected, 3 times in a row, her tone full of regret and indignation. Leader. An inner disciple hurried over, his face full of panic. Don't be hasty. Tell me slowly. Seeing this, Abbess Jingyi knew that something was wrong. However, her face remained calm as she spoke in a low voice. The disciple calmed down, but his face was still full of surprise. He bowed and said, "Sect leader, I just picked up the corpse of a female disciple from an unknown sect. I found that this female disciple's body was dry, and there was no blood on her body." Ah. What's going on? Not only Nun Jing-yi, but Peacock, Qin Chen and Shu Qing Nun also exclaimed, "Are you sure?" "That's right. Your disciple has confirmed it. Your disciple saw a few more male corpses. Although I didn't take off their clothes to examine them, but, just by looking at their faces, they were also, like dried corpses. Let's go." Nun Jing-yi could no longer keep her composure and quickly walked forward. The disciple also led the way. At this time, the entire foot of Yaoshan was covered with corpses. Some were bent over, some were lying on their backs, and some were half-lying. Not far from where Nun Jing-yi was standing, a thin female corpse was lying on her back. Beside her, several inner disciples of the incense cult surrounded the female corpse in a circle. When Nun Jing-yi entered the circle, she saw that the woman was dressed in the typical martial arts attire. At this time, her blouse had been cut open, revealing an unusually voluptuous upper body. Her upper body, which was originally full of seduction and even flirtatious, was now abnormally pale and abnormally shriveled. It was like dried bacon without a trace of moisture. What should have been a smooth and sparkling chest was now tightly compressed. Countless fine wrinkles covered it, like two slightly larger walnuts. On the woman's chest, there was a small, slender wound. At this time, it was also dried up and shrunk. There was not a drop of blood left. Nun Jing-yi squatted down and used her hand to touch the woman's skin. Then, she bent down and sniffed the woman's wound. A look of understanding appeared on her face. Then, she raised her head and looked around. Her face was filled with confusion. Qin Chen also looked curiously, and there was a trace of fear on her face. Nun Shuqing looked and scanned with her divine sense. Then, she sighed and almost shouted, "Amitba." After a while, Nun Jing-yi was puzzled and asked, "Grand Elder, what do you think?" "What else can I think? All the blood in this child's body has been sucked dry and there is no vitality. I have lived for so long, but I have never seen such a thing." Nun Shuqing sighed. "Clean up the people and send the disciples of Wuming Hall to the nearby town. Find a way to hire some villagers and carriages to take away the dead people of the incense cult and the corpses around the incense cult's residence. Find a beautiful place to bury them." Nun Jing-yi ordered. "Yes, I know. I have already arranged for the disciples of Wuming Hall." Nun Xuezhen, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice. "Yes." Nun Jing-yi nodded and said to Nun Shuqing, "Grand Elder, is this the abnormality that Ren Xiaoyao mentioned?" Then, she looked up at the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and said, "His divine sense. Oh, it should be the power of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion." "Yes, it is. If not for the help of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion, how could his divine sense reach here? However, the power of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion is really powerful. Our Mo Xian Palace is far inferior to it." Nun Shuqing nodded. "Leader, Master Changsheng of the Dalan Temple invites you." An inner disciple walked quickly. "Yes, I know." Nun Jing-yi nodded and turned to look at Nun Shuqing. She said, "Grand Elder, Master Changsheng must ask about the dried corpses. Are you going too?" "No, I fell out with the Dalan Temple because of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. I am afraid that I will lose face if I see them again. You are the leader, so you can go. I want to hear the story of Ren Xiaoyao." Seeing that Nun Shuqing was not going, Nun Jing-yi took Peacock and went straight to the Dalan Temple's residence. As for Qin Chen, he was dragged by the crowd to play the role of the storyteller in front of Nun Shuqing. When Nun Jing-yi arrived at the Dalan Temple's residence, by Yanxiu of Between the Clouds and the Water and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, had already arrived. There were also several leaders of large sections. Seeing Nun Jing-yi come, Master Changsheng went straight to the point. Nun Jing-yi, have you checked the corpses? Yes, we did, but... As she spoke, Nun Jing-yi looked around at everyone and said in a low voice, but I've never seen such a strange thing. Neither have my sect's grand elder. Alas. Master Chongsheng sighed and shook his head. Master Tiangang and the others have never seen such a strange thing either. Do you still need to say it? Bai Yanxiu said curiously. Ren Xiaoyao of Beidou School has said clearly that this must be a trap set by the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect is a demonic sect. Who knows what kind of evil weapon they are refining? Hearing this, Master Chongsheng and Nun Jing-yi frowned slightly. Of course, this was the first thing they thought of, but the Tenryu sect was established at the same time as the three sections. Although the path of immortals and demons was different, they had shared weal and woe for tens of thousands of years. Everyone knew what kind of tricks each other had, but the incense cult and the Dalan temple had never heard that the Tenryu sect had such a bloody method. In fact, the most important thing was Sakura of the Tenryu sect had set up a trap and was seriously injured by Master Tiangang in the middle of this trap. Could it be the one who was injured wasn't Sakura? Both Nun Jing-yi and Master Chongsheng were stunned. They looked at each other and unconsciously understood. But Sakura's cultivation couldn't be impersonated. Then who was the one who impersonated Sakura? The Tenryu sect Sakura alone was enough to give the three sects a headache. If they secretly cultivated a disciple who was comparable to Sakura, then, even if the other 7 heavenly kings were all killed, the Tenryu sect's vitality wouldn't be damaged too much. Alliance Master Zhang San. Do you have something to say? As soon as Nun Jing-yi arrived, she saw Alliance Master Zhang San, who was usually very active, frowning. His expression was uncertain. She couldn't help but feel surprised and asked. I don't have anything to say. Alliance Master Zhang San was a little nervous and directly said, I. Then, he came to his senses and squeezed out a smile. I don't have anything to say. You three sects don't even have a clue about this kind of thing, let alone us martial sections. Don't you think so? The sect leaders of several large martial arts sects next to him echoed his words in horror. Then, your expression. Nun Jing-yi didn't let him go and continued asking. If your sect's elders were all killed, and your elite disciples were also killed, I'm afraid Nun's expression right now would be worse than mine. Alliance Master Zhang San said coldly, my righteous alliance has suffered a great calamity. It's a moment of life and death. Am I wrong to be a little sad? Don't tell me Nun thinks this blood has something to do with me. Blood, what? Nun Jing-yi was stunned and asked curiously, Alliance Master Zhang San seems to know something. What do I know? Alliance Master Zhang San was furious. If Nun is suspicious, I'll leave now. Come find me when you find evidence. Goodbye. Wait. Master Chongsheng immediately stopped him. Alliance Master Zhang San, please calm down. This old monk knows that your righteous alliance has suffered such a great change. Alliance Master must be uncomfortable, and Nun Jing-yi is also thinking about the survival of the entire Jianghu. Alliance Master doesn't need to mind if I ask a few more questions. Alliance Master Zhang San, please don't be offended. Didn't my fragrant cult advance and retreat together with the righteous alliance in the main hall? It's just a few questions. Don't take it to heart. Nun Jing-yi said with a smile. Alliance Master Zhang San snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He also stopped walking. The righteous alliance was in a miserable state. Of the 9 alliance masters, 1 alliance master and 8 vice alliance masters, only vice alliance master Yu, who was guarding the righteous peak, and vice alliance master Mi, who was basically crippled, were still alive. The other 6 vice alliance masters were all dead. The hundreds of disciples who had been brought to the Yaoshan Immortal abode and had the chance to become vice alliance masters were all killed by Zhang Xiaohua. Other than thinking about other things, Alliance Master Zhang San was also thinking about how to take away the thousands of disciples from the Misty School. If he knew that these thousands of disciples had become Zhang Xiaohu's private army, who knew how much blood he would vomit? And these thousands of disciples, to a large extent, they still had to rely on the fragrant cult. Therefore, although he had a stern expression just now, once there was a way out, he immediately took it. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1192. By Zhang Men. Your Shindao sect. Oh, between the clouds and the water, have you ever seen such a strange thing? Master Chongqing turned around and asked. Bai Yanxiu shook his head blankly and replied, the three perfected masters of my sect have also carefully examined it. It seems that there is no such precedent in the records of the sect. But I remember that in the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, Ren Xiaoyao mentioned whether or not your sect had a black flag, and then, he mentioned the Tenryus sect. I think that this thing might have something to do with the Tenryus sect. Ah, Amitba. Excellent, excellent. Master Chongqing put his palms together and said in a low voice, the black flag that Benefactor Ren mentioned does not exist in the Dalan Temple. There is no record of it in the ancient records of the sect. I sent Master Tiangang to guard the Sutra Depository and he has seen all the ancient records. If he doesn't know, then it doesn't exist. Moreover, I have already sent hundreds of disciples to examine all the corpses within 10 miles of Yaoshan. There was no exception. All the corpses were completely drained of blood. If this is really the doing of the Tenryus sect, this Tenryus sect has a great plan. I'm afraid, we can't deal with it alone. Exactly. I wonder where the blood of these tens of thousands of people has flowed to. In the past, whenever there was a massacre in Jianghu, there would be a bloody smell in the air that lingered for a long time. But now, there is no bloody smell in Yaoshan at all. It is abnormally fresh. It is really strange. This matter still needs to be planned. Does anyone have any ideas? Master Chongqing sighed. They couldn't possibly attack the Tenryus sect now, so everyone looked at each other and didn't have any definite ideas. Ah, let's do it this way. Now that the Tenryus sect is the only sect that isn't here in Jianghu, this strange thing is most likely the doing of the Tenryus sect. Let's go back and think of a countermeasure. Tomorrow, we will make a plan. What do you think? Bai Yanxiu said in a low voice. Great kindness, Master Chongqing agreed. Our sects will stay here for a few more days for the sake of our survival. I'm sure Headmaster Ren of Beidou School won't blame us. Probably not. Nun Jingyi smiled. After the martial arts sects left, Alliance Master Zhang San called out to Abbess Jingyi and said, Abbess, this humble one, has something to ask of you, for some face. Startled, Abbess Jingyi glanced at Master Longevity beside her and smiled. Alliance Leader Zhang. What's the matter? Abbess, can I have a word with you? Alliance Master Zhang San's face was slightly red. Amitba, I'll go take a look elsewhere. Help yourselves. Master Chongqing chanted Buddha's name and left. Seeing this, Bai Yanxiu also took his leave. Between the clouds and the water. Seeing the two of them leave, Alliance Master Zhang San thickened his face and told Nun Jingyi his thoughts. In the end, he added, after this matter, these thousands of disciples of the righteous Tao Alliance will be of great importance. If Nun returns these disciples, the righteous Tao Alliance and the incense cult will form an alliance and not invade each other in the future. What do you think, Nun? At first, Nun Jingyi thought it was something serious, but when she heard the end, a bitter smile appeared on her face. What? Nun isn't willing? Seeing Nun Jingyi like this, Alliance Master Zhang San sneered. Nun, don't forget that the Dalan Temple, the incense cult, and the righteous Tao Alliance have an agreement. Without the righteous Tao Alliance's secret plane map, AI, Alliance Leader Zhang San, your words are a bit coercive. Nun Jing-yi said unhappily. If it weren't for the agreement between our three sects, if it weren't for the secret plane map, how could the Dalan Temple and the incense cult stand up for you at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Moreover, I also know that after Yaoshan Immortal Mansion fell into the hands of Beta School, that secret plane is the most important thing to both you and me. Without the sheepskin from your righteous Tao alliance, the incense cult and the Dalan Temple wouldn't have been able to enter the secret plane. Since none knows. Alliance Master Zhang San was a bit bewildered. Alliance Leader Zhang San may not know, but the Misty School's situation you're thinking of right now is exactly what I've planned and hoped for. However, that's only what you're thinking, it's not the truth. Right now, the truth should be like this. Nun Jing-yi didn't hide anything and told Alliance Master Zhang San everything she knew. Huh? How could that be? Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned. Then, you didn't send the Immortal Tao expert? How could that be? If we sent the Immortal Tao expert, we'd rather have the inner disciples help the Misty School. Why bother hiding it? Nun Jing-yi shook her head. The most important thing is that we've trapped Yen in Shixin Peak for many years. No matter what we did, we couldn't find the location of the sheepskin belonging to the Misty School. If we couldn't find the sheepskin belonging to the Misty School, wouldn't our three sects be unable to do as we wish? Therefore, if we let the Misty School out, not only would it benefit the Misty School, but it would also benefit the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Tao Alliance. Letting the sheepskin out and cooperating with our three sects was one of the conditions the Misty School had for leaving Shixin Peak. None, in other words, if the Misty School doesn't release the Righteous Tao disciple, we have no other way? After listening to Nun Jing-yi's analysis, Alliance leader Zhang San knew that the Misty School also had a weakness that could be used against him as a barrier. Moreover, the Misty School also had an unknown Immortal Tao expert. He couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. He muttered, but the Immortal Tao is so difficult to set foot on. How could Zhang Xiaohu have the cultivation of the Immortal Tao? Nun Jing-yi smiled bitterly. Alliance leader Zhang San, this is also why we're surprised. If that Zhang Xiaohu isn't a chess piece that we can control, do you think we're crazy? Why would we put this heavy burden on him? What should we do? For the first time, Alliance leader Zhang San felt somewhat panicked. Nun Jing-yi glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, "It's only a little more than a month until the 15th of the first lunar month. Alliance leader Zhang San doesn't need to worry. When our four sects meet up, Alliance leader Zhang San can negotiate with the Misty School and give the benefits of the secret plane to the Misty School. Who knows, maybe the Misty School will send your thousands of disciples back." That's the only way. Alliance leader Zhang San said gloomily. The matter of the jungle, did you send someone to notify the Misty School? Alliance leader Zhang San doesn't need to worry. We've already notified Zhang Xiaohu before Yaoshan. It's just that the Misty School's defenses are very tight. We don't know if the news has been delivered yet. The secret plane is the key to setting foot on the Immortal Tao. It's also, the key to the revival of the great Immortal Tao sections. How could the Misty School not care? None, don't worry. As long as Zhang Xiaohu gets the news, he'll definitely come in time. Alliance leader Zhang San snorted and said bitterly, "Oh, right. Between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanxiu seems to be very smart. Don't let her know about this." Don't worry. Between the clouds and the water doesn't have the sheepskin scroll, and they're a sect that appeared after the incident of the secret plane. How could they know about the secret plane? Between the clouds and the water was born in the Shindao sect. They should also be a great sect with the Immortal Tao. How could they not know about the secret plane? Alliance leader, you don't know. This secret plane has long been lost in history. If the sheepskin scroll hadn't appeared, the incense sect and the Dalan Temple wouldn't have remembered it. Between the clouds and the water has been destroyed for a long time and is working hard to restore it. How could they know about this? Nun Jing-yi said disdainfully. Then. I'm relieved. Alliance leader Zhang San nodded. However, he suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, this secret plane is very close to Yaoshan, and Beidu's school in Yaoshan is newly built. I'm afraid it'll attract Ren Xiaoyao's attention. Well, Alliance leader's worries are very reasonable. However, I've also thought about it. The Immortal Mansion is a great immortal opportunity. Beidu's school has already obtained this immortal opportunity. If they covet the secret plane, I'm afraid they'll be punished by heaven. Moreover, Beidu's school is newly built. Within 10 days, Ren Xiaoyao won't have time to think about other things. None, you're right. However, we still have to be careful. Don't let others know. Alliance leader Zhang San warned again. I know. Nun Jingyi sneered. I came back empty-handed from the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Naturally, I'm determined to get the secret plane. My eagerness is no less than Alliance leader Zhang San's. That's good, that's good. Alliance leader Zhang San smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Nun Jingyi and Grandmaster Changxing discussed for a long time. They were certain that the mastermind behind all this was the Tenryu sect. They couldn't help but sigh and return to their own homes. Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew in the air. She seemed to be like a fish in water or a dragon in the sea. She couldn't help but praise, I don't know what I encountered in this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Not only did I not die from the raging fire, but my cultivation in the path of immortality has also leaped 1,000 miles. Just the Carefree Heart Sutra alone has reached the 16th layer. I can be considered a late-stage qi refining cultivator. With 2 more layers, the Carefree Heart Sutra will be completed. Also, the core in my Mudpill Palace has increased several times. The range and quality of my divine sense have also increased by leaps and bounds. My God's guidance has also reached the 2nd layer. Not only that, but my God's guidance doesn't seem to have reached the end. I feel like it's improving every moment. Also, my flying technique seems to be twice as fast as yesterday. Could it be that, when I was in the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, that phoenix absorbed a lot of qi of heaven and earth? Oh right, where's the phoenix? Why did the basin suddenly burst into flames when the phoenix appeared? Is the phoenix not afraid of fire? Did the phoenix save me? Where did the phoenix run off to? Zhang Xiaohua had a series of questions, but he didn't have a definite answer. All he knew was that he wasn't burned to death, the phoenix was gone, and he had obtained 9 magic treasures like the Hao Tian mirror, as well as the immortal guarding spiritual steel of the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Most importantly, he had unintentionally obtained the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, and he had announced the establishment of the Big Dipper sect in front of all the sects in the martial arts world. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but do somersaults in the air. It was as if she had done something extremely interesting. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua could already see Pingyang City. She could also see the small courtyard in the Huanxi Mountain Villa outside of Pingyang City. At this moment, Zhang Bairen was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhang Bairen frowned and looked up at the sky. Little Yellow and Little Black immediately trembled and crawled on the ground. They didn't dare to move at all. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1193. Guo Sufei, Lu Qian, and Nie Qinyu were all sitting in the pavilion, chatting leisurely. The grapevines had already withered away. Although Lu Qian was talking to her mother from time to time, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Bairen. Seeing Zhang Bairen stop playing and look up at the sky, Lu Qian was surprised. She stood up and shouted, "Bairen? What's wrong?" Before Lu Qian could finish her sentence, in the corner of the courtyard, there was a wail. Huan's 4 legs gave way and it fell to the ground, peeing and shitting, this. Lu Qian was shocked and shouted, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, sister-in-law, are you calling for me? A voice descended from the sky, and a tall, thin, bald young man wearing a long robe landed in the middle of the courtyard. Xiaohua, when did you come back? Lu Qian was surprised when she heard Zhang Xiaohua's familiar voice. But when she saw her clearly, she took 2 steps back and covered her mouth. She shouted, how can you be Xiaohua? No, you are Xiaohua? That's not right, how can you be Xiaohua? Lu Qian panicked and couldn't speak clearly. She jumped out of the pavilion and stood in front of Zhang Bairen. Guo Sufei and Nie Qinyu didn't care about Lu Qian's concern for Zhang Bairen. But when they heard the wail of the whale, they also stood up. Then, Zhang Xiaohua appeared in the courtyard. Lu Qian's denial stunned Guo Sufei. The young man in front of her looked like her youngest son. But when she looked carefully, his face was different. But when she looked again, he looked like her youngest son. What's going on? You are Xiaohua? Guo Sufei hesitated. Master. Zhang Bairen, who was blocked by Lu Qian, seemed to have reacted. He stuck his head out from Lu Qian's leg and poked with the wooden stick in his hand while mumbling. Mother, of course it's me. Zhang Xiaohua touched her bald head helplessly and touched her nose, which was much taller than the rest. But, your hair, where did it go? Your nose and eyes, how did they become like this? Guo Sufei hesitated. Mother. I don't know myself. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to tell her mother that she was almost burned to death. She smiled and said, I woke up and became like this. I don't know what happened. Xiaohua? When did you come back? Zhang Xiaolong came out of the house and saw to see Xiaohua's back. Your hair, why is it gone? Big brother, I just came back. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he turned around. Wow, who are you? Zhang Xiaolong to see to his face to see Zhang's to see. Ai, father, Mr. Lu, come out and talk. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and said helplessly, there's also Tian, Ng Xiaohua. By the way, disciple, go and call your martial aunt O. Zhang Xiaohua knew to explain to her family and disciple, so she called out everyone in the courtyard. The last sentence was directed to Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua came out of the house. Although she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face changed again, her tone was the same as before. She responded casually and ran outside. Shui Tian curled her lips in jealousy and looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously. Little fish Nya, you don't recognize me either. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qinyu, who was standing in the pavilion and didn't want to come out. Senior martial brother, you feel different from before. Nie Qinyu said while biting her lips. How about this? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and changed her face back to its original appearance. This is the same as before, but it still feels a little awkward. Nie Qinyu shook her head. Xiaohua, my child, have you changed so much that you can't find your original appearance? Can't you change back? Guo Sufei suddenly realized and cried out. Mother. Zhang Xiaohua sweated and quickly said, No, mother, don't worry. When everyone is here, I'll tell you in detail. Xiaohua. You. Look at what you've become. Zhang Kai held the pipe in his hand and said with a look of disappointment, You're already the head of some beta school, why are you still so mischievous? Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a frown and whispered to Zhang Kai, In-law, let's hear what Xiaohua has to say. No matter how I look at it, I look like Xiaohua. Right, disciple, go to the Misty School's meeting hall and invite your martial uncle. I almost forgot about him. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and laughed. Yes, disciple will go now. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call him disciple, Shui Tian immediately jumped up and used his qinggong to jump out of the courtyard. Little yellow, little black, what's going on with you two? Zhang Xiaohua saw little black and little yellow's appearance and asked. Zhang Xiaohua said and thought the same. Little Yellow and Little Black immediately heard her and their eyes flashed with joy. Two timid voices that did not dare to speak loudly sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Mother, father, is it you? Nonsense, of course it's father and mother. Who else could it be? Others may not recognize me, but how can you not recognize me? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Mother, father, Little Yellow and Little Black called out at the same time. Although their eyes were mostly filled with joy and a trace of fear, but neither of them dared to step forward. What's wrong with you two? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Since they knew that she was Zhang Xiaohua, these two little things should have flown over. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and stretched out her hand to pick up Little Yellow and Little Black. When the two little things saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over, they were obviously extremely afraid. They wanted to retreat, but didn't dare to. When Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to grab them, the two little things first stood up and their eyes were filled with pleading. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was very sensitive to the two little things' emotions and quickly retracted her hand. The two little things' eyes clearly relaxed. Scared. The two little things said in unison. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, but she didn't want the two little things to feel uncomfortable. She waved her hand and said, then go to the wall and watch the courtyard. The two little things cried out and flew to the top of the wall. They looked outside and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. There was some attachment and some fear. Little fish nya, ping, brew some tea for master. Also, bring out the stool and table from the house. Yes, senior. Brother. The two of them replied and were about to go. Why do you need to move the table? Do you think it's summer now? It's already winter. Let's talk inside the house. Guo Sufei looked at the sky and said. Hee, isn't that so? Mother is still the most attentive. I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Everyone entered the house and just as they sat down, they heard a burst of laughter outside. Xiaohua, I heard that, you can't transform anymore? Needless to say, the person who came was the Misty School's big gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu. Master, I didn't say that. Shui Tian came back with Zhang Xiaohu and explained before entering the house. How is it not you? You said that your master looks different from before. If it's not that I can't transform anymore, then what is it? Zhang Xiaohu said as he entered the house. He immediately saw the baldy in the house and stared at Zhang Xiaohua's nose and eyes for a moment. I remember asking you before. You said that as long as you don't use your qi, you will revert back to your original appearance. How did you become like this? Do you think that I'm Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You, aren't you Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback and subconsciously took half a step back. I told you. You didn't believe me. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi, she pursed her lips and said, why don't you ask a few questions so that you can confirm my identity? I believe you, senior brother. Nie Qianyu said with a light smile. Why? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Didn't senior brother already change into his previous appearance just now? If senior brother isn't senior brother, then you don't have to use your current appearance. Why do you have to give yourself away? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, based on what you said, really don't have to explain myself. Senior brother, please tell me. This disciple also wants to know why senior brother changed into this appearance. Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed. There were a few more footsteps outside the house. Oh Yan was in Huanxi Manor. She actually came later than Zhang Xiaohu. Besides Ji Xiaohua and Qiu Tong, there were also Changgu and Chen Chen. Obviously, the four of them had received the news. Although they were puzzled, they only looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't ask anything. Oh Yan entered the house and thought for a moment. She bowed and greeted, greetings. Senior brother sect master. Take a seat first. Zhang Xiaohua said with a wave of her hand. Oh, by the way, didn't you want me to ask you a question just now? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly said, can I ask it now? Yes, second brother can ask it at any time. Well, then, tell me, which wall of the ethereal palace hangs the portrait of the founder of my misty school? Zhang Xiaohu stared at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes and asked. Specifically, the portrait of Senior Yang is not in the ethereal palace. It is in a small jade hall behind the ethereal palace. There are 3 portraits, and Senior Yang's is on the top. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, this is the first one, and the second one is in the inheritance pavilion on the first floor. I can't tell which wall it is on, but anyway, you will see it when you enter the door. Well, let me ask you again, how should I deal with the disciples of the Righteous Alliance? Second brother, do you still need to deal with them? Didn't you already deal with them by other means? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, I still remember the password when dealing with them. Do you want me to say it? Chapter 1194. Zhang Xiaohua giggled. Second brother, don't trick me. How can I say the password? You know it's inappropriate. Do you want me to say it myself? Zhang Xiaohu blurted out. What password? Guosufei was puzzled when she heard this. Mother, you'd better ask Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu had already determined that this girl was Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing her mother looking at her, Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, it's nothing. I'm just joking with second brother. All the more reason to say it. Who knows if you're right? Zhang Xiaolong, who was next to her, heard that it was a joke and unconsciously became spirited. Then. Well, my disciple, prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for your master. Yes. Yes, your disciple will go now. 2 voices sounded and ran out at the same time. Not long after, Xiaohua Ji came in with a brush and ink, and Shui Tian Ji came in with a paper. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She picked up the brush and wrote 2 lines of words on the paper like crabs. I love you, Chen Chen. I love you, Chang'e. Ah. Everyone was shocked, then they laughed. They saw Zhang Xiaolong laughing so hard that he almost held his stomach. Even Lu Qian, who was hugging Zhang Byron, was laughing so hard that she was swaying back and forth. Zhang Kai, Mr. Lu, and Guosufei endured the extreme pain and insisted on not letting themselves laugh out loud. Chang'e and Chen Chen, however, blushed and stared at Zhang Xiaohu fiercely. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely wronged, with a look of, what does this have to do with me? After a long time, everyone stopped laughing. Zhang Xiaolong said, don't identify it. If this is not Xiaohua, who is Xiaohua? Ha 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 ha. Everyone seemed to recall those 2 sentences. Zhang Xiaohu blushed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua was also innocent. She rolled her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu, as if to say, who told you not to believe that I am Zhang Xiaohua? Who can you blame? After a long time, everyone calmed down. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaohua's face and said, however, this is also good. You look more handsome than before. I'm afraid that you will attract the attention of many girls. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be unhappy. Sister-in-law. I used to be very unpopular. That's true. Zhang Xiaohu finally got the chance and laughed. Zhang Kai and Guosufei also laughed. Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, where's your disciple? After laughing for a while, Zhang Xiaohu asked, the 2 disciples I sent have not returned yet. Have you found them? Not only that. Zhang Xiaohua was also afraid that everyone would be confused about her appearance. She quickly changed the topic and said, I not only found Chu Jing, but also saw Li Jinfeng, young Master Li. Young Master Li? Why did he go to Dragon Mountain? Zhang Xiaohu was very curious. He is a weak scholar. Why is he not studying at home? Zhang Xiaohua deliberately looked at Qiu Tong, who was beside O Yen. She saw that there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She smiled and said, "This has something to do with Sister Qiu Tong." Me? Qiu Tong was stunned. She pointed at her own nose and asked, "Young Master Li and I have only met a few times. How can we be related?" When O Yen heard this, her eyes turned a few times. She seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, second brother, not only did I meet young Master Li, I also, I met your Misty School's founder's old lover." "Ah. You actually went to the bottom of Worryless Lake?" Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and almost jumped up. "What? You also know about Senior Yang's private matters?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, she immediately thought that since Zhang Xiaohu could see Yang Haoya's primordial spirit projection, it was normal for him to know about these matters. "Xiaohua, this is Founder Yang's private matter." I didn't tell you." Zhang Xiaohu explained. You don't have to tell me. I know more than you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said. "Oh, by the way, Founder Yang asked me to go to Worryless Lake and say something to Senior Yu. I wonder if Senior Yu, of course Senior Yu isn't here. Oh, by the way, I really don't know if she's here or not. I didn't go to the bottom of Worryless Lake." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Disciple, make some tea. I want to tell you a story." Yes, disciple will go now." Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian both ran out. After the two of them made tea, Zhang Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls happily. Then, she told them about how she went to Dragon Mountain, met Li Jinfeng, and saved Li Jinfeng. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This Li Jinfeng was indeed chivalrous and courageous. Then, they looked at Qiu Tong, who was blushing and shy. Moreover, her eyes were shining with splendor and surprise. In their hearts, they added another affectionate evaluation. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them about how she met the projection of Yu Mingxin's soul in Worryless City. Sigh, everyone listened as if they were listening to a story. This was a love story between immortals from tens of thousands of years ago. There was sweetness, separation, and hatred in it. "Continue the tea, disciple," Zhang Xiaohua shouted just as Yu Mingxin was determined to go out and fight. Before Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian could stand up, Nie Qianyu quickly placed her cup in front of Zhang Xiaohua and urged, "Senior brother, what happened to Senior Yu in the end?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cup that Nie Qianyu had used and saw the tears in Nie Qianyu's eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, "What other ending could there be? Don't you know the ending? Back then, didn't you tell me in front of Worryless Lake? But, senior brother, didn't you say that Senior Yu and Senior Yang's story was different from the rumors?" Nie Qianyu asked anxiously. "Yes. However, Nie Qianyu, you have to know that in this world, there are many ways to start a story, but the ending is sometimes only one way." Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully. Nie Qianyu was obviously very concerned about the relationship between Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin. She sighed and said, "Why is it so difficult to hope that people can be together for a long time? If there is no separation and misery, who would care about a happy reunion?" Zhang Ping'er also said, "I didn't understand the meaning of Mo Xiong on Lingering Fragrance Peak until now. I finally understand that beautiful women are always ill-fated. That senior brother sect master, young Master Li, what about him?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua talking about Yang Haoya and Yu Mingxin, O Yen also felt emotional, but in her heart, she seemed to be more concerned about Li Jinfeng. She was too embarrassed to ask, so she stopped herself several times. O Yen and Qiu Tong were like sisters, so she naturally knew what she was thinking. She smiled and patted Qiu Tong's hand, asking Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohua saw that Qiu Tong's face was so red that it was about to drip blood, and she was overjoyed. Young Master Li's spring was not far away. Thus, she told him about her departure with young Master Li, how young Master Li insisted on bringing Miss Mei's body back for burial, and how she met Yuan Chongqing of the Lotus Escort Agency and the 2 disciples of the Misty School. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua actually met an old acquaintance, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "I knew it, the disciples I sent out are all abnormally capable, and can't be careless." So, they also searched Dragon Mountain for a long time, but that Chu Zhigao hid too well, so they couldn't find him. Oh. Yuan Chongqing actually became the head of the escort agency? I didn't hear about this before. Later, I'll get someone to invite him over. When we were at the Lotus Escort Agency, we got along quite well. Oh, right, Xiaohua, where's that little disciple of yours called Chu Jing? Zhang Xiaohu suddenly remembered, and looked left and right. Where are your 2 disciples? Did they report to you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked. No. Did they just come back, and haven't reported to the meeting hall yet? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's still early, they are still on their way. I'm afraid it'll be half a month before they come back." Ah. Zhang Xiaohu and the others were not surprised, but Qiu Tong was the first to exclaim, and then her face became hot again. "Sister Qiu Tong, don't worry, Mr. Li is with the escorts of the Lotus Escort Agency and the 2 disciples of the Misty School. There shouldn't be any danger," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm not worried about Mr. Li. I'm just thinking." Qiu Tong did not know what to say. Sister Qiu Tong is worried about Miss Mei's body. Nie Qianyu smiled and said. Qiu Tong immediately said, "Yes. Although it's the 12th lunar month now, but the journey. It'll take dozens of days, I'm afraid, there won't be any problems." No, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since Mr. Li wants to do it, how can I not do my best?" That's good. Qiu Tong touched her hot face and did not dare to say anything else. "Xiaohua, Mr. Li is so kind, you should come back with him," Zhang Kai said. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, father is right, but I have other things to do, so I have to leave early." "Other things? Leave early?" Nie Qianyu was stunned, then smiled and said, "Is it because of this that senior brother sect leader's face changed?" "Little fish Nie, you really have to." Zhang Xiaohua praised, then reached into her clothes and took out something. She smiled and said, "Everyone, look. What is this?" The foot-long mansion guarding spiritual steel was in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and it was emitting a faint colorful light. It looked very magical. What is this?" Nie Qianyu did not know and asked softly. "Xiaohua, where did you find this big bluestone?" "The bluestone on the southern slope of our Guizhuang house is not so square and bright." Zhang Xiaolong also asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the thing Zhang Xiaohua took out was definitely not ordinary, but he could not see anything unusual after looking around, so he coughed and said, "Xiaohua, are you going to establish a sect, to build a house?" "This bluestone. Which kiln is it from?" "I'll send some disciples to buy more later. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your sect." Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated when she heard that. She shouted, "What are you talking about? This is really casting pearls before swine. I have nothing in common with the 2 of you." Chapter 1195. That's right. Little dragon, little tiger, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Lu also scolded and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, your jade is really good. There are golden threads on it. Where did you get it?" Zhang Xiaohua slumped on the chair and moaned, "Please, this is the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion's mansion guarding spiritual tablet." Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Mansion guarding spiritual tablet? Everyone was surprised and didn't understand what it meant. Guo Sufei pointed at the tablet and said, Xiaohua. What kind of mansion do you think this is? Is it for little black and little yellow? TSK, it's so delicate. It's really hard for you to find a skilled craftsman. Finally, there was someone who knew what was good. Zhang Xiaohu jumped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. His two big eyes were round and round. He was very surprised and said, Xiaohua. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua was about to nod, but after hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, she couldn't continue. Zhang Xiaohu said, could it be? In your hand. This is Yaoshan's Immortal Mansion? Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said helplessly, second brother, I do want to make the Immortal Abode a little bigger than this, but the Immortal Abode covers the entire Yao Mountain, and I don't have that much magical power. Oh, the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has already appeared? Zhang Xiaohu heard and shouted again, why didn't you hear the disciples report it? You didn't go to the Immortal Mansion to get some treasures and rob it. What are you doing sitting here? You have a big blue stone in your hand. What? What's the use of it? Wait, little tiger, what is this Immortal Mansion that Xiaohua is talking about? You better explain it clearly to us first. Zhang Kai was puzzled when he heard this and said loudly. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were well aware of it. Apart from Chang'e and Chen Chen, who else knew about Immortal Mansion? Oh, it's like this. Father, a few days ago, in the southwest sky, wasn't there a rainbow-colored light? Did you see it? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said. Yes, I saw it. I was talking to Mr. Lu about it. I'm afraid that some demon is about to descend. Zhang Kai nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu told her about the rumors of the Immortal Mansion and the words of the Misty School's founder. Finally, he smiled and said, isn't Xiaohua going to start a sect? He wanted to use Immortal Mansion as the gateway to Beta School, but later he found out that everyone in the world had their eyes on Immortal Mansion, so he gave up the idea and went to the south to pick up his disciple. Yes, you heard it just now. Then, what about now? Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, you just said that Immortal Mansion has appeared. Presumably, there is already a result? Yes, Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, it was obtained by Beidou School. Really? Nie Qianyu and the others couldn't believe it, but seeing Zhang Xiaohua's tail wagging, they all cheered. This is Immortal Mansion? Zhang Xiaolong pointed at the life-guarding spiritual steel again. Brother, I told you that Yaoshan Immortal Mansion is on Yaoshan Mountain. This is just a life-guarding spiritual steel. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. But, why didn't you stay on Yaoshan Mountain to look after your cave? Why did you come back? Zhang Xiaolong blamed her naturally. If it was occupied by others, who would we find to reason with? Then, realization dawned on him. Oh, I understand. You came back to find someone to guard the door. That's not right, Xiaohua. I sent disciples out, and they came back every day. They didn't hear any news of Yaoshan Immortal Mansion's appearance. Could it be? Looking at her two brothers, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said to her eldest brother, Big brother, Immortal Abode isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Now, Immortal Abode belongs to the Big Dipper sect. Unless I, the founder of the Big Dipper sect, agree, no one can enter. So, I didn't come back to find you to guard the door. Then, she said to Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, Immortal Mansion's appearance was yesterday. I'm afraid you won't receive the news until tomorrow. That's right. It's no wonder that the inner disciples of the fragrant cult didn't mention it yesterday. Zhang Xiaohu also realized, I forgot about the fact that you can fly. Inner disciples of fragrance cult? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What are they doing here? Zhang Xiaohu looked at O Yen and smiled. This matter, let's talk about it later. It's about Misty School and Fragrance Cult. Senior brother sect leader, since Immortal Mansion is already ours, you, the mansion guarding spiritual steel in your hand, what is it? Zhang Pinger asked with joy. Mansion guarding spiritual steel, as the name suggests, it's a steel used to suppress Immortal Mansion. Shui Tian interrupted. Oh, I know. Ji Xiaohua, who had always been quiet, shouted. It's the same as the stone steel in the temple that suppressed the old turtle. Damn, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said loudly, it has nothing to do with that, whatever old turtle. This mansion guarding spiritual steel is used to control Immortal Mansion. Control Immortal Mansion? What's the use of it? Guo Sufei was even more puzzled. The place where we live needs to be controlled? Yes, whether it was the small courtyard of the Zhang family in Guozhuang House or the courtyard in Huanxi Villa, they all needed to be controlled. Senior brother sect leader, this thing is the key to Immortal Mansion. Oh Yan was worthy of being the owner of Huanxi Villa. She knew the use of the key very well and hit the nail on the head. Yes, it is. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her thigh. Can I have a look? Nie Qinyu laughed. Here, isn't it easy to have a look? Zhang Xiaohua said and handed over the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The 1-foot square mansion guarding spiritual steel looked very heavy. Nie Qinyu used all her strength to take it, but, when she grabbed it with both hands, her hands actually went through the middle of the mansion guarding spiritual steel as if there was nothing there at all. This. Nie Qinyu was stunned and almost fell down. She had used all her strength to take it. Oh, how could this be? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. But when she reached out to touch it, the mansion guarding spiritual steel was still there. There was no change. Let me see. Oh Yan also came forward and touched it with her hand. However, she also grabbed nothing. She didn't get anything. Zhang Xiaolong and the others were also curious. Everyone touched it, but no one caught it. It seemed that only Zhang Xiaohua could touch it. It's weird. After touching it with his hand, Mr. Lu pinched his beard and smiled. It's really Immortal Mansion. This key is also different from ordinary ones. Well, only Master can hold it. Others can't steal it. This Immortal Mansion will always belong to Beidou School. Ji Xiaohua said. Master. Behind Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Bairan, who had been holding a small stick, came over to poke Zhang Xiaohua with the stick again. Seeing the mansion guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Bairan's eyes lit up. He threw the stick aside and grabbed it with one hand. Everyone else's hand was empty, but Zhang Bairan's hand was holding the corner of the mansion guarding spiritual steel. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She loosened her hand and let it fall down a little. Unexpectedly, the mansion guarding spiritual steel didn't fall down like Zhang Xiaohua thought. Instead, it was firmly held in Zhang Bairan's hand. Zhang Bairan laughed and held this little thing with both hands. He was very happy. Then, something even more incredible happened. Zhang Bairan took the mansion guarding spiritual steel and put it into his mouth, which was full of saliva. He wanted to bite it. Bairan, this isn't for eating. Lu Qian was already used to it. She tried to block it as she spoke. She forgot that she couldn't touch the spirit steel. She swept her hand and the spirit steel was sent to Zhang Bairan's mouth. The mansion guarding spiritual steel shrank rapidly as it was sent to Zhang Bairan's mouth. In the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by Zhang Bairan and disappeared without a trace. Son. Lu Qian was shocked. This wasn't a small marble or a small piece of paper. This was a piece of limestone that was bigger than a limestone. Lu Qian jumped in fright and hugged Zhang Bairan. She quickly put Zhang Bairan's face down on her knees and used her other hand to hit Zhang Bairan's back. It looked like she wanted to hit the mansion guarding spiritual steel out of Zhang Byron's stomach. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was stunned at first. Then, she laughed as if she thought of something. She clapped her hands and said, "Ha ha ha, good, good. Byron. You are indeed the first disciple of our Beidou school. Xiaohua, stop fooling around. Byron won't choke, right?" Lu Qian was about to cry. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. That spirit steel isn't much smaller than Byron. If it was something normal, how could Byron swallow it?" Zhang Xiaohua comforted her. "Io, that's right." Lu Qian came to her senses and carried Byron. When she looked at Byron carefully, she saw that Byron was all smiles and seemed to be playing with something fun. How could he be in pain? "Byron, spit it out," Lu Qian said angrily. "Mother." Byron's mouth twitched as if he was unwilling. "Good disciple, give it to Master. Master will bring you somewhere to play. There are better places." Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and said with a smile. When Zhang Byron heard that there were better places, his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and spat out the mansion guarding spiritual steel into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the spirit steel and sighed. She put it into the money bag and said, "When the mansion guarding spiritual steel is refined to the end, it can be absorbed into the body. It's just that my cultivation is too low and I can't do it." I didn't expect Byron to be able to absorb it into his body without refining it. Everyone was shocked. Especially Shui Tiantian. Nie Qianyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yen didn't have any objections to Zhang Byron being the first disciple of Beidou school. After all, they were considered Zhang Xiaohua's junior sisters. Ji Xiaohua didn't need to say anything. He already saw Zhang Byron as a young master. However, Shui Tiantian was different. He used to be the first disciple of the Misty School's younger generation. He was definitely a candidate to be the first disciple of the Beidou school. Although he was impressed by Zhang Xiaohua's immortal methods, he still had a grudge against a child who wasn't even 4 years old. At this time, he saw that the spirit steel that he couldn't touch was absorbed into Zhang Byron's body. Even his master, Zhang Xiaohua, couldn't do it. He was convinced. The first disciple of the Beidou school was Zhang Byron. Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 1196. Xiaohua, how did the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion appear yesterday? How did you get it? Zhang Xiaohu asked enviously. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, cleared her throat, and told her what happened at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Xiaohua, you said, you don't know? You just slept for a while and your face changed? Your hair is gone. Your eyebrows are gone too. Guo Sufei was still concerned about the changes in her youngest son's appearance. The Immortal Mansion was not as important as her son. Yes, mother, I don't know what happened. I'm very puzzled. This sentence was the truth, so Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. Senior brother head, are you so bold? In front of the leader of the fragrance cult, the abbot of the Dalan temple, the head of Between the Clouds and the Water, and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, you announced the establishment of Beidou school? They actually congratulated our Beidou school? Zhang Pinger's eyes were full of little stars. Of course. Zhang Xiaohua straightened her somewhat thin chest and said, I'm the master of the Immortal Mansion. At that time, their lives were in my hands. If I was unhappy, I would take their lives. How would they dare to disobey? The Righteous Alliance lost hundreds of disciples at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Xiaohua, you're really ruthless. Zhang Xiaohu was more concerned about the Righteous Alliance. Actually, I didn't want to be so ruthless at first, but, after a while, I used the power of the Immortal Mansion to make them tell the truth. Only then did I know, these people, bullied men and women, humiliated the weak. When I thought of Mr. Li and Miss May, I got angry, so I killed them all. At the mention of this, Zhang Xiaohua said bitterly, I don't know how Lu Town is doing. Lu Town is very close to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Xiaohua, oh, should I call you Headrun? Hehe, you're already the head of Beidou School. When will you take over Meng? Chang'e laughed. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger's faces were somewhat unnatural. Zhang Xiaohua said sadly, alas, we still have to wait. Our Beidou School is still too weak. Master, when will we move to the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Ji Xiaohua plucked up her courage and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback. He scratched his hairless head and said, This. Master didn't think about it. I just chased all the sect leaders down Yao Mountain this morning. Didn't I just come back? Yaoshan Immortal Mansion is not too far away, you see. Then, she looked at Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai and said, Dad, Mom, you two come with me. Second brother has a lot of things to do. He's still the focus of all the sects in Jianghu. Maybe there will be some fights in the future. You're not safe here. Then, she thought of something and turned to Nie Qianyu and said, By the way, Nie Qianyu, Valley Master Nie is also in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. He seems to be injured, but it's not very serious. I've already told him that you're in Misty School. He'll come over in a few days. That's great. Nie Qianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, she had always wanted to ask about it. However, she knew that there were many people in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to meet her father. Now that she heard that her father was safe and sound, she was greatly relieved. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, You're right. The Righteous Alliance suffered a loss because of you. I still have thousands of their disciples, which is very important to him. Soon, the Righteous Alliance will launch an attack on our Misty School. Mom, Dad, Mr. Lu, brother, and sister-in-law are no longer safe in Huanxi Mountain Manor. You'd better go to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion as soon as possible. You're not safe here. The Misty School is a place where all the heroes of Jianghu gather. It'll definitely raise a storm of blood. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. According to what you said, so many people died in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. The entire Jianghu has been greatly weakened. Moreover, with the emergence of your Beidou School, it's estimated that in the next few years, everyone's eyes will be on your Beidou School. Who will care about small sects like ours? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly, perhaps only Chuanxiang Cult and the Righteous Alliance will be unwilling. Then, when we go up Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, won't we be seen by the disciples of other sects? I'm afraid it'll bring trouble to Second Martial Uncle, right? Shui Tian frowned and said. Disciple, you don't have to worry about this. I have a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said. Zhang Xiaohua talked non-stop for a long time. It was getting late and everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger. However, they didn't notice it because they were interested in listening. Now that Zhang Xiaohua stopped, they all realized it. Guo Sufei, Lu Qian, and Xiu Tong went to prepare the meal. O Yan was also about to go, but she was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu. Miss O, I have something to ask you. Oh. O Yan was stunned and nodded. Sect leader Zhang, there's no harm in asking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Chang'e and then turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you come too. This is about Chuanxiang Cult. Maybe you can give some advice. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this matter had nothing to do with her. She was just being used by her second brother to avoid suspicion, so she laughed and said, Okay, I'm the most magnanimous person. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's words. He glanced outside and said, Come with me. Following Zhang Xiaohu to the pavilion outside, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and asked, Second brother, do you want to keep it a secret? It's best if you have any tricks. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and placed a few jade talismans around the pavilion. She made a gesture and a silent restriction was casually placed by Zhang Xiaohua. The cultivation of the late stage of qi refining was really different from the middle stage of qi refining. If it was a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be so relaxed. Is it done? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Okay, you guys talk. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, do you need me to seal my ears? No need, Zhang Xiaohu said solemnly. Then he sat on a stone bench in the pavilion and looked at O Yan, saying, Miss O, do you remember the 3 conditions you promised Abbess Jing Yi at Lingxiang Peak's Mo Xian Palace? O Yan blushed and nodded, I remember. Why? Then she suddenly realized something and said in surprise, don't tell me, the fragrance cult wants my Misty School to cooperate with them? Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, that's right. Yesterday, Abbess Jing Yi sent an inner court disciple over with a decree. She wants our Misty School to fulfill our promise and make preparations to meet them at the right place at the right time. Saying this, the corner of his mouth curved into a bitter smile and said, this. I was very confused. I only realized it after the inner court disciple left. O Yan looked at Zhang Xiaohua and also smiled bitterly. Faction leader Zhang, I know what Abbess Jing Yi wants, but where and when, I don't know. Hee, that's good. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, because I talked to Xiaohua about this before, I also know a little. Although I don't know when, where, or what, I have a rough idea of who will be involved. After the inner sect disciple of the cult of incense left, I had a discussion with Elder Li, Elder Lu, Vice Faction Leader 1, Vice Faction Leader Lu, and Hall Leader Shui. We already know the specific location and time, but we don't know where the sheepskin scroll is. Thinking back to that day in Mo Xian's palace, Miss O answered so confidently that you must know the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll. That's why I had a private discussion with Miss O. O Yan smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua next to her. She felt an indescribable sense of security. When Zhang Xiaohua received the sheepskin scroll and the paper box, she had promised not to tell anyone. Sure enough, although Zhang Xiaohu was her biological second brother and the faction leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua still kept her promise and did not tell Zhang Xiaohu about the sheepskin scroll. Faction leader Zhang. Although I didn't do the wrong thing and I know the whereabouts of the sheepskin scroll, but the sheepskin scroll is not in my hands. Ah? Then, where is it hidden in ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Hee, it's not hidden in ethereal heights. O Yan smiled and said, it's in someone's collection. Who? Zhang Xiaohu asked. Far away on the horizon but close in front of you. O Yan answered without hesitation. Who? Zhang Xiaohu looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing next to him with a smile. He pointed at her in disbelief and said, him? Xiaohua? O Yan nodded and said, it's my faction leader's senior brother. After saying that, she smiled and covered her mouth. Sigh, Xiaohua, you're really good at hiding it. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. I'll keep my promise and keep my promise. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that sheepskin scroll was given to O Yan by faction leader O of the Misty School. I'm keeping it for O Yan. Of course, I can't tell you. Well, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu turned his head and asked O Yan, this. Can you give me the sheepskin scroll now? Well, of course. Faction leader's senior brother said it well. I'll keep my promise and keep my promise. Since I've promised to spread the incense cult, I'll keep my promise. The sheepskin scroll is in faction leader senior brother's hands. Let senior brother give it to faction leader Zhang. After saying that, O Yan let out a long breath and said, well, the matter between me and the Misty School can be considered finished. Don't, O Yan. There's still a paper box. Zhang Xiaohua said. That longevity pill. I'll leave it to faction leader senior brother. Big brother didn't say anything. I don't dare to make a decision. Faction leader, senior brother, keep it for yourself. You can use it yourself or give it to others. I won't care. Easy for you to say. What is this longevity pill? I don't even know what it is. How can I use it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Faction leader, senior brother is a cultivator of the path of immortality. If you don't even know about this longevity pill, then I don't even know. I only know that there are rumors in the Jianghu that this longevity pill can prolong one's life. As for whether it can or can't, I don't know. There's such a miraculous pill? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1197. Speaking of alchemy, Zhang Xiaohua had also refined a lot of elixirs, such as healing, blood replenishing, detoxifying, increasing one's power, and even frightening one's mind. He knew a lot of elixir recipes, but Zhang Xiaohua had never heard or seen an elixir that could increase one's life. If there was such an elixir, then it must be a real elixir. Is there a real immortal in the secret site? Zhang Xiaohua had some doubts, but then he thought that Wan Wuxin, Ang Haoya, Yumingxin, and the earliest Sakra all came here from the transmission array in the secret site. They also stayed in the secret site. If there was such a magical elixir, they must have taken it long ago, and there was no need to leave any projection of their primordial spirits. Of course, if the longevity pill could only prolong a person's life, it could also be explained. But then, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help laughing. It was the same as what Peng thought at that time. No one knew the length of life. After taking it, no one knew whether your life was prolonged or not. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hoarse laughter, Yan said, I'm sure senior brother sect leader has also thought of the strange aspects of this longevity pill, so I'll leave this matter to senior brother sect leader. Then, she got up and said to Zhang Xiaohu, Grand Master Zhang, I'll go back and pack up. Please come to Huanxi Villa tomorrow, and I'll hand over all the affairs of Huanxi Villa, account books, keys and other things to them. Zhang Xiaohu quickly got up and said anxiously, Miss O. Why? This matter needs to be discussed again. Yan said with a smile, Grand Master Zhang, I'm now a disciple of Beidou School. Our Beidou School has been established in Yaoshan. If I don't go to Yaoshan, why should I stay in Huanxi Villa? This. Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss for words. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Second brother, Yan is right. Huanxi Mountain Villa is the private property of the Misty School. It's really inappropriate for Yan to be in charge of it. Our Yaoshan Immortal Mansion also has such a villa, which is enough for our Beidou School's disciples to live in. We should ask the Misty School to take back Huanxi Mountain Villa. Eldest Miss O, don't be anxious. When we return at night, I'll discuss it with Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu again. How about this? After dinner, I'll go with Grand Faction Leader Zhang to explain this matter to the two elders. What do you think? Yan was determined to leave at this time. I see. All right, I'll listen to Miss O's arrangement. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and agreed. Then I'll go to prepare dinner first. Senior brother, please discuss with gang leader Zhang. Yan smiled and went out of the pavilion. Looking at Yan's thin back, Zhang Xiaohu sighed slightly. Why bother? Second brother, it's awkward for Yan to stay here. Second sister-in-law also has a grudge in her heart. It's better not to meet each other. Everyone will be straightforward. Zhang Xiaohua persuaded. Although that's the case, when I think that I drove Grand Faction Leader O's sister away from Huanxi Mountain Villa as soon as I took over the Misty School, I always feel uncomfortable. What's the matter? The news of the opening of Beidou School's Yaoshan Immortal Mansion will be spread to the Misty School in the next 2 days. You tell the Misty School's disciples that Yan entered Beidou School. Everyone will make a clear choice between Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and Huanxi Mountain Villa. Everyone will only be envious. Who will think of this? Alas, that's the only way. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. What do you mean, that's the only way? Yaoshan Immortal Mansion has beautiful lakes and mountains. It's 10 times, no, 100 times better than Huanxi Mountain Villa and Misty Mountain Villa. Anyone will make the same choice. Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully. Tisk. Zhang Xiaohu knew that Zhang Xiaohua was boasting again, but he was also disdainful. Here, second brother. This sheepskin scroll is for you. Zhang Xiaohua handed the sheepskin scroll to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu took it and looked at it with twilight. He said with a smile, it really is the ring finger of Five Claw Peak. But I heard from Marshal Uncle Lu that Five Claw Peak Swanjajub Forest requires 4 sheepskin scrolls to be put together. Only on the 15th day of the first month can the method of entering and leaving be revealed. It's really strange. Yes, it should be. This is the method of the Immortal Tao. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That day, I saw Swanjajub Forest on my way back to Guizhuang House. Fortunately, I wasn't left inside. That's why. Second brother, you can't be careless. You must have the 4 sheepskin scrolls to reveal the method of entering and leaving. You mustn't take any risks. Of course, if it wasn't so dangerous and so difficult to enter, why would Abbess Jingyi let me out of the Misty School? Just for this sheepskin scroll? She didn't expect it to be in the hands of a disciple of her incense sect. Alright, Xiaohua, take it. Zhang Xiaohu said as he handed over the sheepskin scroll. For me? Why me again? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands repeatedly as if she were a great burden. If I don't give it to you, who should I give it to? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, this sheepskin scroll is extremely important. Perhaps during this period of time, people from the incense cult, the Righteous Alliance, or even the Water Cloud Room will come looking for this sheepskin scroll. Leaving it with me is the safest place. Only your money pouch is the safest place in this world. And Swanjajub Forest is such a dangerous place. Do you want me to go alone? But you and Master Wen, Master Lu, and the others, they've been to Swanjajub Forest, right? Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Of course they've been there. But don't you want to go to Swanjajub Forest? Maybe there's something good in there. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Incense Sect and Dalan Temple both want to enter the secret plane. You're now the head of Beidou School. Don't you want to go in and see what they're up to? Moreover, if they were to harbor ill intentions towards you in the secret plane, would you have the heart to let them do so? And don't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed the sheepskin scroll and said, I give up. Five Claws Peak is not far from Yaoshan. You can go there when the time comes. I've said it before. Brothers fighting a tiger, father and son going to war. You won't leave them alone. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He patted her hard and said, your bald head is really pleasing to the eye. You should have shaved your head long ago. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and asked again, by the way, what time and place is it? I'll probably stay in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion for a while. I'll go find you when the time comes. Oh, my master already told me that they made an appointment with Yanming Jusher of Yanming Villa on the 14th night of the first lunar month at 5 Claws Peak's Index Finger Peak. Abbess Jing-yi didn't make any other appointment. It should be here. Alright, the full moon is in the canopy, and we're meeting at dusk. Master Yanming is also a wonderful person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Unfortunately. Yanming Jusher. Zhang Xiaohu just opened his mouth when he heard Ji Xiaohua shouting in the distance, Master, second uncle, it's time to eat. Alright, I'm coming. Zhang Xiaohua had already removed the restriction when O Yen left. She turned around and said, let's go, second brother. Let's eat first. Later, you and O Yen can go and explain to Elder Lu and Elder Li, tomorrow, prepare a few carriages. I'll bring father and mother, to see my Big Dipper sect. Heh, aren't you going to invite me? Of course you're welcome. But at this time, your Misty School has a lot of things to do. Can you leave? Heh, I'll go back and discuss with Elder Li. I can steal half a day of leisure. Well, that's true. All the sects are now in Yaoshan and haven't left yet. The Righteous Alliance. It's estimated that they won't do anything to Misty School before the secret plane. Moreover, all the sects are watching Beta School. Who will pay attention to my Misty School? Besides. Well, don't say any more. Let's eat first. I don't care if you leave or not. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and dragged Zhang Xiaohu to the central room. After dinner, O Yen followed Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen to ethereal heights. When they heard that O Yen was going to return Huanxi Villa to Misty School, Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were hesitant. However, when they heard that Beta School had already established a sect in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion and that O Yen was going to go to Yaoshan, their reaction was as Zhang Xiaohua had expected. They were extremely supportive. Then, Zhang Xiaohu sent out elite disciples to assist in the inventory and handover of Huanxi Villa overnight. The Zhang family's arrangement was even simpler. Zhang Kai and Guasufei also learned from their previous experience. They only packed their belongings and did not bring any other supplies. The next morning, 10 carriages were ready and waiting outside the courtyard of the Zhang family's Huanxi Villa. When he saw so many carriages, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he understood and could not help but smile bitterly. Except for the first 6 carriages, which were empty, the other 4 carriages were full of food and vegetables. It was O Yen who had bought them overnight and was going to bring them to Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a daze, O Yen smiled and said, "Master, Immortal Mansion has just appeared, so there must be no food in it. I took the liberty to buy some first. By the way, the boxes that you gave me last time, I also put them in one place. Come with me, Master, and let's collect them together." "Well, O Yen, thank you for your trouble." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. He had long stopped eating, so he really did not think of such things. He really did not know if there was any food in Immortal Mansion. After putting those things into the belt, O Yen and Qiu Tong handed over all the affairs of Huanxi Villa to the Misty School, leaving only Elder Yu beside the carriage. Although it was just a simple handover, it was also very complicated. O Yen and Qiu Tong came back in a hurry when the sun was high in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Ji Xiaohua, and Xue Tian were in one carriage. Mr. Lu, Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian, and Zhang Bairen were in another carriage. Chang'e, Chen Chen, Nie Qinyu, and Zhang Pinger were in another carriage. O Yen, Qiu Tong, and Elder Yu were in another carriage. The remaining 2 carriages were loaded with some sundries of the Zhang family, and then they were on their way. However, Little Black and Little Yellow seemed to be very afraid of Zhang Xiaohua. They even ran to Zhang Bairen's carriage and left with Zhang Bairen. Along the way, they met many disciples of small sects returning from Yaoshan. They talked about the establishment of the Big Dipper sect and the matter of Yaoshan Immortal Abode. However, they would never have thought that the Big Dipper sect, which was at the peak of its power, was in the 4 carriages beside them. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1198. Other than the heated discussions about the Beidu school and their undisguised admiration for the sect leader of Beidu school, most of the people in the pugilistic world were whispering about the Yao Mountain mummies. The entire pugilistic world now knew that while they were fighting for the immortal abode with all their might, the Tenryu sect had laid a huge trap beneath their feet. The Tenryu sect had sucked the blood out of all the dead and injured. This kind of strange thing, everyone had only seen it in ghost stories. They had never encountered it in real life. Now that they really encountered it, everyone felt a chill down their spines and goosebumps appeared on their skin as they thought about it. However, humans were always curious. Who could resist it? Whenever they had free time, they would look around and discuss in hushed voices. As for whether the Tenryu sect was behind it or whether they had any evidence, who would care? In any case, the Tenryu sect was already mysterious to begin with. Now, they had been given a strange outer coat. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the carriage and listened to the discussions by the roadside. Her lips curled into a smile. That day, she had exposed the Tenryu sect on Yao Mountain with the intention of causing the Tenryu sect to be in a terrible fix. The more chaotic the Tenryu sect was, the more chances she would have to bring Meng Meng out of the Tenryu sect openly. She would not be in such a difficult situation now. The carriage moved very slowly and only arrived near Yao Mountain on the fourth day. Along the way, although they met many people from the pugilistic world, they had just gone through a near-death experience and were mentally exhausted. Moreover, many disciples from different sects were traveling together. Zhang Xiaohua's group of 10 unescorted carriages was, of course, a little eye-catching, but they did not encounter any trouble. On the third day, the carriage bumped into the Yuli Alliance, which was heading towards Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to expose her whereabouts and only brought Nie Qinyu to meet Valley Head Nie. She instructed him to go to the Misty School first and wait for Zhang Xiaohu to return from Yao Mountain before meeting him. After a few days of recuperation, Valley Head Nie's injuries were much better. Nie Qinyu was happy to see that her father was fine. She gave him the meridian soothing elixir that she had obtained from Zhang Xiaohua. Valley Head Nie was pleasantly surprised and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua avoided the bow, saying that she was the one who gave it to Nie Qinyu and did not dare to accept it. Valley Master Nie understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. Although he felt regretful, he also felt gratified. Every family's parents would always think for their children first. Nie Qinyu would enter Beidou School and live in Yao Mountain Immortal abode in the future. This kind of immortal fate was envied by tens of thousands of people in the pugilistic world. If he did not have such an opportunity in the future, then it was nothing. Nie Qinyu was a little reluctant to part with her father. Everything from the past flashed before her eyes. In the past, no matter how far she had traveled or how much danger she had taken, her roots were always in Rejuvenation Valley and she was always with her father. What about the future? She was a disciple of Beidou School. Not to mention whether it was convenient to enter and leave Yao Mountain Immortal abode, just the distance between Yao Mountain and Rejuvenation Valley was more than a dozen days' journey. Zhang Xiaohua understood Nie Qinyu's thoughts. Seeing her return to the carriage unhappily, she could only sigh slightly. Valley Head Nie was not Mr. Lu, nor was he Elder Yu or Chiu Tong. Rejuvenation Valley was a sect in the pugilistic world. Before Beidou School had a firm foothold, he could not casually agree to anything. From afar, everyone lifted the carriage curtains from time to time to look at Yao Mountain, which was getting closer and closer. They wanted to see Yao Mountain Immortal abode's appearance. However, although it was a warm winter day and the sky was clear, Yao Mountain Immortal abode was shrouded in a faint white fog. Only the faint outline of Yao Mountain Immortal abode could be seen clearly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is one of the concealment methods of Immortal abode." Previously, when it was born, it was a sign that no one was controlling it. Those strange phenomena all consume vital energy. Now that the vital energy of heaven and earth is not sufficient, this immortal mansion also has to live a tight life. Ha ha ha. Nie Qinyu laughed when she got off the carriage. This. Xiaohua, Yao Mountain is still far away. Why did you get off the carriage here? Mother isn't tired. Let's go up the mountain as soon as possible. Guo Sufei looked at the towering Yao Mountain and frowned. It's okay, mother. You don't have to climb the mountain. Xiaohua is strong. Just let him carry you. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Hee hee, mother, let's go home. How can we climb the mountain? If you really climb the mountain, you won't even be able to touch the door of Immortal abode. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he took out a cross-shaped Dharma artifact from his money pouch and threw it to the ground. He infused it with a Dharma seal and the Dharma artifact disappeared. Not long after, a milky white halo about 10 feet wide appeared where the Dharma artifact was. This is... Zhang Kai said curiously, this circle of light is... Do we enter through this circle of light? Zhang Xiaohu had seen Immortal Abode's methods and understood a little. Mother, father, wait a moment. This is the first time I've used this method to enter Immortal Abode. Let me try it first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stepped into the circle of light. She cast a spell and with a flash of light, her figure disappeared. After a moment, another flash of light appeared and Zhang Xiaohua's figure reappeared. She said with a smile, Mother, Father, and Mr. Lu, come here first. I'll bring you in. Why is it so troublesome? Zhang Xiaolong said, if you're not here, won't we be unable to enter Immortal Abode? Hee, isn't your family's Byron able to swallow the mansion guarding spiritual steel? With the mansion guarding spiritual steel, there's a staircase on Yao Mountain that leads directly to the gate of Immortal Abode. But look, there are many martial artists around Yao Mountain. If they see, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Then you'd better let Byron learn this circle of light. Otherwise, it'll be very troublesome. Zhang Xiaolong blinked and said. Don't worry, big brother. When I'm familiar with Immortal Abode, I'll make some jade talismans for you to enter and exit. We don't need these complicated things, okay? While the two of them were talking, Zhang Kai, Guosufei, and Mr. Lu entered the circle of light. Zhang Xiaohua looked and said, Big brother, sister-in-law, and Byron, come in too. When the three of them stepped into the circle of light, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and the 7 figures disappeared. Guosufei stood in the circle of light and held Zhang Kai's hand. She felt her body sink and her vision swayed. Before she could close her eyes, the scene in front of her changed greatly. Was this really Yao Mountain? How can there be such a big lake? Guosufei exclaimed. Mr. Lu had been to Yao Mountain before. He didn't remember there being a lake on Yao Mountain. He could only look at Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of surprise. Mother, there's no lake on Mount Yao. This is Immortal's abode, and the lake in Immortal's abode is where we'll live in the future. You stay here for a while, I'll bring second brother and the others in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and disappeared again. Although Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the mansion-guarding spirit steel, he could only refine 1 layer. He still couldn't control most of the places in Immortal Abode. After thinking for a long time, he decided that the only place next to the lake was the servant's residence with a lake and trees. It was similar to Guozhuang House. That was why he directly sent his parents here. Not long after, the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua, reduced to a porter, brought the rest of the people in 10 carriages to the shore. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. No one expected Yao Mountain to have such a beautiful lake and mountain scenery. Senior brother sect leader, is this our Immortal Abode? This is really too big, isn't it? In the future, are we going to live here? Although O Yen had seen the world, she could only stammer as she asked. This is nothing. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. This. I won't hide it from you. This is just the servants' living quarters. The space it occupies is less than half of the entire Immortal Abode. Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohu said incredulously, Xiaohua, you're bragging again. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion-guarding spiritual steel and pointed at the golden part. I can only refine 10% of this mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Therefore, we can only live in the lowest level place for now. This lowest level place is already so big. Isn't the entire Immortal Abode even bigger? As if this wasn't convincing enough, she patted the mansion-guarding spiritual steel. Everyone's eyes flashed and they arrived at another cliff. Look, there are 9 pavilions here. We're living in the white one. As for the other 8, we can't go to them yet. Moreover, this is only a part of the immortal abode. As for the other places, I don't know, sect leader Ren, this pavilion doesn't seem right. We were at the lakeside just now. Elder Yu said curiously. Elder Yu, why don't you try stepping on that praying mat? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Elder Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping on it. The praying mat flew toward the white pavilion. Father, Mother, Mr. Lu, let's use this too. It's quite fun. Zhang Xiaohua saw the envy in Shui Tiantian's eyes. She waved her hand and said, disciples, go. Yes, Master. Shui Tiantian and Ji Xiaohua said in unison and ran over. Each of them took a praying mat and flew over. Zhang Xiaohu was also tempted. Seeing that his parents were hesitating, he couldn't help but urge, Father, Mother, there's Xiaohua. There won't be any danger. Just treat it as fun. Zhang Kai laughed. Only then did he step on the praying mat and look down at the sky. He felt a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua hurried over and supported him with one hand. She smiled and said, Father, I'll go with you. As they spoke, the two of them each took a praying mat and floated in the air, flying towards the pavilion. With Zhang Xiaohua supporting him, Zhang Kai mustered up his courage. After flying for a while, he opened his eyes and looked around. He listened to the sound of the wind and laughed. Son, Father also became an immortal for a while today. Everyone behind him was relieved when they heard Zhang Kai's laughter. Guo Sufei, Mr. Lu, and the rest also got onto the praying mats with the help of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. When everyone entered the main hall, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were already waiting inside. Chapter 1199. How is it? Is it fun? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. It's fun, it's fun. Shui Tiantian said first. Seeing Shui Tiantian's happy expression, as if he had escaped from the sorrow of losing his father, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy and said, Do you still want to play? Shui Tiantian hesitated for a moment and said honestly, Disciple wants to, but there's still a long time, let's play slowly in the future. Don't get tired of playing, otherwise, there won't be any more fun in the future. Elder Yu pointed at the door and said, Sect Master Ren, the lake, is behind us? Yes, Elder Yu, please. When everyone walked out of the palace, sure enough, there was a pool of clear water rippling with the wind and lush green trees. Although it was a plain scene, it had the aura of an immortal. What a good place to go. Mr. Lu praised, to be able to spend one's entire life here, it's not a waste of one's life. Xiaohua, this lake, how do we get there? Zhang Kai was very sensitive and noticed. Isn't that right, Father? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. This small boat requires the use of true qi, otherwise, it would require the use of oars. Wait a moment, I'll go out and find an ordinary boat and oars. Senior brother sect master, are the things in the main hall used for cultivation? Zhang Pinger asked again. You guys are really impatient. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the curious faces of her disciples and turned to Zhang Kai and said, Father, let's go back first. This immortal residence will be ours in the future, we have plenty of time to enjoy it. As she spoke, she waved her big sleeves, and the scene in front of everyone changed. They were actually at the shore of the lake again. TSK, Zhang Xiaohu praised, Xiaohua, you really have the cultivation of an immortal. Not at all, second brother, this is all because I used the immortal residence's spiritual steel and used the immortal residence's power. How can I have this kind of magical power? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said. Then, she looked at the pond not far away and the pavilion beside the pond and said, The pavilions over there are all empty, everyone can choose one, there's no one living in them. Is there, mine too? Zhang Xiaohu asked shamelessly. There is, but there is only one. Don't fight with my disciple for a place. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chang'e and Chen Chen had been shocked and curious all the time, so they didn't say anything. Hearing this, they blushed again. That's enough. Let father, mother, big brother, and big sister-in-law pick first, then your disciple. I'll pick last. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei looked at the extraordinarily exquisite small building and said happily, this. Do we still need to choose? Which one, is something we can't even dream of. After the elders had chosen at random, Nie Qianyu and the others found a small building that they liked. Of course, Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian lived in the same building. Qiu Tong didn't have to choose and lived with O Yen. In the end, there were still a lot of small buildings left. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony and chose one for himself. Chang'e and Chen Chen also chose one next to Zhang Xiaohu. Well, big brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, second brother, you put the things in the carriage with father and mother. I'll take the food and other things later. I'll take my disciples to the front. What about Byron? Lu Qian smiled. Of course he will go. He is the chief disciple of Beidou school. Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Byron with a smile. Zhang Byron looked around with his eyes wide open, as if he was also very curious and liked it very much. Let's go. Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeve and they all disappeared. When they appeared again, they were in the main hall of the Lingxiao Palace. Ah. This place is. Although everyone had used the praying mat just now and had flown through the air, but even Nun Jingyi and Master Chang Sheng were dazed by the scene. How could they control themselves? After a long while, O Yen heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. Are we in the sky? If he accidentally falls down, will he die? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, why don't you take a step forward and see? O Yen stood carefully on the white cloud and didn't dare to move. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, she suppressed the violent beating of her heart and took a small step forward. O Yen only felt that her body was floating, like a fallen leaf in the wind. She slid forward slightly and there were still faint white clouds under her feet. O Yen had only taken one step, but Shui Tian had already run several steps ahead of her. Suddenly, everyone was overjoyed. They floated around the main hall, but, no matter how they floated, they couldn't cross the boundary of the red clouds. How about Byron? Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and put Zhang Byron in the air. Immediately, a white cloud formed under Byron's body. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the throne in the center and smiled, Go, Byron, go there. When Byron heard this, he staggered and slowly flew towards the center. Unfortunately, out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, when Zhang Byron reached the border of the red clouds, he was also blocked. Zhang Byron patted the invisible barrier in front of him and opened his small mouth, about to cry. Byron, don't cry. Master will take you there. Zhang Xiaohua carried Zhang Byron and appeared on the central throne in a flash. Zhang Byron saw this and laughed loudly. He struggled out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms and slowly walked around the central throne, playing. Cough, cough. All right, disciples. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 5 disciples in the main hall and coughed. Yes, Master. Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian stopped and bowed to salute. Yes, Senior Brother. Nie Qianyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yen also stopped and bowed. Yes, yesterday, I announced the opening of Beidou School in front of everyone in the martial arts world. But you were all in Huanxi Mountain Villa, so you couldn't see yesterday's grand occasion. Now, my Beidou School, 6 disciples are gathered in this Lingxiao Palace. It was the biggest occasion since the opening of my Beidou School. Master, there is still a junior brother? How old is he? When will he come? Shui Tian asked. And that junior brother of yours is called Chu Jing. He's not much older than Byron. He's also a dying child. He should be on his way now. Perhaps he'll arrive in 10 days or so. At that time, our Big Dipper sect will really be complete. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, senior brother. Our beta school has finally opened in Yaoshan. Nie Qianyu and the other two junior sisters said in unison. Yes, everything is difficult at the beginning. My beta school opened yesterday because we have a very high starting point. You are also standing at a higher place than others. However, these are all external factors. If you want to step on the path of immortality, you need to work hard and study hard to achieve great success. Yes, we will follow Master's instructions. Everyone bowed to salute. Yes, there is no need to be so restrained. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, look at your senior brother, he is still playing at my feet. When Zhang Bairen heard himself mentioned, he raised his head and tilted his head to the side with a smile. Ha! Everyone laughed. That day, when I called myself the beta school, it was just a casual remark. I didn't really want to open this school. However, since I got such an immortal opportunity and took the Yaoshan immortal abode, if I don't do something, I am afraid I will be punished by the heavens. Therefore, even though all of you have different aptitudes and different experiences, but I have accepted all of you as my disciples. As for me, I am also an unorthodox cultivator. Therefore, in the future, I will at most play a little role in guiding you. Everything will depend on yourselves. Then he pointed at Nie Qianyu and the others and said, although Nie Qianyu and O Yen are both women and can't practice martial arts, their aptitudes are also different. Nie Qianyu's Carefree Heart Sutra has already made a little progress. If she meets the right conditions, she will be able to set foot on the path of immortality. Perhaps she will be good at formations. O Yen? You are already old and haven't been able to practice the Heart Sutra. I don't know what your future is. O Yen smiled and said, to be able to live in this immortal abode and accompany my senior sisters and martial nephews is already the greatest fortune of my life. Whether I have any achievements in cultivation or not, I am happy. Great kindness. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, if you always have this kind of attitude, I am afraid you can also achieve something. Then, she pointed to Zhang Pinger and said, Zhang Pinger, your martial arts are excellent. You can only walk the path of cultivation through martial arts. Although you have a starting point, your future achievements will be limited. Oh, this is just my guess. Everyone has different experiences. Didn't you see your second martial uncle? Although he also entered the path of cultivation through martial arts, I am afraid his future achievements will be higher than Abbess Jing Yi of the Cult of Fragrance. Hearing this, Zhang Pinger was happy. She bowed and said, I was abandoned by the Cult of Fragrance. I am lucky to have a place to settle down. Fortunately, senior brother sect leader accepted me into the Beidou school and gave me such a bright future. How can I not work hard? Even if I don't have any great cultivation, I am deeply grateful. You don't have to be grateful. Everything has a cause and effect. Your achievements may not be bad. Then, she looked at Zhang Bairen under her feet and said with a smile, this boy. I won't say anything. Since he could swallow the life-guarding spiritual tablet of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode, his achievements will not be bad. It's just that he is still young. You just need to take care of him. Yes, senior brother sect leader. We understand. The three of them bowed and said. You, Xiaohua Ji, among the younger disciples, you are the one with the worst aptitude. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Ji Xiaohua and said. Yes, I understand. I am already satisfied to be able to become your disciple and learn a few fist techniques. I have never thought about the immortal arts. Ji Xiaohua answered honestly. Heaven gave you some luck. You don't need to get up and come to my door. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, if you don't have such a fate, how can you have karma with me? I have also benefited a lot from you. How can I not return it to you? Moreover, you have a simple personality. You have a good foundation for cultivation. your achievements may not be bad in the future. Thank you, Master. Ji Xiaohua bowed and said. Well, Shui Tian, you are the one with the best aptitude among all the disciples. You have been practicing the Fist of the North Star since you were young. It can be said that you have an inseparable connection with my Beidou school when you entered the school. Although, you used to be in the Misty School, but there is karma in the unseen world. Your fate will come in the end. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1200. Thank you for your guidance, Master. If you hadn't accepted me as your disciple, I'm afraid I would have been stranded in Jianghu. Shui Tian was also very serious and respectful at this time. Yes, although your starting point is very high, but there's also one thing that's not good. There's martial arts internal energy in your meridians, and your cultivation of the Big Dipper magical fist is also wrong. It's not easy to slowly correct it now, I know. I will use great perseverance to overcome these difficulties. If Master can destroy my martial arts cultivation, I'm willing to cultivate again. Shui Tian gritted his teeth and said. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but be moved. She clapped her hands and said, You have such great perseverance, you can cultivate successfully. It's just that this method is not reliable. The martial arts meridians and the immortal meridians are the same. Even the Dantian has many cultivation methods that are the same. If I destroy your internal energy, won't you be unable to cultivate the immortal path? Shui Tiantian's face turned red. He lowered his head and said, I'm ignorant, but I'll listen to Master's instructions. It's fine. With such great perseverance, what can't you achieve in this world? My Beidou school's Worry-Free Heart Sutra cultivates the middle Dantian. It's different from the lower Dantian that you cultivate in martial arts. The two may not conflict. You can cultivate as much as you want. Shui Tiantian's face was filled with joy. He bowed and said, Thank you, Master. Senior brother sect leader, can I do the same? Zhang Ping'er asked impatiently. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. However, if you cultivate again from the beginning, it's not as convenient as cultivating through martial arts. Yes, I understand. Zhang Ping'er gritted her teeth and said, I'm willing to cultivate again. It's all up to you. I've also just started cultivating, so I don't know what's best. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, since you've all chosen, don't regret it. No one knows what the future will be like. As long as you put in the effort, you'll definitely reap the rewards. We understand. All the disciples bowed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Black and Xiaohua, who were sitting obediently on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder and looking at everything in the hall curiously. They glanced at her from time to time and seemed to be a little reluctant and a little scared. She said, These two little things. I learned from the incense cult. I don't even know their background. I only know that their mothers are called Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, she covered her mouth in shock. These two vicious beasts were known to the disciples of the incense cult. The two of them can be Beidou school's guardian beasts. Zhang Xiaohua said. She was also talking to Little Black and Little Yellow in her mind. How could these two little things know? He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. All right, actually. I got most of my cultivation from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra is one of the cultivation methods you all can cultivate. As for the cultivation method Jade slips in the White Pavilion's hall, as well as the immortal tools and other items, you all can cultivate them. Of course, didn't I just say that the cultivation methods in the White Pavilions are the most basic? With my cultivation, I can only break the restrictions in these pavilions and obtain these cultivation methods. If your cultivation in the Immortal Tao reaches a higher level in the future, you can break the restrictions in the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple pavilions. Then, all of you can cultivate the higher level cultivation methods inside. Hee, think about it. I only have the cultivation method in the white pavilion. If you all can successfully cultivate the cultivation method in the purple pavilion and reach the purple cloud in the center of the throne, then, in this world, who will be a match for you? Her words filled everyone's eyes with hope. They all clenched their fists and looked like they were going to work hard. Right, I forgot that the cultivation of the way of immortality relies on the yuan qi of heaven and earth. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the immortal mansion is abundant. However, I need to make a spirit gathering array for you all to help your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her forehead. A spirit gathering array? What's that? Nie Qianyu asked curiously. All of you, follow me. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and picked up Zhang Bairen. With a flick of her sleeve, the scene in front of everyone changed again. Although they were still floating in the air, it was pitch black above them. There was almost no light. Don't worry, watch me. Zhang Xiaohua said. She put Zhang Bairen down and took out the mansion guarding spiritual steel. It emitted a hazy light, illuminating the surroundings. This was the place where the phoenix was suppressed in the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua put away the 9 immortal treasures and the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The wasteland formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also destroyed. There was only some gradually increasing and chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth left. After taking out the mansion guarding spiritual steel, Zhang Xiaohua patted the belt around her waist. Countless 5-colored chalcedony flew out from the belt. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then, she placed her left hand on the mansion guarding spiritual steel. She formed another seal and hit the chalcedony one by one. As Zhang Xiaohua inserted the seals, the chalcedony gradually emitted a brilliant light. Go, after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua pointed his finger, and all the blue water chalcedony flew into the air. They were like stars in the night sky, arranged in a mysterious pattern. Then, Zhang Xiaohua did the same thing. She sent the other 4 types of chalcedony into the air. But the more she sent, the longer it took. When the last greenwood type chalcedony was in the air, Zhang Xiaohua's face was already pale. Zhang Xiaohua took out a primordial stone and replenished the primordial energy in his meridians. Then, he conjured a spell and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mansion guarding spiritual steel. The spiritual steel exploded with a bang. An array of rainbow light flew out and charged towards the 5-element spirit gathering formation that was already set up in midair. Go! Just as the 7-colored light hit the formation, Zhang Xiaohua pointed her finger and shouted. The 7-colored light immediately exploded like brilliant fireworks, scattering on the 5-colored chalcedony of the 5 elements gathering formation. Hiss! A series of light sounds, as if a fuse had been ignited, the entire 5 elements gathering formation lit up. The chaotic yuan qi in the air was gradually attracted by the formation and projected towards it. Above Yao Mountain, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was also attracted by the immortal abode and guided into the formation. All right, it's done. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the depleted yuan qi in her meridians, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She relied on her late-stage qi refinement cultivation and the help of the mansion guarding spiritual steel to barely complete the 5 elements gathering formation. This, the inheritance of a sect, was really difficult. However, for the time being, Zhang Xiaohua's painstaking efforts were unknown. The 5 disciples looked at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing what he was doing. When Zhang Xiaohua said it was done with a pale face, everyone was also at a loss. Looking at the chalcedony that was as bright as the stars, Nie Qianyu whispered, "Senior brother sect leader, are you creating stars?" Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Patting her forehead, she said, "This is the 5 elements gathering formation that I mentioned earlier. In the future, if you want to practice immortal arts, you can practice in this formation. It'll be twice the result with half the effort." "Is that so, then? Thank you, senior brother sect leader." Nie Qianyu looked at the people beside her and bowed. Forget it, forget it. When you know the importance of this formation in the future, it won't be too late to thank me. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly waved her hand. Zhang Bairen was the one who knew what was good for him. While everyone was talking, he had already run into the 5 elements gathering formation and very comfortably lay down to sleep. Little black, little yellow, you two go too. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 2 little things standing on Ji Xiaohua's shoulder. They were still a little afraid of her and thought to herself. The 2 little things were stunned, then immediately became happy. They flew over and rolled around in the vitality to play. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua recovered her true qi. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. I've set up a restriction here. In the future, I'll give you a jade talisman to pass through. When it's time to practice, just come here." As she spoke, she held Byron in her arms. The 2 little things were also afraid. They flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua, but they didn't dare to fly on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder anymore. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand why they had such a change. However, they still called her father and mother in their hearts. It was just that they were a little timid. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she didn't know how to ask and could only leave it at that. Returning to the side of the pond, the fine and soft things in the carriage had already been packed. Only the heavy things were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to start. Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay. She hurried the carriage to the place that Guo Sufei had already chosen and unloaded them one by one. The small building in the Immortal Mansion didn't have a stove. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian walked around for a long time but still couldn't find it. In the end, they could only ask Zhang Xiaohua if she could build one herself. Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections. However, she couldn't use the mansion guarding spiritual steel to create one out of thin air. She could only rely on Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong to build it up bit by bit. Then, Zhang Kai pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side and whispered, "Xiaohua, here, can we open up the wasteland for farming?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and laughed. "What's the matter? Father, why did you suddenly think of opening up the wasteland for farming?" "Hee, Father has been farming all my life. I'm not used to being idle all of a sudden. Previously, when we lived in the Huanxi Manor, we only ate and drank. We wandered around leisurely and didn't do any farm work at all. I'm really not used to it. Moreover, I've already looked at the back of the building just now. It's all extremely fertile land. If we plant crops, we'll definitely have a bumper harvest. At that time, our Immortal Mansion definitely won't be lacking in food and drink." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, "Sure, Daddy. The land here is ours. You can do whatever you want. Oh right, even if you want to raise some chickens and ducks, or feed some pigs and sheep, that's fine too. Just tell me." "That's great. Xiaohua, get 2 cattle first. I'll open up the land first. When spring comes." Zhang Kai said and looked at the sky habitually. Suddenly, he was stunned. "Here, why is there no sun here? How can we plant crops?" Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when she heard this. There were restrictions in Immortal Mansion. All kinds of wind, thunder, rain, and snow couldn't fall. Moreover, it was daytime every moment, there was no night at all. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Father, this place is almost like an immortal realm. It's like spring all year round. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect it, please tip it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote." Chapter 1201. Like spring all year round? Zhang Kai was stunned. He was a native of Lu Town, and his footprints were all within 200 miles of Lu Town. How would he know that Rejuvenation Valley was like spring all year round? Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, how can it be like spring all year round? There is no way to grow crops. It is only right to have 4 distinct seasons. Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, "Yes, I will listen to you. Wait a moment. Let me see if this mansion guarding spiritual steel can change the restriction here." Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mansion guarding spiritual steel, put her hand on it, and closed her eyes. After a while, her face lit up and she opened her eyes and said, Father, it really works. It is only here. The chi of heaven and earth in other places is very abundant. If the restriction is opened, I am afraid it will be bad for the holy mansion." As she spoke, she flew up into the air. She made a gesture and threw the mansion guarding spiritual steel into the air. Then, she pointed with her finger. Several rays of light flashed out from the steel and hit the restriction in the air. Then, there was a sizzling sound, like boiling water being poured on snow. The milky white color above the holy mansion was gradually torn apart, revealing the blue sky, as well as the white clouds and the noon sun. Zhang Xiaohua put away the mansion guarding spiritual steel and landed from the air. She smiled and said, "Is this enough?" Zhang Kai looked at the sky as usual and nodded. "Yes, it is like this. This looks like living on the top of the mountain." That's good." Zhang Xiaohua snickered inwardly. He would not open all the seals on the immortal abode. If he did, all the heaven-earth yuan qi in the immortal abode would escape. All he needed to do was make some slight changes to the seal above the white pavilion, turning it transparent. Then, wouldn't the space above the lake become Zhang Kai's? As for the growth of the crops, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. The immortal abode was full of heaven and earth yuan qi, so what crops wouldn't grow? Following Zhang Kai to the pond, Mr. Lu, Elder Yu, and Zhang Xiaolong had already set up a simple stove and were brewing tea. Seeing Zhang Kai coming over, Mr. Lu said happily, "In-law, quickly come and try it. The lake water here can also be used to brew tea, and it's not much different from the spring water in the Guizhuang house." Is that so? Zhang Kai quickly walked over, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Sure enough, it was as sweet as syrup. He couldn't help but smile, indeed. Then he looked at the huge lake and said, "In-law, there's so much water. I'm afraid we won't be able to drink it all in our lifetime." Not bad. Father, you won't have to worry about not having tea to drink in the future," Lu Qian said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua also tasted a cup. Sure enough, the lake water was also full of heaven and earth yuan qi. Although it was a little less than the spring water in the Guizhuang house, there wasn't much of a difference in drinking it in the mouth. Everyone sat down and chatted, while Xiaohua Ji and the rest played with Zhang Bairen at the side. After chatting for a while, Guo Sufei thought of something. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiaohua, mother, has something to discuss with you." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Mother, this will be our home in the future. If there's anything, please speak your mind." Guo Sufei smiled and said, "This place is very beautiful. It's 10,000 times better than the Guizhuang house. What is there for mother to be dissatisfied with?" "It's just that," Zhang Xiaohua saw that her mother was a little hesitant, so she said, "Mother, just say it, it's just that, in the Guizhuang house, your grandmother's grave, and Xiaohua Ji's mother's grave are all behind the original small courtyard. What mother means is that the scenery here is very good. The feng shui must be excellent. If we are lively here, don't let your grandmother and the others miss us in the Guizhuang house. But, this is the Immortal's mansion. Mother is afraid." Mother, don't worry. Actually, I've already made up my mind. Once we've settled down, I'll move grandmother's coffins and Ji Xiaohua's mother's coffins here with my eldest brother and second brother. Since you've mentioned it today, I'll go with my eldest brother and second brother. Since we still need to buy cattle, let's do it together. Xiaohua, mother is just thinking about it. If there is anything, inappropriate, just forget it. Guo Sufei dissuaded. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and replied, there's nothing inappropriate about it. The forest behind this building is very quiet, and it's not far from us. If you don't allow it, we'll bury Grandma and Auntie's coffins there. Mother and Father go and have a look first. I will go with Big Brother and Second Brother. We will be back tomorrow. Guo Sufei quickly said, don't be so anxious. Mother just mentioned it first. How can I be anxious? We have all lived in Huanxi Mountain Villa for a long time. Grandmother must have been lonely for a long time. The sooner they are sent here, the sooner they will be happy. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, let's go, Big Brother and Second Brother. Let's go and pick up Grandmother. I will go too. Zhang Kai stood up and said, there are rules when coffins are moved out. How do you know this? Oh, that's fine. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu to prepare 2 carriages. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and the other 3 said goodbye to everyone and took the 2 carriages down Yao Mountain. They didn't come back until noon of the 3rd day. In the 2 carriages were the coffins of Grandmother and Xiaohua's mother. Zhang Xiaohua had already cast a spell on the coffins. There were also a few sturdy-looking cattle accompanying them. In these 2 days, Guo Sufei had already found the place to bury the coffins. Zhang Xiaohua and the others also came back with daily hoes and other tools. It didn't take long for the graves to be ready. Everyone followed the rules, burned incense, and kowtowed. They buried the 2 coffins again and cultivated the soil. Then, Zhang Kai was focused on organizing the land and preparing to cultivate. This time, when he went down the mountain to buy cattle, he also bought a lot of seeds. He wanted to do a big job. Zhang Xiaohu had left the Misty School for several days. It was time to go back. Zhang Xiaohua sent Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohu still held Zhang Xiaohua and said, it's exactly 1 month before the 14th day of the first lunar month. You don't forget it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I won't. Yao Mountain is very close to Wuzhua Peak. When the time comes, you come here first and I will go with you. Then, she took out a jade talisman from her arms and said, take this jade talisman. When you get here, just inject your true qi. Well, okay. Zhang Xiaohu took it and put it in his arms. Then, he said, by the way, if young Master Li, Chu Jing, and the others come back, what should I do? Just send Chu Jing here? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have 2 sisters-in-law. Can't you let young Master Li meet Sister Qiutong? Send someone to follow young Master Li to bury Miss May's coffin and send them here. If you can't come, give this jade talisman to young Master Li. Oh, no, Chu Zhigao has the jade talisman I gave him. Ask him to come to Yao Mountain and crush the jade talisman. I will know. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had arranged it well, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. He turned over and unloaded the horse from the carriage. The 3 of them said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua and went straight back to the Misty School. Sure enough, half a month later, Li Jinfeng and the others came back. After reporting to their families that they were safe and buried Miss May's coffin, they went to Yao Mountain Immortal Mansion. Seeing such a beautiful and fairy-like scene, they were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. At this time, by the lakeside, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong had already tidied up a few plots of land. Some different seeds had already been sown, and the stove for cooking was also prepared. However, due to the large number of people, it was very troublesome to prepare the food. Seeing Li Jinfeng's weary face and hearing Li Jinfeng's story, Qiutong, who was very interested in Li Jinfeng, felt her face burning. She hid beside O Yen and didn't talk to Li Jinfeng directly. Li Jinfeng didn't know that Qiutong's attitude towards him had changed. First, he sighed. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, he was overjoyed. However, when he saw Qiutong, he became silent again. He wasn't as calm and composed as he was in front of Mei Qinglian. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly observing from the side. She saw that the two of them wanted to say something, but they were shy and did not say anything. They were also thinking about each other. They often glanced at each other and then pretended not to notice. Then, they would glance at each other and then look away. It was like the feelings of a teenage couple. Zhang Xiaohua found it very funny, but when he thought of the sweet and distant relationship between her and him, Zhang Xiaohua missed the dream of being together with him in dire straits. I wonder, how is the discussion between the three immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and the other sects of the pugilistic world? Will they attack the Tenryus sect? Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. The three immortal Dao sects and the Alliance of Righteous Dao were not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaohua. They were going to attack the Tenryus sect on a whim. They had lost many people in the fight for the Yaoshan immortal abode. Even the seniors of the immortal Dao sects were seriously injured. The three immortal Dao sects, the Alliance of Righteous Dao, and a few other large sects had discussed for 2 days at the foot of Yaoshan mountain. They all felt that although the heavenly king of the Tenryus sect had been seriously injured, the disciples below the heavenly king level had not suffered any casualties. On the other hand, the various sects at the foot of Yaoshan mountain had lost many high-ranking disciples and ordinary disciples. The strength of the various sects had decreased greatly. If they were to fight against the disciples of the Tenryus sect, they would not have much chance of winning. The most important thing was that although everyone suspected that the Tenryus sect had set up a trap, there was no evidence at all. Other than the Beidu school's headmaster who saw some black flags, even the Dalan temple's master Tiangang did not see anything. Since there was no justification for the attack, everyone's suspicions died down. In the past 2 days, many disciples from various sects had left, so there was no news of the tragedy. Therefore, Alliance Master Zhang San of the Alliance of Righteous Dao proposed that the various sects send their elite disciples to the Tenryus sect to investigate carefully to see if there were any clues left behind by the Tenryus sect. The various sects would return to their respective sects to recuperate and restore their strength. They would discuss the details after they found the Tenryus sect's flaws. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip me. Chapter 1202. Zhang Xiaohua's Beidu school was newly built and only had a few junior sisters and disciples. It was still far from being a big school, so of course, she didn't know about the news in Jianghu. While she trained her disciples, she also hoped that the various sects in Jianghu would work together to attack the Tenryus sect. Back to the Yaoshan immortal abode, Zhang Xiaohua used the immortal's guardian spirit steel to set up a spirit gathering array in the palace where the phoenix had undergone nirvana. It gathered the chi of heaven and earth drifting within the immortal abode, as well as the chi of heaven and earth in the air above Yaoshan. The concentration of chi of heaven and earth in the palace increased by the day. A month's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. For the Misty School, it was just a short period of recuperation and preparation. But for the Beidu School, this month's time was absolutely crucial. It was an earth-shattering change. For the people of Jianghu, the path of immortality was an ethereal and wonderful hope. There was an insurmountable gap between the path of martial arts and the path of immortality. In order to overcome this gap, the various sects in Jianghu racked their brains to find a smooth path to the path of immortality. The path of immortality's incense sect, the Dalan temple, and the Alliance of Righteousness's path of martial arts set aside their personal grudges and joined hands to prepare a secret location, hoping to find a way to inherit the path of immortality in the secret location. All of this was because of the chi of heaven and earth. The lack of chi of heaven and earth was the main culprit behind the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's spirit gathering array and the gradual recovery of chi of heaven and earth, the Beidu school of Yaoshan immortal abode seized the opportunity to rise to the top of the path of immortality. Especially with the discovery of the Peiyuan pill, it was like Zhang Xiaohu's Dantian had Yang Haoya's True Yuan. It allowed the Beidu school's disciples to have their first strand of true qi in their dantians when they first started cultivating the Carefree Sutra. They were also able to sense qi of heaven and earth at the first moment. What was difficult for others to draw qi into their bodies was too easy for them. Could it be that, in ancient times, stepping into the path of immortality was an extremely simple matter? Or is it that the 6 disciples of my Beta school are all rare talents? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disciples sitting cross-legged under the spirit-gathering array. She pinched the beard that had grown out of their chins and fell into deep thought. Under the 5-element spirit-gathering array, Zhang Xiaohua's disciples, with the exception of Zhang Bairen who was still lying down and sleeping, were all sitting cross-legged, pretending to be serious in their cultivation. Nie Qianyu was the first disciple Zhang Xiaohua had taught the first level of the Carefree Sutra. Nie Qianyu had already started cultivating diligently when Zhang Xiaohua was spreading the scourge of the incense cult. However, the qi of heaven and earth in Rejuvenation Valley was still limited. Although Nie Qianyu could sense qi of heaven and earth, the amount of qi that she could draw into her body was still very small. She was far from being able to refine it into true qi. Under the spirit-gathering array, there was sufficient qi of heaven and earth to draw in. In addition, there was also a strand of true qi formed by the Peiyuan pill in her dantian. Under such circumstances, Nie Qianyu could easily draw the qi of heaven and earth into her body and refine it into her first strand of true qi. Before this, Zhang Xiaohua had also given Nie Qianyu a meridian-nourishing pill, which had perfectly refined Nie Qianyu's meridians. This was like adding wings to a tiger. Nie Qianyu had become the first disciple of Beidu's school to set foot on the Immortal Tao, and this had only taken Nie Qianyu 2 days. The second disciple to set foot on the Immortal Tao had exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua had originally thought that this person would be Shui Tiantian. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking Ji Xiaohua, who had never practiced martial arts, had never come into contact with internal energy, and had never been placed with high hopes, had set foot on the Immortal Tao 15 days later than Nie Qianyu and 3 days earlier than Shui Tiantian. This made Zhang Xiaohua go wild with joy. After all, this was still someone named Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was happy to think that he could achieve such an achievement. Seeing that Ji Xiaohua, who had no foundation in martial arts, had set foot on the Immortal Tao 1 step earlier than her, Shui Tiantian, who had always wanted to compete with Ji Xiaohua for the position of senior brother, became even more determined. However, it still took him 20 days to form his first strand of true qi in his dantian. In comparison, Chu Jing was neither hot nor cold. He set foot on the Immortal Tao on the 22nd day. When Chu Zhigao and Chu Jing's grandmother learned of this, they ran to a corner of the lake, drew a small circle, burned some paper, and kowtowed with tears streaming down their faces, as if to comfort the ancestors of the Chu family in the Immortal Tao. After the young disciples set foot on the Immortal Tao, O Yan and Zhang Pinger showed no signs of breaking through for the time being. After another 5 days, on the 27th day, O Yan, who had no foundation in martial arts, set foot on the Immortal Tao before Zhang Pinger. Zhang Pinger took 29 days to form her first strand of true qi in her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua thought of his discerning eyes and the fact that his disciples were all peerless talents. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud. If he knew that Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan only had 18 days to stay in the inheritance palace of the incense cult, and that the 3 of them also set foot on the path of immortality within the time limit, what would he think? According to the rules of the incense cult, among these 6 disciples, only Nie Qianyu and Ji Xiaohua could be considered to have truly inherited the incense cult. And the other 4 were going to be eliminated? An Beta School's Spirit Gathering Array, and Incense Cult's Spirit Gathering Array, was much stronger. From this, one could see how important the Immortal Mansion was to the 3 Immortal Tao sections. One could also understand why Master Tiangang, Reverend Shu Qing, and Reverend Hao Yun would risk their lives, in order to seize the Immortal Mansion, into their own hands. This, if the Immortal Mansion was in the hands of the incense cult, wouldn't they be able to create many Immortal Tao disciples in a short period of time? How could Reverend Jingyi be worried about her own inheritance? As for the incense cult, Misty School, and Shindao sect, the origin of the three immortal Dao sects. What about the secret plane? If the incense cult lost the Yaoshan immortal mansion, how could they not put all their energy into it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was happily watching the 6 disciples under the spirit gathering array absorb the spirit gathering array into their bodies, and Zhang Bairen was sleeping soundly. The world's spirit gathering array was gradually being absorbed along with his breathing, and Little Black and Little Yellow were also using a strange posture beside him. The world's spirit gathering array was slowly being inhaled and exhaled by the 2 little things. In the Nanzhao town, which was hundreds of miles away from the secret plane, in the courtyard of a big family, Reverend Jingyi was sitting in a rather large central room, talking to Reverend Shu Qing, Reverend Shuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and Yuyan. Reverend Jingyi frowned slightly and whispered, "Yaoshan. Immortal Mansion, has there been no movement?" Reporting to the sect leader, since the day Ren Xiaoyao took back the steps to Immortal Mansion, they haven't been put down, and no one has come down from Yaoshan. Reverend Shuezhen cupped her hands and said, "Huh? That guy is actually practicing in seclusion?" Chen Chen cried. "Not necessarily." Reverend Jingyi shook her head and said, "Every time the steps to Immortal Mansion are used, the amount of world's spirit gathering array is enormous. I think, if Ren Xiaoyao wants to enter and leave Immortal Mansion, there must be another simple way. It's just that, as for what method, it's not something we can recklessly guess." Sect leader, didn't Ren Xiaoyao warn us? Don't leave anyone near Yaoshan. If we eat the disciples of the incense cult and investigate nearby, I'm afraid we'll provoke him, and make him unhappy. Peacock said worriedly. Hee, it's not just the disciples of the incense cult who aren't afraid. The Dalan Temple, between the clouds and the water, and the Righteous Alliance, which one of them didn't send spies? Reverend Jingyi waved her hand and said with a smile, "Even if Ren Xiaoyao finds out, we can just say that this disciple is a registered disciple of the incense cult. When he finds out, she has already been expelled from the cult. What she did at Yaoshan is her own behavior, it has nothing to do with the incense cult." Hee, sect leader is wise. Chen Chen heard this and laughed. That guy will have nothing to say. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about Yaoshan and Beidou school anymore. We were at Yaoshan, we were so angry, we tore our faces apart, and we even sacrificed Junior Shu Jie's life, but we still didn't gain any advantage. Instead, some nameless guy got ahead of us. I really don't know how he managed to control the entire Immortal Mansion. Reverend Shu Qing waved her hand and said, "That guy is the best at stepping on dog shit." Chen Chen concluded. "Oh right, Junior Shuezhen, is there any news from the Dalan Temple?" Sect leader, ever since the monks of the Dalan Temple entered Baozhen, we couldn't find any trace of them. Our disciples didn't dare to go too deep, and after 10 days of investigation, we still couldn't find any news. Hee, it's not a big deal. Who would have thought that the disciples of the incense cult have already returned to Jianqi Lake, and we can still stay in Nanzhao town? We'll just wait until tomorrow night, and the Dalan Temple will appear at Wuzhua Peak on time. Sect leader is wise, hiding in the city. That's right, I was thinking of finding a remote mountain village to settle down. What about the Righteous Alliance? Reverend Jingyi asked with a smile. The evil tiger gang in this area seems to be a small branch of the Righteous Alliance. Wouldn't Alliance leader Zhang Sen be like a fish in water here? He's long gone. Reverend Shuezhen laughed. Then. Misty School. What's Zhang Xiaohu doing? Sect leader, there's something strange about the Misty School. Reverend Shuezhen looked confused. I've sent disciples to inform Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, but both of them said they were busy with internal affairs and couldn't come in person. That's fine, I have some spies among the disciples of Wuming Hall, but they also disappeared without a trace. There's no news at all. It's really strange. Then, what about the Immortal Senior from the Misty School? Is there any news? No. My disciples didn't find anything useful. If it wasn't for my scruples, when we were in the secluded ground, I would have captured Li Jian and the others and asked them what had happened to the ethereal sect. Please don't. Reverend Jingyi hurriedly waved her hand and said, to be able to restore the internal strength of Li Jian and thousands of other Misty School disciples. I'm afraid that even Master Tiangang of the Dalan Temple can't compare to this level of cultivation. At this juncture, we'd better hide. Chapter 1203. Leader, it's strange. Since the Misty School has such a senior immortal, why didn't he do anything when the Misty School was destroyed? Even this Yaoshan immortal abode. He didn't appear? Could it be that he doesn't care about the Yaoshan immortal abode? Shu Qingnan was surprised. This. Who knows? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. No matter whether he appeared or not, wouldn't Ren Xiaoyao have taken advantage of him in the end? If I knew this would happen, I would have let Shi Mujuan stab him to death on Lingxiang Peak. I'm afraid. Shi Mujuan is no match for Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock reminded her in a low voice. Isn't that so? Nun Jingyi gritted her teeth at the mention of this matter. Of all my calculations, I never thought that senior martial sister Jing Gang, Shi Mujuan and Yu Zhuchuan were killed by this bastard. Sigh, it's not just leader. Although Elder Jing Gang and her two disciples have grudges against Ren Xiaoyao, but, when it happened, he always had an alibi. We were all confused by his strength and thought that he was just a brute with great strength. Who would have thought that he was a man of immortality? Suddenly, Nun Jingyi seemed to have thought of something. Her expression was very interesting. Shu Qingnan noticed it and asked curiously, Leader? You. What did you think of? Grand Elder. I suddenly thought. Is Ren Xiaoyao the person who has a deep connection with the Misty School? Ah. Peacock and Chen Chen exclaimed and blurted out, No. No way. Shu Qingnan also shook her head slightly. I think it's impossible too. Nun Jingyi thought for a moment and said, Ren Xiaoyao came from Rejuvenation Valley with Peacock. Ever since Ren Xiaoyao came, how many things have happened in my sect? The sudden change in Twilight Orchid, the death of Grand Elder Jing Gang, the tremor in Mount Jiuhua, the collapse of the sect-protecting formation. Yes, there were also the thousands of Misty School disciples at Shixin Peak recovering their martial arts. I wouldn't have dared to think about these things in the past. But they all happened in the short span of a few months. I don't believe that it has nothing to do with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi, every single one of the things you've mentioned is shocking and can't be done without great magical powers. According to what I know, the sudden change in the Orchid Dusk refinement, the shaking of Mount Jiuhua, and the collapse of the sect-protecting formation are all natural disasters. I'm afraid only immortals can do these kinds of things related to heaven and earth. As for the other two, they might be Ren Xiaoyao's doing. Shu Qingnan nodded. Leader. I think. Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Shixin Peak for a little more than 2 months. To recover the martial arts of thousands of Misty School disciples. I don't think he has that much time. Peacock thought for a moment and said. Also. Who knows if the martial arts of the Misty School disciples were recovered at Shixin Peak or after they left Dianqi Lake. Chen Chen also added. Actually. Leader. Swift said softly, whether Ren Xiaoyao is an immortal or not, that's another matter. Didn't you hear what Alliance leader Zhang San said? Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist. It's because he obtained the immortal mansion that he has so many magical powers. Jingyi Nun pondered for a moment and shook her head. If Ren Xiaoyao killed Great Elder Jing Gang, all of this can be easily explained. If it wasn't him, then it's even more confusing. Many things can't be explained. But if Ren Xiaoyao is only a martial artist, and he borrowed the power of the Immortal Mansion, then what we saw in the Immortal Mansion can be explained. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Even if Ren Xiaoyao is the real culprit, we can't do anything if he hides in the Immortal Mansion of Mount Yaoshan. Leader is right. Master Jing Xian's death is as confusing as Master Jing Gang's death. At that time, Ren Xiaoyao hadn't come to our incense cult. It's not good to blame Ren Xiaoyao. Peacock agreed. Everything depends on strength. Let's first deal with the matter of the secret plane. If we can find the method of inheritance in the secret plane this year, our incense cult will be able to cultivate more immortal disciples. In a few years, not only our incense cult, but also the Dalan Temple, Misty School, and even the Alliance of Righteous Path will have many immortal disciples. At that time, we'll be able to raise our voices and verify this matter with Ren Xiaoyao. Jingyi Nun said coldly, Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu, has he left for the Five-Claw Peak? Leader, 5 days ago, I sent a disciple to Ethereal Heights to urge Zhang Xiaohu. I think he won't delay the gathering tomorrow. Of course, the secret plane is a great temptation for the 4 immortal sections. Zhang Xiaohu has no reason not to be tempted. Moreover, this is also a promise from him. Abbess Jing Yi suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, that's right, where's Bai Yanxiu from Shuiyun Club? She's a very ambitious woman. About the secret plane, we have to be careful of her. Leader, Bai Yanxiu went all the way south. After walking for 100 miles, she disappeared. I can't tell. Since there is no trace of them, that is extremely normal. If we let our disciples see their traces all the time, it would be more conspicuous if we tried to cover it up. Abbess Jing Yi laughed and said, only Chang Xingdashi, Zhang San, Alliance leader Zhang San, and our cult were conspiring about the secret plane. Even Zhang Xiaohu only found out about it a month ago. Even if Bai Yanxiu's magical power is extensive, she definitely wouldn't know that after we left Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, we immediately made our move at Five-Claw Peak. She must have hurried back with Immortal Hao Yun to heal. Yes, if Chen didn't get the 9-heaven Black Lotus seed in Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, my injury wouldn't have healed as fast as us. Immortal Hao Yun and the others must still be worried about their injuries. Shu Qing Nun said with a smile. That's right. In this way, apart from Beta School, my fragrance cult has benefited the most from Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Jingyi Nun smiled and said, in addition to the heaven and earth handkerchief, the 9-heaven Black Lotus seed, 2 flying swords, several magic weapons, and even 3 immortal cultivation methods, yes, leader. This Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not a heartless person. Otherwise, he would never let us take these things away. Peacock nodded and said. Sigh, even if that's the case, senior sister, think about it again. In this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, how many good things would there be? Chen was quite envious. This guy is really lucky. No matter how many treasures there are, they're still his. What's there to be envious about? Peacock glared at her. That guy. Chen narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth tightly. It was as if she wanted to bite off more things from that guy in her heart. In the distant Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, that guy in Chen's heart had already been bitten into 70 or 80 pieces. At this time, he was teaching Nie Qinyu some formation problems. To be honest, as a master, he was not very competent. Other than providing some cultivation methods, some elixirs, some cultivation experience, and some formation arrangements, he could not explain the other details of cultivation, things to pay attention to, and so on. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's method of cultivating the Carefree Sutra was rather strange. Who in this world would dare to try it? Even Zhang Bairen would not dare. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua knew his own situation. From the beginning, he had planned to let each disciple walk on their own path of cultivation. As the master, he only gave a little guidance. In this way, these 7 disciples would have 7 different paths. Fortunately, other than the Carefree Sutra and the orthodoxy of Fire Dragon Immortal, there were also many cultivation methods in the White Attic. They were not inferior to the inheritance of the Misty School. In addition to the red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple attic, there were also cultivation methods and artifacts that Zhang Xiaohua did not have the ability to obtain. This Beidou school's disciples could be said to have unlimited room for development and unlimited potential. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua, who was demonstrating the incantation to Nie Qianyu, felt his heart throbbing. It was as if there were countless invisible hands grasping his heart tightly and squeezing it into countless tiny pieces. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard. He screamed and fell into the void unknowingly. Senior brother sect leader. Nie Qianyu was anxious. Just as she was about to go forward, she saw the pale-faced Zhang Xiaohua quickly fly up again. His eyes were full of fear and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. He looked around in panic. Master. The disciples who were cultivating nearby were also awakened and ran over. All right, it's all right. Zhang Xiaohua straightened his body and took a deep breath. He waved his hand and said, I'm all right. You all can leave for now. This. Yes, Master. After hearing this, the disciples hesitated for a while and left. Byron and the two little ones also left. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the spirit gathering array and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The sudden throbbing just now was very short. When Nie Qianyu cried out, the throbbing had already disappeared without a trace. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hands. The fingers on his left and right hands constantly moved, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, from simple to complex, and finally almost mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually formed a faint shadow. The shadow was like a glimmer of light, gradually becoming clear. Looking at the gradually forming outline, it was really Zhang Xiaohua's sky Dao starry sky, the increasingly clear hand of karma. And the movement of Zhang Xiaohua's technique was exactly the way of karma that he had been comprehending recently. With a loud bang, just when the hand of karma had a certain degree of outline, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. He could no longer control the qi between his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his hands. The hand of light and shadow around him suddenly collapsed. Then, Zhang Xiaohua spat out a small mouthful of blood. His face was full of dispiritedness. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and sat cross-legged. He looked up at the spirit-gathering array that was not very rich in the qi of heaven and earth. He took out a small yuan stone from his arms and adjusted his breathing. After an unknown period of time, a faint brilliance appeared from the void and flew to Zhang Xiaohua. It stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua and stopped moving. Chapter 1204. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and pinched the light with her hand. She scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? It's already the 14th of the first lunar month? Alas, it's true. A few days ago, Mother and Father were still decorating the small building with lanterns and decorations, saying that it's the new year. This time, it's really fast. Second brother, wait a moment. I'll be there in a while. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she patted the light, and it flew away with a whoosh and disappeared. Alas, I really don't know what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and thought to herself, I've never encountered such a situation before. This, the karma hand's incantation is really profound. I thought that with my cultivation in the late stage of qi refining, even if I can't comprehend half of it, I should be able to complete the incantation. At least, I should be able to understand where this throbbing came from. But I didn't expect that. Not only did I not complete the incantation, but I also suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for my shallow understanding of the karma hand, I'm afraid that I would have been seriously injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought and walked out of the round palace. Nie Qianyu and the others didn't leave. They just stayed outside and waited. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they all looked worried and went forward to ask. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master is fine. It's just that there are some things that I don't understand. You don't have to worry. Then, she looked outside and said, you all can continue to cultivate like before. Master will go out for a while. I'll be back in 2 days. Okay, Master, be careful. Senior brother sect leader, be careful. Everyone bowed respectfully and flew back into the palace to continue cultivating. Seeing Little Black and Little Yellow, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She wanted to call the two little things, but on second thought, the two little things looked very similar to their mother. Nun Jingyi and Nun Shuqing would definitely recognize them. If they misunderstood, the orchid and Mulyen were thousands of lives. Even if she had 100 mouths, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Little Black and Little Yellow. It was better not to bring them along. Little Yellow and Little Black seemed to have felt it as well. They paused in midair and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and they followed the crowd into the palace. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the Spirit Gathering Array was exactly what they liked. They would not be happy if they did not stay in there for a while longer. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu and the others, everyone except Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. They immediately bowed and said, "Congratulations on the establishment of Beidou School." "Greetings, Headmaster Zhang." When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was slightly stunned. Then, she flicked her sleeves and helped everyone up. She smiled and said, "We're all old acquaintances. There's no need to be so courteous." What surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that in addition to Zhang Xiaohu, there were also Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai, Lu Yueming, Xue Qing, Ant Qin, Chang'e, Chen Chen, and others at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Second brother. Are you all going to the secret plane? Since all of you are here, what about ethereal heights? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Of course we're going to the secret plane, but not all of us are going. It's still early now. We hid our whereabouts all the way and came here in several directions. Naturally, there are some things we need to discuss with Beidou School. Beidou School? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and nodded. It's almost noon now. There's still some time before evening. Come on, please come to the palace for a chat. With that, she threw out the cross-shaped magic instrument and called everyone to come into the light circle. With a flash of light, everyone came to the Lingxiao Palace. Needless to say, the people of Misty School only woke up from the shock after a long time. Their eyes were filled with eagerness and awe. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua with more respect. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the central throne and smiled in a low voice. Everyone, the position in the Lingxiao Palace is determined by the profound cultivation. It's not that I don't want you to come close. Please forgive me. Sect leader Zhang, although your sect did not deliberately publicize the matter of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode, the unimaginable abnormality has long been spread among the disciples of various sections. The name of the Lingxiao Palace is also strange. My ethereal sect has already received the news from the pugilistic world. If we can all get close to the central throne, I'm afraid this immortal mansion would have been controlled by the Dalan Temple and the Shangxiang cult. Hu Yuni bowed and smiled. Yes, Elder Hu is right. I didn't mean to be rude. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Oh right, Elder Hu, I wonder, does your Misty School have anything to discuss with my Beidou School?" Hu Yuni turned around and glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Elder Hu, Xiaohua is this seat's blood brother. If it's related to this seat, then there's naturally no need for you to step forward. This seat only needs to talk to him. But if it's something related to the Misty School, Xiaohua has already helped my Misty School a lot." My Misty School. Ahem, to be honest, I can't repay him. So, it's not easy for me to talk about the matters between the Misty School and Beidou School. Master Zhang, my big sect leader means, if he asks, I'm afraid you won't agree to everything. If you were alone in the past, we would have just talked about it. But now you're the master of Beidou School and you have disciples. Your first consideration should be the Beidou School's interests. So, it's better for us to talk to you. Li Jian said with a smile. That's right. I also feel that Master Zhang is too good to my Misty School. If I can't be intimate with Beidu's school in the future, I'll be really unhappy. Lu Qingyang didn't dare to speak loudly. I see. Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and thought, maybe I should change my attitude. I can't just be a little brother who helps others. So, he nodded and said, the two elders are right. Since you all represent the Misty School, then I should also consider myself as a member of Beidu's school and not treat myself as Zhang Xiaohu's brother. That's right. In the Jianghu, brotherhood is precious, but compared to the inheritance of a sect, a person's life is too short. We should still put the interests of the sect first. Wen Wenhai also nodded and said, Yes, I underestimated you. Thank you for your advice, Hero Wen. Please wait a moment. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he waved his big sleeves and said loudly, Nie Qianyu, O Yan, wait a moment. After that, a light flashed and O Yan and Nie Qianyu appeared out of thin air, standing right next to the people from Misty School. O Yan and Nie Qianyu were slightly stunned when they saw the people from Misty School, but they still bowed to Zhang Xiaohua first. Greetings, senior brother sect leader. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, everyone from Misty School wants to talk to my Beidu school. I am not experienced enough. One of you is the eldest senior sister, and the other is experienced in business. Help me make a decision. Yes, senior brother sect leader. The two pretended to be serious and saluted. Then, they turned around and greeted the people from Misty School. Hu Yuni and the others had watched O Yan grow up. At this time, when they saw O Yan's appearance, they couldn't help but smile. Lu Qingyang even shouted, Yanzi, are you cultivating? You can cultivate internal energy? O Yan smiled and said, yes, fifth brother. Senior brother sect leader has been kind enough to teach me the supreme secret of Beidu school. Now, I can be considered to have set foot on the path of immortality. Hu Yuni and the others were surprised. Apart from being surprised, they were also full of expectation and disbelief. Li Jian stuttered, Yanzi. Beidu school was only established a month ago. You also just came to Yaoshan, a month ago. How could you? Second brother, these are the methods of our Beidu school's senior brother sect leader. I feel like I'm in a dream. O Yan said with a smile. That's good, that's good. My third brother can rest in peace in the underworld. Hu Yuni's eyes were almost filled with tears. At the mention of O Peng, O Yan's expression turned gloomy. She lowered her head for a moment, then bowed and said, Elder Hu, let's not talk about the past. May I know why your esteemed sect came here today, to discuss with my Beidu school? Then, she apologized to Nie Qianyu, eldest senior sister, I'm very familiar with the Misty School. I may have overstepped my boundaries. Please don't take it to heart. Nie Qianyu hurriedly smiled and said, don't say that, junior sister. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Junior sister is in charge of all the chores in Beidu school. This is also senior brother sect leader's order. I'll just listen from the side. In the end, it's still up to eldest senior sister and senior brother sect leader to decide. O Yan said modestly. O Yan turned to Hu Yuni and said, Beidu school is newly established. Everything is my first time. Please forgive me, Elder Hu. It's fine, it's fine. Who doesn't have a first time in their life? Hu Yuni stroked his beard and said, since ancient times, heroes have always been young. In the future, the Jianghu should be yours. I'm old. I don't dare. Elder Hu, please enlighten me. O Yan said. Well, this time, I came to Misty School because I have 3 things to discuss with Beidu school. Hu Yuni said with a serious face. 3 things? O Yan nodded. Elder Hu, please tell me one by one. Sect leader Zhang. Hu Yuni looked at Ou Yan, then cupped his hands and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Actually, sect leader Zhang's kindness to Misty School is like a new life. To be honest, my Misty School's conditions to Beidou School are somewhat belittling. Even if these conditions are not discussed with Beidou School, as long as Beidou School needs my Misty School to do something, my Misty School should agree to it." "Huh, didn't Elder Hu say it just now? In the past, I was the one who helped my second brother, so it can be considered I's own matters. These matters, everyone is well aware of them. Just use them as the basis for the cooperation between our two sections. There's no need to mention them again," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Sect leader Zhang's breadth of mind. "I admire you." Hu Yuni nodded and said, "I remember that when sect leader Zhang took Shui Tian in as your disciple, you asked Tian about the fist techniques she used to practice in Misty School. After my investigation, I confirmed that there are a total of 321 disciples in the Young Eagle Hall of Misty School who practiced Beidou School's fist techniques under Zhang Qingyue and Shui Tiantian's guidance. Furthermore, there are still 303 disciples alive. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.